I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee inquiry into the climate change bills. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to their leaders past, present and emerging. And on behalf of the committee, I'd like to welcome everybody here today. This is a public hearing and the Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I'll remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, you are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and any such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers that all evidence be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It's important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the grounds upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are switched to silent. I also remind senators and witnesses participating online to mute their microphones when they do not have the call. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all of those who've made submissions to this inquiry and sent representatives here today to appear in front of us. I'd now like to welcome our first panel with Professor Penny Sackett, Professor Frank Giozzo here in person, and Professor Neroli Abraham on video conference. For the Hansard record, could you please give your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, hello. My name is Penny Sackett. I'm an honorary professor at the ANU Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions.
My name is Frank Giozzo. I appear here for the Australian National University, where I'm professor at the Crawford School of Public Policy and head of energy at the Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions.
Hello, I'm Professor Neroli Abraham. I'm at the Research School of Earth Sciences at the Australian National University, and I'm a climate scientist.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite you to give a 1-minute opening statement each. Thank you for your tabled opening statements, but if you just take a minute each to give us a bit of a flavour, and then we'll move to questions.
Well, thank you. I'll just introduce myself slightly. My PhD is in physics. I've previously served as chief scientist for Australia, co-chair and chair of the ACT Climate Change Council at the time that the ACT was formulating its own emission reduction targets, on the scientific advisory board of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and the business advisory board of the ACT Renewable Energy Innovation Fund. I support the 47th legislature using this unique moment to strengthen and then pass these bills. I note that the laws of physics are non-negotiable. Climate change is devastating and it will get worse, but this legislature can craft tools, including these bills, that will help limit just how much worse. Steep greenhouse gas reductions in this decade are the single most important driver of whether global warming can be held to well below 2 degrees Celsius. You have before you my full submission and a brief tabled statement. Thank you.
I appear here for the ANU, and of course it is worth noting that there's a diversity of views and perspectives among our colleagues, and I do not represent an institutional viewpoint here. My own field is economics and policy of climate change and energy. I've been a lead author with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and will be happy to refer to IPCC findings in my evidence. I've had a long-standing involvement in Australian and international policy processes in terms of advisory and providing information and analysis into these processes. My main points relating to this bill are summarized in the written opening statements that I believe have been circulated. I'll be happy to speak to institutional aspects of the bill. I'll be prepared to speak to the emissions target that is a part of the bill. And realizing that policy mechanisms and instruments are not part of this bill, I'm nevertheless prepared to provide information and analysis regarding policy instruments in this hearing if desired.
And thank you for inviting me to appear in front of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee today. My name is Nerali Abram. I'm a Professor of Climate Science at the Australian National University. My research expertise is in climate processes and change and the tropical oceans and the impacts that these have in Australia and around the world, and in Antarctica as well. I'm a chief investigator for the ARC Centre of Excellence for Climate Extremes, a deputy director for the Australian Centre for Excellence in Antarctic Science. Both of these research centres have made submissions to the Senate inquiry. I was a coordinating lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Special Report on the Ocean and Cryosphere in a Changing Climate. My role included being an Australian representative in the author team for the government approval of that report. I also serve as the chair of the the Academy of Science National Committee for Antarctic Research, and I'm currently the acting chair for the Australian Antarctic Science Council. I provide evidence today based on my broad areas of scientific expertise, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has on the physical science basis for climate change, the consequences of different levels of climate warming, including through extreme events and irreversible tipping points, and the carbon budget remaining for and including Australia's fair share of that budget for limiting warming to 1.5 degrees or well below 2 degrees as stated in the ambition of the Paris Agreement. In my tabled summary, I've provided some additional key points for the inquiry, but I'd just like to note that I applaud Australia's parliamentarians in their efforts in establishing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We might go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, and thank you all for appearing today, and thank you for your submissions. I wanted to start right at the beginning, I guess, about why the efforts to reduce temperature is actually essential, and why the 1.5 or well below 2 degrees is essential. I think it's very easy in the context of these discussions for us to lose sight of what every degree of warming means. And I really wanted to kind of understand from a scientific perspective and give you an opportunity to tell us what the consequences are of the temperature rise. So perhaps Professor Scaddett, if you wanted to start, or whoever's best placed.
I can speak to that very generally, and then I would pass to my colleague, Professor Abram. Every what may seem like a small degree of warming actually has huge consequences for the Earth. And this is because it takes a tremendous amount of energy to cause a small degree of warming. And that energy then feeds back through the Earth's systems, which are all connected. So when we think about global warming, we have in our minds a particular number, 1.5, 1.7, 2, whatever it might be, above pre-industrial times. But the thing to keep in mind is what impacts those have and on the extremes. That's the important thing. And I will leave it to Professor Abrams to describe some of those more succinctly and clearly, but I just want to make two more points. One is that many of these changes that are occurring are already irreversible, and many more will become irreversible if the temperature rises. And the second point I would like to make is that as our understanding grows, although the scientific relationship between greenhouse gases and temperature rise is well understood, it has come to scientists as a surprise as they learn more and more about how the impacts are more severe at a given level of warming than previously thought. And so the 2-degree world, for example, that we might imagine now is a very different world than the 2-degree world that scientists were thinking we might see 10 years ago, or even when the Paris Agreement was signed. I'd now pass over to my colleague, please.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young, for that question. I agree, it's a very good place to start. So I would agree with what Penny has said, and particularly emphasising that every fraction of a degree of additional warming increases the impacts that we will see from climate change. And we're already seeing those impacts in every inhabited part of the planet. Particularly, we can see those in Australia with the extreme events in particular becoming more frequent and more intense. Those are the impacts that we're seeing with 1.1 degree of global warming. And we have the target set out in the Paris Agreement to limit warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and pursue the ambition to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. And there are some very good scientific reasons why we would want to limit warming to preferably 1.5 degrees, but definitely well below 2 degrees. And so some of the examples of the impacts in Australia, will heat waves become more intense and more frequent with every fraction of a degree of warming, and that has consequences for human health, for infrastructure, for communities, for agriculture. In parts of Australia, we are seeing an intensification of droughts, particularly the southern parts of Australia, a loss of the rainfall. But when rain does fall, it's more likely to fall in extreme heavy rainfall events with the flooding that causes as well. So there are a lot of consequences there. There are also consequences in terms of sea level rise, and even with rapid emission reductions this decade, there are sea level changes that are already set in place. And one of the really key factors for those targets that we have for limiting to 1.5 degrees is not only the extreme events becoming more frequent and more intense, but also with every fraction of a degree of warming, we increase the chances of passing irreversible tipping points in the climate system. And we may not know exactly where those tipping points lie, but there are some of them that have consequences for Australia and our neighbours, which the evidence points to them lying between 1.5 and 2 degrees. And that's particularly around the coral reefs of the world and their ability to survive the warming of the oceans. Beyond 1.5 degrees, we're at risk of widespread loss of our coral reefs, more than 90% of those lost, and essentially all of the reefs lost as we know them today by 2 degrees of warming. Between that 1.5 and 2 degrees, we also risk irreversible losses of the West Antarctic ice sheet, and beyond 2 degrees of warming, we then start to trigger similar instabilities in East Antarctica as well, and those have consequences for how quickly and how much sea level will rise along our coasts, but also for some of our Pacific neighbours who are on very low-lying land. Mm-hmm. I hope that helps to answer your question.
Thank you. And Professor, there are a variety of existing and proposed projects that are going to be, we've got the Beetaloo Basin, we have Scarborough, we've got Narrabri. I'm wondering what impact are these projects going to have on the ability to keep temperature at 1.5 degrees?
Yes, those projects will be very detrimental to our efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So we have that every fraction of a degree of warming will add to those climate impacts, but we also know that every additional tonne of carbon dioxide that is emitted to the atmosphere adds to warming. So every additional bit of emissions that we make and that countries around the world make will add to those emissions. And the carbon budget that we have for limiting warming to those targets within the Paris Agreement is very, very small. So every single year now matters in terms of how quickly we make these emission reductions. And that's one of the benefits of having these targets within the Paris Agreement, is it actually allows the science to tell us, well, what is the carbon budget that's remaining? And we can look at that in very much the same way as a financial budget. We can either spend it quickly and run out of money very quickly, or run out of carbon in this case very quickly, or we can cut down how quickly we're spending that and draw it out over a longer time to give society a chance to decarbonise. And I think Professor Yotso is probably well placed to talk about that as well.
Mm-hmm. Could I just ask you one other specific question in relation to the Beetaloo Basin gas project? I understand that you were an expert witness before the federal court in relation to that project. Is it correct that the Beetaloo Basin, opening that up, making that a new gas field, could increase Australia's emissions by up to 13%?
I would have to go back and revise checking those numbers, and I can take that on notice to do that. Yes, I did provide an expert scientific statement for that project. I wasn't called before the court to give evidence on that, but I can take that on notice.
If you could, that would be helpful. Professor Yotso, did you have something you wanted to add to how we keep temperatures below 1.5 or below 2 to 1.5 while still opening up new coal and gas?
Thank you, Senator. The science of climate change is not my area of expertise, but if you allow me, I could expand on one of the points that just came up.
Yes, sure.
The definition of a national emissions target that requires some level of effort, as in my analysis this proposed target would, has as a consequence that any development that increases national emissions will need to be compensated for through reduction in emissions elsewhere in the economy. Mm-hmm. And so defining a national target that isn't very easily achieved automatically will provide an impetus in policy and with the right policy mechanisms for industry and investors to consider the emissions implications in future developments.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Professor Josso, in your report you mentioned about a strengthened climate change authority in Australia. Have you looked at the British Climate Change Committee model? Do you have any comments on how you see that operating or just general feedback on how that works?
Thank you, Senator. And to reiterate my general point here is that the strengthening of the role for the Climate Change Authority that is proposed in these bills is, from the point of view of best practice in climate policy and institutions, a desirable thing in terms of the strengthening more generally of independent institutions that can advise parliaments and governments. And so this is broadly what we in the social sciences assess the international experience to be, including on the experience that has been made over many years in the UK with the UK Committee on Climate Change. Now, specifically, in my submission, I highlight that I would see it as a positive thing that the Climate Change Authority will be called on to provide 5-yearly advice on rolling targets, which the Minister needs to take into account. I do also note that the UK Committee on Climate Change, in its functions, goes further than that and provides a forward trajectory of targets, a so-called carbon budget, all the way to the point of net zero emissions. That, in the analysis is a positive thing and an aspect that any amendments to this bill could potentially consider. The reason is that really what you want to do is give investors and the business community as much predictability about future goals and policy settings as possible. This will minimize the costs. This will maximize the efficiency with which business can respond to future policy settings. And so mapping out a set of interim targets, a carbon budget over time, as is done in the UK, is a positive for the policy process, is a positive in particular for the business community and investors.
Senator Payman.
I've got a question for Professor Yotso. Can you please outline how we compare to other like countries in terms of our action on climate change and how legislating a target will impact that?
Thank you, Senator. Australia has gone through a period of very little climate change policy at the federal level and relatively low ambition in its nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement and, broadly speaking, the national ambitions as defined. The comparison with other countries is not easy to make. It is a very disparate picture in terms of both the commitments that exist in other countries and the steps that are being taken towards fulfilling them. Close peers of Australia, if you wish, including among the Commonwealth countries, high-income countries, now have very stringent emissions targets in place. Targets that are stronger than Australia's target, even stronger than the proposed 43% target, and targets that in all likelihood will require greater effort to achieve than Australia's. And so, if I may convey some impressions about how Australia's situation is perceived overseas, and these perceptions matter very much, there's a very positive perception about the proposed 43% target. It is a very significant step up from what was there before, and the perceived or the actual stance over nigh on a decade. However, it is also seen as not yet a fully commensurate contribution by Australia to a global outcome as it is defined in overall terms in the Paris Agreement. The effort that will be required in Australia to achieve a 43% reduction target is not a very great effort, whereas keeping temperature rise to below 2 degrees globally will require a very great effort globally, including in countries that will find it a lot harder than Australia to cut emissions.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator McKenzie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your evidence. I just wanted to understand how you saw the energy mix within Australia assisting us to both maintain our standard of living, particularly for the vulnerable and poor in our country, whilst we make our way to a low emissions future. And had you put any sort of thinking into how we do that and what our energy mix looks like over time?
Did you want to start with that? I can take it.
Thank you. I'm happy to make a start here among this round. So Australia, of course, has a very significant transition. We have a transition ahead of us that is very significant from a system that has been built on fossil fuels and by and large cheap fossil fuels at the time. That transition requires very, very large investments. These investments have started to flow. The task ahead is to help facilitate that transition in a way so that the transition is orderly and that relates domestically in particular to the coming closure of coal-fired power plants. I think collectively as a community we will not want to see that unfold in an ad hoc and haphazard way that puts energy supply security at risk, that will likely result in higher electricity prices and that causes additional difficulties for local communities. In the broader sense, we are now confident that a renewable energy-based electricity supply and, in fact, energy supply to the rest of the community economy through electrification of what currently runs on oil, gas, and in some instances coal, will ultimately be a very low-cost energy supply in Australia because the investment costs for renewable energy systems continue to fall, are already in most cases, the cheapest form of providing new energy opportunities in Australia. And with those investments made, Australia can look forward to a very long period in the future of very low-cost energy supply, which will be a productivity benefit.
Look, I'm just reading in the Fin from Matthew Warren, their energy expert, essentially making the case, and I'll quote, "The idea of making some absolute target by 2030 misses the point, and that we're actually going to run into a technical problem, and that the scale of overcoming that is, and I quote him technically, off the charts, to get to 82% renewable electricity generation by 2030. I mean, this is, when we actually get the economics and the engineering part of this, what's up to this time been quite an ambitious debate on everyone wants to lower emissions, the whole country now is on that path, and now the rubber has to hit the road. And the engineers and the economists are saying, is this actually technically possible in the timeframes that we've set out?
Senator, there are very widely varying analyses on this point. I would refer the committee to the annual analysis published by the Australian Energy Market Operator, the Integrated System Plan, which are scenarios that are modelled in a very deep level of technical detail and that include scenarios of that rapidity of change that you just mentioned. And in fact, AEMO themselves conducted a survey among their key stakeholders as to which scenario is considered to be most likely to actually unfold. And these rapid change scenarios are seen in the electricity community as the ones that are most likely to occur. And the reason principally is the economics of renewable energy, which is beginning to beat the economics of existing coal-fired plants in particular. Gas prices are, of course, also sky high. Gas is not competitive in the market at this point. And so that's the expectation of the market. Even with very varying expectations, of course, of what policy settings might be. I'm conscious that I'm taking a relatively large amount of time in the hearing, so
I guess as the Shadow Minister for Transport, the whole conversation about electric vehicles, for instance, is something that's taking a bit of my energy. When you think about and renewable energy sources are going to require quite a large investment in copper, in lithium, in a range of critical minerals for us to actually build the kit to make this happen. That's the reality. And the whole world's wanting to do that at exactly the same time. What are your sort of projections of how we're actually going to make that work? I mean, is it realistic? We're at the pointy end now.
The energy transition, and this is absolutely correct, Senator, has enormous implications also for transitions in the resources industry and in the manufacturing industry. So we will see, and we're beginning to see, an enormous boom in some aspects of the resources industries, as well as processing industries. And in fact, it is considered that Australia can be a very significant beneficiary of the upswing in some parts of the resources sector, in particular mining and processing of different communities. But this is not, of course, to diminish the magnitude of the challenge. So this is an enormous rate of build in these industries. We are seeing price uplift, in the context of generally inflationary trends, but also in the context
I think it's not
of
just
greater
inflation.
demand. No, absolutely. And at the same time, we will see declines in fossil fuel industries. This will happen in many countries in the world. The challenge for Australia is to position positively towards that and make the most of it.
So when you think the Energy Security Board's report around the capacity mechanism says that the new capacity required over the next 28 years is 7 times that of what we first thought. I mean, the scale isn't to just have the capacity that we need to do what we're doing now. It's actually going to need to increase. And you're confident that renewables will get us there by 2030 at the 43%.
Australia is in the fortunate position that there are no practical physical limitations to the amount of renewable energy and the flexibility in which we can build renewable energy-based systems. it is almost solely a matter of the rate of investment. And of course, the implication for policy and regulators is to help make those investments flow.
Can I just ask a final question? The International Energy Agency made it clear that without nuclear and carbon capture and storage technologies to assist the globe to actually maintain prosperity and also move to a low emissions future, they were both critical technologies for implementation. Given the basis of our economy, we're very unique in the G20. I'd appreciate your comments about both of those technologies as pathways, in addition to renewables, to assist the globe to a low emissions future.
These technologies very likely have a role to play in the global transition to low and zero carbon energy systems. I can speak to the scientific literature, modeling literature as synthesized by the IPCC, and you see nuclear power carrying a limited but some share of that load, and you see different scenarios as to the deployment of carbon capture and storage technologies. In my assessment, these technologies will have a role to play, in particular in countries with high population density, relatively high domestic demand, including because of heavy industry in those countries, and relatively adverse conditions for renewable energy. And so these conditions prevail predominantly in the high latitudes, in the countries with high population densities in the high latitudes of the world. So think Northern and Western Europe, Northern East Asia. The comparison...
And most of the G20 developed countries avail themselves particularly of nuclear.
Yes, so it's a fact,
so
of
they
course,
maintain their
that nuclear
base.
is in existence. Now, the thing with nuclear is, of course, that in the Western world and for Western expectations of safety standards, new nuclear projects are very, very expensive in comparison to just about any other energy source. And the same would, of course, hold true for Australia. Any technology other than wind and solar in Australia at this point in time, and likely in the foreseeable future, is at an enormous cost disadvantage relative to those renewables.
And what about the relative lack of reliability of both wind and solar in the Australian context, and the load shedding we have to do to make sure everybody can keep their lights on?
To be balanced with energy storage in an integrated system.
Thank you. Can I just expand on that a little? The idea of a nuclear industry in Australia, there was a CSIRO report recently that that kind of put forward that it was not something that would be able to be put into Australia in a short term, because we don't have any of the required technology, we don't have any of the required expertise. Do you have any commentary about the effectiveness of nuclear in Australia, given where we are at this point in time?
Look, I think there have been several studies, and the CSIRO is one of the recent ones, that indicate that, yes, although we have uranium, that there's a lot more that it takes to build a nuclear energy system. And it is expensive. It has a very long lead time, actually. And to be quite honest, we don't have that time when it comes to the climate. So 20 years is a very long time when we're looking to the climate future. And yet we have these completely renewable sources in wind and solar, and of course, especially in Tasmania, hydro, that not only are the world's, well, certainly Australia's cheapest form of new energy by far, but they also provide some energy security. That, for example, we don't see in gas at the moment. So I would agree with Professor Yatta's remarks that Australia is blessed, that we, in fact, do not need to rely on the expensive route of nuclear and instead can use what we've been blessed with in solar and wind in particular.
Thank you. And we will go to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, just a quick one from me. What is the most authoritative view on the cost of the transition? What is the capital cost that Australia faces to get to net zero? That is my question.
If I'll jump in quickly. Penny, this is about the estimates for the capital cost of the low carbon energy transition. Senator Bragg, to my knowledge, there is no comprehensive and authoritative estimate for Australia available. We can back out some estimates from analyses done, for example, by the IEA, but the IEA, it must be said, does not place a particular emphasis on just Australia as one country, or should we say continent. And you know, this actually goes to a broader point of the need to strengthen the capacity and capability in Australia to provide very detailed analysis on the technological and economic aspects of this transition, right? So we've had many years of where the emphasis on these issues among federal and state governments has not been what it probably should have, and many years of diminishing rather than increasing resourcing on these topics in our public and educational institutions. Now, in broad terms, what we're talking about is the renewal of the energy system, all of it, and the introduction of the next generation of kit in the transport system, and a renewal also of Australia's resource and manufacturing industries. This replacement investment, for the most part, would need to take place anyway. Right. Our coal plants are aging, losing in reliability, and will need to be replaced by something. And so there's a fallacy in looking only at the gross numbers of required investment. We need to look at what the alternatives would be. And so once again, for the globe, there's plenty of excellent analysis available, and that by and large shows that the additional investment needed over time for a zero carbon energy system is actually a small part of the total investment needed in any case to secure future energy supplies.
Okay, just but hasn't AEMO done some of the work in the electricity space?
Yes. And there are different scenarios available for the amount of investment needed under different assumptions in the electricity sector. But this is, of course, only part of the overall picture. We're also looking at electrification in other sectors. I do not have the AEMO numbers front of mind or in front of me.
Okay, we'll ask them. Thanks, Professor.
Okay, we'll go back to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'm quite interested in some of the comments, Professor Yoso, that you've just given in relation to renewables, and you too, Professor Sackett, in relation to the not just being cheaper and cleaner, obviously, but this issue of energy security, because we keep hearing over and over again by particularly the gas industry, that we need more gas, yet we have a bill before us to reduce, that is a target to reduce pollution. How can we keep opening up new gas while doing the transition, and is that not even economically the wrong way to go?
Well, maybe I can just comment on the relative emissions. So very roughly speaking, and I will say rough, and I'll describe why the numbers can vary so much. Gas is generally thought upon combustion to have lower emissions than coal by 50 to 70%. Now that depends on exactly how that coal is combusted, for what purpose, where it comes from, all sorts of things. Just to give you an idea of why that number can be actually, when you're thinking about, we hear often about, well, is gas a transition fuel? In other words, should we first go from coal to gas and then gas to renewables? That pathway is highly dependent for countries to do that on where they're sourcing it, the emissions involved in the liquefaction of that gas, the emissions involved in transporting that gas and so forth, as well as the facilities that are already available in that country. Does that country already have gas power stations, or does it need to build them? Right? That takes emissions. So when that's all factored in, a recent study, for example, looking at China, said that switching there could be either save emissions by 70% or increase them by a factor of 3. Okay, depending on all of these assumptions. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that, as Professor Yacho said, transition is going to have to take place anyway. The energy system has to be renewed. And if you're going to build something new, building something that has essentially 0% emissions to replace and meet your target makes much more sense than replacing it with something that only makes a fraction of a gain in emissions. And that's not including methane emissions, which in fact are now certainly known to be underreported globally.
Yes. And with self-reporting, companies self-reporting here in Australia, you got to wonder what the real figures are too. Professor Yotsu, can we reach 43% target by 2030 by opening up new coal and gas?
Okay. Allow me to briefly also speak to the previous question on the role of gas. So presently we're using gas, hydro, and to a small extent battery power to balance electricity supply and demand. In future, both the low cost and low emissions mix of balancing the grid will be predominantly hydro, more and more battery, because battery is becoming very cheap. That's where the big cost changes are happening. And probably, in my assessment, to a small extent, gas. Namely, on very high demand days, think your summer afternoons, okay? But we do not expect gas to play a large role. And just very briefly, of course, what is the major use of gas in Australia? It's, of course, exports of LNG, right? And so in my reading, that is what the debate about the opening of new gas fields mostly refers to, and that is the desire to keep these export trains running at possibly full capacity while also fulfilling residual gas demand in Australia. So I don't want to expand on that, but just to put it clearly on the record that this is what the picture is like in terms of the absolute magnitudes. Gas for Australia is an export story first and foremost, and there's of course a lot hiding behind that, but it's not really about domestic demand in the end. 43% and the compatibility with opening new fossil fuel projects. So I've stated before, 43% in all likelihood will be relatively comfortable to achieve in Australia because of the rapid transition in electricity and because of the enormous reductions in emissions that have already occurred, principally through changes in land use change in forestry between 2005 and 2012. We're quite a favourable position to achieve that. Any additional source of emissions will make it more difficult to achieve any given target, right? And so of course, the overwhelming extent of emissions from new coal and gas occurs from the combustion of that coal and gas in wherever we export it to. But nevertheless, there's also emissions that occur in Australia in terms of mining and in particular in terms of fugitive emissions. That's very much a project-by-project issue, right? But the principle stands, of course, any additional source of emissions will make it harder to achieve a national target.
Where do you think the the 40, where do you think the 2035 target needs to be heading to? And the rest of the world is already talking about what their 2035, sorry, the rest of the world is already talking about where their 2035 target is going to be. If we're at 43% by 2030, is that going to require a big jump?
This is probably a question for the entire panel.
I can answer if you'd like. Yeah, so there has been analysis done on what Australia's sort of share of that carbon budget is and what our emission reduction targets should look like if we are getting to limit warming to 1.5 or to 2 degrees. So if we look at that 2-degree target, ideally, if we were doing this in sort of an optimum way, then by 2030 we'd be talking about a 50% emission reduction. By 2035, a 67% emission reduction. By 2040, an 84% emission reduction, and then net zero by 2045. With currently having an emission reduction target of 43% by 2030, what that does is it brings those other years forward and increases the ambition. So we'd have to be at net zero before 2045, and those other targets would move forward as well. So we've spent the carbon faster this decade, and it means that we have to transition faster after 2030. So those are the numbers for limiting warming to 2 degrees. That's not well below 2 degrees, which is what's actually stated in the Paris Agreement, and it's not 1.5 degrees. So in terms of if we wanted to be on that trajectory for limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, we'd have to be talking about emission reductions in Australia of around 74% by 2030.
Okay, final question is going to go to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, panel. So I know we were quoting the CSIRO report earlier around the cost of nuclear energy, but our very own ANSTO actually contradicts that when you look at small modular reactors coming in between $1 and $3 billion as opposed to $6 to $12 billion for the full-blown nuclear reactor. And the IEA has said that without nuclear, the transition will be in excess of an additional $1.6 trillion to make it there. Our very own Australian Workers' Union has also said, and I've met with them on this issue, but highly competitive, that small modular reactor technology is highly competitive on a generation basis with the added benefit of being zero emissions. So I know you put out your comments based on a CSIRO report that in of itself is contested by people. It's been out there since 2015. Would you like to comment specifically on small modular reactors rather than tending your comments that you gave to the committee earlier were clearly about the large nuclear power plants?
Just to clarify, perhaps I wasn't quite clear, I'm not basing my comments on any particular single report and not the CSIRO report either. I'm basing my comments on the accumulated body of evidence and knowledge. Look, like with any technology that may or may not emerge and to be proven economically feasible.
Like batteries.
Like batteries,
yeah.
Small and medium-sized nuclear reactors might well turn out to be a feasible and possibly economically viable source of medium-sized electricity production.
Reliable,
as an option. The second question is, of course, how attractive and suitable this will be for Australia. And Australia, if we imagine a global SMR industry that were viable, then Australia would be one of the harder markets for these technologies to be viable, just simply because of the alternatives being so relatively cheap and so relatively available.
Yeah, I understand,
that's all.
Professor, but they're also so relatively unreliable. And so, as you would appreciate, and the reliability factor is the one that people haven't really turned their mind to, and it's okay, we'll get batteries in. where we're struggling with that to the capacity we need it, and going forward that we're going to need it as well. So it's sort of a similar argument that you're making
So we might
around
just,
new technologies.
we might just put that on notice. We have come to
Yes.
time. Thank you for your evidence today. If there are any further questions on notice, the date for return is Monday the 22nd of August, given the short time frame for this inquiry. Thank you so much for your evidence, and I would ask the environmental panel to make their way online or to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, we have everyone except for Richard.
Okay.
We're following him now.
The rest are all online? Who's in the room? Cool. Now we're going to need to be tasky because this is only half an hour.
That young Daniel from the AWU, very impressive. He really is. Very, very good.
Okay, I'd like to welcome representatives from the following groups to the hearing. The majority are by video conference, but in the room we have Mr. Oliver Toohey from the International Climate Change Program. So we have the Australian Conservation Foundation, the World Wildlife Fund, the Wilderness Society, Greenpeace, Wilderness Australia and the Environmental Defenders Office. We only have a short period of time, so we're going to be a little tasky here. If you could just go around and give us your name and the capacity in which you appear today, that would be great. We might start with Mr. Toohey.
Yeah, hi. My name's Oliver Toohey. I'm the international program manager for WWF Australia, and that's the capacity I'm here in. Thanks.
Cool. Conservation Foundation.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Harder. I'm the Australian Conservation Foundation's Climate Change and Clean Energy Policy Advisor and Campaigner.
And the other WWF person?
Good morning. I'm Krista Singleton Cambage. I'm the head of climate and food security at WWF Australia.
Thank you. The Wilderness Society?
My name is Tim Bashara. I'm the manager of policy and strategy.
Wilderness Australia? Okay, I think you might be on mute.
Sorry. Yes, I'm a director of Wilderness Australia and a director of the International Forest and Climate Program of the Australian Rainforest Conservation Society.
Thank you. EDO?
I'm Rachel Wormsley. I'm the Head of Policy and Law Reform at Environmental Defenders Office.
Lovely, thank you. We only have half an hour, so if I could ask you, either each of you or representatives of you, to provide a very short 1-minute statement. Again, we'll start with Mr. Toohey in the room.
We submitted our statement last night online as per the instructions that we'd received, so...
Yeah, so I'm just giving you an opportunity.
We'll just stay
No,
with
you're
that
all
one, that's fine,
pass
yeah,
on that.
thanks.
Can we have a copy of that statement, please? Thank you. No, they're coming.
They're coming.
Apologies.
That's right.
Right, so
Chair, did you want to give
Does-
any of the others?
does anybody want to make a short statement at all?
Tim Bashara from the Wilderness Society.
Sorry, it's hard to see you. I think you're going to need to be quite robust in waving at the camera. Tim, sorry, the writing's very small. I can't read it, so please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to take the opportunity to make a very quick statement. Quick because it is something we all need to do to act on climate and environmental concerns right now. I'll start by saying we've heard a lot recently about the environmental actions of the late Bob Hawke from this current government, but given that he left office 30 years ago and for all his great achievements back then, the legislative framework we have to address these issues are no longer his. For instance, the Environment Minister currently administers around 3,300 pages of law that is written by coalition governments and only 900 pages written by a Labor government. So the statute book is 4-to-1, a Conservative government statute book, and we believe it's not fit for purpose. Over recent years, the Parliament has not been a friend to addressing climate and environment issues. This bill is a step towards changing that. We, the Wilderness Society, have put forward some simple things that we believe would improve these bills and also raise some stretch opportunities to lift your sites. We believe making community consultation mandatory is a no-brainer for these bills. We also believe that making sure that climate impacts to nature are part of the Climate Change Authority's deliberations is equally a no-brainer. We also, furthermore, believe that a safeguard against native forest biomass being accounted for as renewable energy that Labor once successfully embedded in law in 2001 and sought again in 2015 should be brought back. I understand ACF and others have put that in their submission.
Okay, we might just, we don't have a great deal of time, hence the request for a short 1 minute intro. We need to be able to get to Senators' questions so that we can drill into the material you guys have already provided us with. Does anyone else have a short introductory statement they would like to make? A minute or less. Thank you, Ms Young.
Thank you. It will be very short. I just want to stress that native forest biomass emits more CO2 than coal, makes the already parlous condition of our native forests worse, and will make it near impossible to rescue wildlife on the brink of extinction. Forests logged today will not recover their carbon stocks for decades to centuries, and are certainly not renewable by 2050. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'd like to make a very short statement.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in the committee's inquiry. There has never been a more important subject for parliamentary committee inquiry, particularly in the first days of a new Australian Parliament. I feel that Australians' future depends on the actions that we take to curb and to respond to climate damage, and that this committee can play a key role in helping Australia to assume its rightful place at the forefront of global climate ambition after a wasted decade of inaction. I encourage the committee to consider ACF's detailed submission related to both bills and our joint submission with the Australian Climate Roundtable. And I look forward to taking questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel Walmsley.
Thank you. EDO supports these bills as an important first step. In relation to the climate bill, obviously, the most important issue is a mechanism to ratchet up targets in a timely manner in accordance with the science. But to make those targets actually meaningful, the consequential bill needs to be far broader in terms of what it covers and to ensure that decisions are actually consistent with achieving targets, and climate change isn't just a consideration that can be had regard to and then disregarded. To assist the committee, we've provided a roadmap for climate reform that identifies 5 opportunities and 58 recommendations for that broader piece of reform that needs to follow this important first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We might go to Senator Mackenzie first.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for attending. And this is like speed dating. So I will be very, very quick. I've got one question for each of you. So to the Australian Conservation Foundation, do you guarantee that once this legislation is passed, you will not use this target in legal action against the federal government to halt infrastructure and transport projects?
Thank you, Senator. Look, I certainly have seen commentary about this bill leading to legal actions. And certainly there are legal actions in the system right now. Our intention certainly isn't to encourage a bill so that we can take legal action later. I certainly can't say there's no way possible in the future that there would be the need to do that, or that we would feel the need to do that. But right now, that certainly is not our intention.
Thank
our
you.
Intention is for the Australian Parliament to pass climate legislation and move forward with action.
Thank you. WWF Australia, do you guarantee you will not use this target once it's legislated to take legal action against the federal government on infrastructure and transport projects?
This bill enacts a legal requirement to meet a 43% target. I think we would see this as simply that. A piece
So
of
that's a
legislation
yes
that
or a no?
we could utilise. I'm not going to, as in,
Well,
I
we're
will
actually,
guarantee it or I won't
you're
guarantee
actually
it.
here
I'm not going to
to
guarantee,
answer the question.
I'm
You're
not
not going to
guarantee
guarantee
future legal action.
Righto. The Wilderness Society. Do you guarantee that you will not, as we've seen overseas, once a target is legislated, taking legal action against this federal government or others in the future on infrastructure and transport projects?
Well, Senator, my read of this bill, and as you would probably read it, is there's probably very little scope to do so. You would understand that where Parliament doesn't provide for a remedy to deal with a failure to comply with a duty associated with a thing written into law, there is no scope for us to go through the court to do this, that actually the role for the remedy relies on people like you, Senator, to hold the government of account to do so. So,
No,
I mean,
the experience overseas has been that organisations such as yours have taken governments to court around infrastructure projects based on legislated targets. So I'll take that as a no. I've just got two. I'm conscious of other senators have time, and so I just want to ask two more questions. Sorry, I'm actually the one asking the question. So thank you for that. Wilderness Australia, do you guarantee that you'll not use this legislated target once it's through the Senate to, and sorry Sarah, I am making assumptions there, but once it's legislated through the Senate to take this or any future federal government to court on infrastructure or transport projects?
If infrastructure and transport includes burning native forest wood for power, then there is no such guarantee.
No, they build, runways and roads and bridges and things like that.
Well, that's not our area of expertise or interest. Ours is what happens to Australia's forests and the integrity of maintaining the integrity of the target.
And Environmental Defenders Office of Australia, do you guarantee you will take no this federal government or no future federal government to court on the building of infrastructure or transport projects as a result of this target being legislated?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Simple. I'm done.
We will move to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I do query the appropriateness of asking witnesses around hypotheticals, but anyway.
It's a lived experience
yes.
of the United Kingdom and other countries.
Anyway, Senator McKenzie, you've had your shot.
Okay, thank you, Senator McKenzie.
I would like to ask the witnesses, particularly in relation to the climate impacts on the environment. This is a target of 43%. As we know, by 2030, obviously we've heard from the scientists already this morning that we are going to need to do more than that if we are to keep temperatures between 1.5 and 2 degrees from rising. I'd like to understand from each of you your views around the importance of a climate trigger in our environment laws. So perhaps could start with WWF or ACF.
Could you just, expand on what you mean by climate trigger?
Climate trigger. So in our environmental laws, having a climate impact assessment in our environmental laws.
Yeah, look, we think that's a critical element of any responsible environmental law. I think, agreeing with the scientists that spoke earlier, we've also submitted a report that WWF Australia commissioned, which indicates what a scientific approach to greenhouse reductions would be. We recognise that 43% represents a floor within the bill and not a ceiling, and we hope to see that it can be built on over time to reach Australia's fair share, to reach a 1.5 degree world.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. ACF?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we feel that one of the glaring deficiencies of the EPBC Act, which is our main environmental act, is that it does not integrate climate change considerations. There's really no means to ensure that climate resilience and climate change impacts can be directly accounted for in EPBC decision-making processes. And so among other matters, consideration of a climate trigger or a threshold that ensures climate change is brought into the Act, we feel will be essential to ensure this integration. One thing we know is that, as you've noted, climate change is one of the driving factors in environmental damage and species extinction, and so therefore bringing climate into the considerations under the EPBC Act will be quite critical. We do understand that this current bill has a narrow focus, and that the EPBC Act itself is currently undergoing a reform process, but we would want to see, as that reform process is concluded and climate is integrated into the bill, that the EPBC Act also become included here as a consequential amendment. So both things, yes, climate trigger in the bill, in the EPBC Act, and then EPBC Act becoming a consequential amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps if any of the other organisations, yes, Mr. Bashara.
Yeah, it's a great question, Senator. Also relevant to this particular bill is how the Climate Change Authority goes about providing advice to the government around what an appropriate emissions target is, doesn't incorporate the potential climate impacts on nature. For example, for the Great Barrier Reef, the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees is the difference between a catastrophe and words beyond the catastrophe. And currently, the Climate Council, the Climate Authority, will not be able to, or not explicitly look to consider those differences in drawing up its national emissions target. And I think it would be very appropriate and a small tweak to the bill to have that made explicit. They should consider and articulate what the impacts of different climate scenarios are on Australia's nature. And I think it would lead to a more informed public discussion and would also lead to a more informed target.
Thank you. Yes, Rachel.
Thank you, Senator. EDO has long supported and advocated for a climate trigger in the EPBC Act. If we have a hope of achieving and hopefully exceeding these targets, we need to ensure that the approvals of the projects that have major emissions and the extensions of projects are actually properly considered. So absolutely, our national environmental law needs to have climate considerations built in, climate impact statements, emissions disclosure statements, and a far more thorough and robust approach to climate change. So we strongly support climate amendments to the EPBC Act.
Thank you. Mr. Ritter, have you got any comments to make on that?
Look, in the interest of time, I'd simply endorse the comments made.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you for a moment? Mr. Ritter, thank you for joining us. For the Hansard record, could you please just state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today before answering the question?
Yeah, sure. My apologies. There were some password issues at my end. My name is David Ritter. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Greenpeace Australia Pacific. And yes, look, in the interest of time, I'd simply endorse the comments of my colleagues about the importance of a trigger of this nature being inserted. Thanks.
Thank you. I did have a question specifically for Ms. Young in relation to the comments the matter you've raised in relation to biomass. During the debate in the House on this particular piece of legislation, the Minister did undertake to look at removing the Abbott-era regulations in relation to these matters. Would you just be able to unpack that, the impact on that for us, please, in as short amount of time as possible? You're muted, I think. Sorry, Ms. Young, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry.
There we are.
You're referring, I imagine, to the changes made by the Abbott government
yes.
to the Renewable Energy Act, which has paved the way for some, consequent amendments to make it feasible to either co-generate using native forest biomass with coal or to replace coal altogether, as is now currently proposed for the Redbank Power Station in New South Wales. The impact has been to really there is no avenue now for assessing, thanks to the failings of the EPBC, the exclusion of native forests from any form of examination under the EPBC, the lack of a climate trigger, etc. There's no avenue for examining the impact of an industry like this on native forests, let alone the climate impacts. The assumption is that it's renewable when anything is, when it couldn't be further from the cases. However old a forest is when it's logged, is how long it will take to recover the carbon. So there are Alinta at Loy Yang is off in the UK talking to Drax about introducing co-firing with wood in Australia. So it's a very real threat with a projected increase in demand for biomass across the world, running at about 270% between 2017 and 2027. So it's a major issue that's often overlooked. It's just sitting there waiting to take off in Australia, and it will undermine both the renewable energy target and have potentially really severe impacts on our ability to protect wildlife and restore our forests.
And is it that it's not just the pollution and the emissions that are created by the burning of the biomass from native forest, but it's also then the reduction in the carbon sink, so therefore you get a compounded impact?
Yes, you miss the opportunity cost of protecting and restoring forests, which actually offers the highest climate mitigation value, delivers integrated climate and biodiversity outcomes. And the experience in Europe has been a significant reduction in the carbon sink value of their forests. Many are now turning into sources because the pressure, well, the incentive is to log forests much earlier than they would otherwise be logged, open up areas of forest that have never been logged before, and generally change the way in which forests are logged. So it intensifies logging. Mm-hmm. So there are climate impacts at almost every level, from what the atmosphere sees, which is more emissive per unit of energy than coal, to the reduction in the carbon sink value and stability of the forest. So it reduces their integrity and the stability of their carbon storage. So at every level, it has a severe climate impact.
Mm. And of course, we know that we are facing a huge biodiversity crisis in Australia. A loss of biodiversity, a loss of native species. It seems that this would be the exact wrong direction to be going in.
Yes.
I just want, final question, are you proposing for an amendment to overrule that regulation from the Abbott government, or does it need to be deleted, removed, or does it need to be amended? I guess do you have a solution for that?
Well, the minimum would be to remove it and replace it with the original exclusion. So it would be you could simply restore the original exclusion of native forest biomass as a source of renewable energy. There are likely other consequent amendments as well that you would need, and you could certainly make the legislation much, much clearer rather than just having the exclusion sitting in a regulation. And there are a number of submissions that have come in dealing with this issue that present a range of, including ACF has mentioned this, and I think you've probably got about a dozen other submissions sitting there with various suggestions of how to strengthen the protection of native forests and protection of the climate, actually, by allowing forests to reach their biological and carbon-carrying potential.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg? No. Okay, we'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, guests. Thank you, panellists. From an agriculture perspective, and I know this bill is very Australia-focused, but this is a global problem. Australia feeds 70 million people. If we were to lock up farms for revegetation, rewilding, forestry, do we accept that the logical consequences developing nations would have to deforest and farm in less efficient manners and have an Australian positive act of rewilding ours has a negative effect in world emissions?
Sorry, can I just ask a point of clarification there? Your question went to, are they proposing that we...
No, if we have to lock up Australian farms or reforest...
Why would we have to lock up Australian farms?
For emissions or wilding.
So this is like a hypothetical
like that.
journey?
If that is a journey to help with emissions and carbon, do we accept that globally?
I don't know that anyone's proposing that we lock up farms at this point.
Chair.
But it is a hypothetical.
Well, the plan is unclear of how we're going to get there, and this is a justifiable question.
I
from
think
the
it's
Senator.
a slightly fanciful question. But
Is
maybe
this a
you
point
could
of
just
order?
adapt
You're
that.
ruling out his ability
No, I'm not.
to-
I'm just asking
Okay.
him to clarify because I don't believe anyone is suggesting that we lock up all our farms to plant trees.
And I wasn't suggesting we lock up all.
So can you just please be a little bit clearer with your
If we have to take portions of our farm to a non-productive use, do we accept globally that could be a problem in feeding the rest of the world?
I think Christie's food security.
Yep.
Chair, I'm happy to address that question if it pleases the committee. From WWF's perspective, that would not be necessary and in fact would be counterproductive. We believe that solutions such as agrobiodiversity and agroecology lead to nature positive and climate resilient food production systems. And we look at the food system holistically from production through to consumption. So we do not envision a scenario where locking away certain percentages of private productive land would be necessary.
Thank you.
Great. Senator Bragg, are you back with us? No. Okay. You can
I'll try again.
go again.
Another question. We had some scientists in here previously, and they were talking about the short-term need for transitions, use of more copper, more nickel, more resources, that lithium that need to be mined for making the grid ready for more renewables. That obviously runs the problem. We'll need more mine approvals and more land to be mining on. What is the stance of your groups and your thing on using land where we may use native veg or biodiversity for these things for the greater good, and also using land for solar farms and wind farms? Anyone?
I think given the size of the panel, it's probably
Okay, I'll
easier
go
if you
Mr. Tui, you're in the
direct...
room, I'll give you the
Look, there's a delicate balancing act that we need to take with all mining approvals. We need to be balancing the impacts on nature and also the impacts for, as you said, the greater good of seeking our renewable energy targets. I think it's a case-by-case basis, really. It's pretty hard to be putting sort of a blanket statement on what mining or is acceptable in a sort of future hypothetical basis. Thanks.
Andrew's back. Sorry, Senator Bragg's back.
Right, okay. Senator Bragg, you have a few minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I'm interested in the cost of the transition, and I know that there is some information that AEMO has published, but more broadly, on the cost of the transition of getting to near net zero, or net zero, what is the best way to reduce, like assuming that it is a very expensive transition, I think everyone would agree that whatever the number is, it's big. What is going to be the best way to reduce the cost to the taxpayer and to get the market to fund this expense? I'd be interested if people have, 2 or 3 ideas.
Again, if you could direct to one of the panel, given the size of the panel, I think that might assist us.
All right. Maybe the ACF could field this one.
Thank you, Senator. Look, we do a lot of work with business and industry, trying to find levels of agreement. And on this one, what's become very clear is that there is a lot of money, a lot of investment money, a lot of business and industry money that is looking to support a clean energy transition and a transition that supports achievement of net zero. But what they've been calling out for very clearly is policy certainty. There's an added risk to any money that is invested in the absence of policy certainty, and they've made that very clear. So it's not just a matter of public money doing all the work here, although there is a place certainly for public investment, and there are areas of market failure. But in general, the strongest thing that we have heard is that clear policy parameters, and that includes climate change policy and energy policy, clear plans, and for example, the Australian Energy Market Operators Integrated System Plan, which gives us a good sense of what the roadmap needs to be to make this transition. And we can align the policy and the work to that plan. All of these things are really, I think, important in terms of driving down the cost, bringing in private investment, bringing that investment into the transition. Thank you.
Thank you.
All done?
Might be one more answer. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, just to add to what my colleague from ACF has articulated as well, we think that there are incredible opportunity costs of not reaching forward for grab Australia's opportunity for a just transition. For example, some of our research has shown that by the year 2040, almost 400,000 new jobs will be created in a clean energy future. And so we think there are opportunity costs of not proceeding in that direction as well. And Australia is very ripe in terms of time and opportunity to do so.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Could I just do a quick follow-up there?
Yeah,
quick?
sure. Go.
I commend a report, and WWF was involved in this as well. It was commissioned by Accenture, and it's called Sunshot, and it lays out that opportunity at $82 billion opportunity, just as was mentioned, and where that opportunity lies in terms of 6 areas of investment. It's very, very significant, and it's very clear that it's ready for the taking in Australia.
Thank you. Can I just ask, a number of the submissions from this panel go to the issue of burning wood, biomass, native forest. Can you tell me exactly how many, because my understanding is there's only one project where this has been utilised. I don't know, Mr. Toohey, if you...
I'd ask Virginia Young.
Okay, excellent. Ms. Young, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. So there is a proposal to...
No, I'm not talking about proposals. The Minister has already said that he's going to have a look at it. What I'm interested in is what is actually happening right now.
Yes, Cape Byron Power is utilising wood as part of its generation.
Is that native wood?
Yes, but yes, and there's a question mark over the claims that this is coming from plantations. So that is disputed.
Okay.
Okay, so the expert who's leading that dispute is Tim Cadman in northern New South Wales, so who's done a lot of field work and mapping on the sourcing of the wood for Cape Byron Power. Cape Byron Power also has links to Drax in the UK.
No, I'm not interested in overseas experiences. I'm actually interested in what's happening in Australia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the only one that I know of that's currently co-firing, utilising wood, but every state government is examining this issue in one way or another. Tasmania has a draft vision for bioenergy. New South Wales and Victoria also have this very firmly on the table.
Okay. Thank you. We will go to Senator Mackenzie for one question.
Okay. So I think this is to Virginia or anyone else who wants to jump in. But further to Senator Cadell's question, if carbon sinks are not proposed to be on private productive land, where do we propose to achieve some of the offsets for our more intensive industries?
Should I answer that?
Well, you were smiling, so I assume you've got a good answer.
Oh, well, look, there are many private landholders who are actually very interested in protecting the native vegetation they've got and contributing to restoration action. So one of my other hats, Senator, is on the board of the Great Eastern Ranges Connectivity Initiative and on the board of Gondwana Link, which is another major connectivity program in Western Australia, both of whom work cooperatively with private landholders who wish to support regeneration, protection of their native vegetation for both biodiversity and climate outcomes. So I think you'll find there's actually a lot of interest amongst many private landholders in helping to deliver integrated climate and biodiversity solutions. But the no-brainer in this space is actually Australia's public native forests, which have enormous potential to recapture carbon and obviously provide a much safer environment for biodiversity, much more quickly and much more effectively than planting new trees.
And
so there's
effectively
a huge issue around our public native forest estate to be considered.
And sorry, I take from your answer that effectively taking land out of productive food, like food production, into biodiversity outcomes would have an impact on our ability to produce food, is I think what Senator
No,
Cadell's...
not at all. That is correct, completely incorrect, Senator. I'm
just
sorry.
clarifying.
Protecting and restoring vegetation on farms can have a very positive impact on food production. I think it was my colleague from WWF who said earlier that there are a vast number of improvements that can be made to both biodiversity and production by adopting more agroecological approaches on farms. And that's something that people are working with every day.
No, I do understand the
without
improvement to soil,
compromising
etc.
food production.
So when the Environment Minister
Senator
says
Mackenzie, we
she
said
wants...
one question. We're going to go to
Okay.
Senator Pocock. If we have time, we will come back to you.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for ACF. In your submission, you talk about the need to synchronise Paris Agreement targets by having NDCs reflected in domestic law. Could you just explain that a bit more? Why that's important?
Certainly. The reason that that's in our submission is, I'm not sure if it's a drafting error, if it's intentional, but the way the bill is currently drafted, the definition of our Australian greenhouse gas emissions target is set in legislation, and the process to update the NDC happens through the Paris Agreement, not through the bill. But everything else in the bill, including the annual statement, the Climate Change Authority's advice, and other things, are connected to a target that is embedded in the bill. So the point that we're making is that we are looking at a potential disconnect where, under the Paris Agreement, which requires all parties to the agreement every 5 years to assess and ratchet up their emissions reduction targets, which are called nationally determined contributions, means that, and the fact that we've embedded that in the objects of this bill, of this act, means that Australia will be needing to do that very thing, looking next at a 2035 target. But the bill does not then translate that increase, sorry if I look crazy right now, translate that increase back into the other provisions of the bill. So, for example, we update our nationally determined contribution. We still have a 43% target embedded in our bill, and everything else that relates to that target is working off a target that's not consistent with our international commitment. So that has implications for the way we're viewed internationally in terms of making good on those NDCs, and also the way we're reporting and tracking progress.
Thank you. Chair, do I have time for one more?
Yes.
Thank you. In your submission, you also talked about the need for the Act that governs NOPSEMA to be amended to require decisions under the Act to actually take into account these legislated targets. Why is that?
Sorry about that. Just had to unmute. So the reason for that, so NOPSEMA is established under the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act. And that act provides a legal framework for the exploration and recovery of petroleum and greenhouse gas activities in Commonwealth waters. So it actually just logically makes sense that an act that provides a legal framework for greenhouse gas activities would be a consequential amendment to a climate change bill. In this case, NOPSEMA has principal functions that include advising on matters related to environmental management, well integrity and environmental management. So it's built into NOPSEMA. However, there's nothing built in that requires them to consider Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets as part of their decision making. So what we are recommending is that that act be brought into the consequential amendments bill to require consideration of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets as part of the decision making under the Act, and also to ensure that NOPSEMA facilitates achievement of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction target.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. We will go for one question to Senator Mackenzie. Just the one?
Okay. I note the Environment Minister's comments in her National Press Club address that she wants to halt the development of land, like 30%, effectively lock up 30% of our productive capacity in agriculture going forward. Well, I'm sorry, we've just had the chair try and take down Senator Cadell on this part of the plan. Didn't succeed. Part of the plan is not going to be to lock up farms and not take land out of productive
it's early
use.
in a two-day hearing. I wonder if we could not
the Environment
start
Minister,
on this pathway just
The Environment
yet.
Minister made that comment. And so I'm just wanting to ask our participants here today, do they agree with the Environment Minister's desire to halt land development of 30% of, our undeveloped, if you like, or not industrialised land mass? Do they agree with her comments?
I'm not familiar with those comments from the press club. I
maybe
wouldn't feel
on
comfortable
notice.
doing it.
Okay, and
if
that's
it's the
fair
20 by
enough.
30, if it's the 30 by 30 target, that
It
doesn't
is.
necessarily just rely on productive land as you've described. So it wouldn't, you're not actually framing it the way that I assume the minister means. But again, I haven't seen the comments. So I can't.
Okay, well, that's a great point. So on notice, if you could all have a look at her comments, and just in the frame of the topic, I guess, we're having around productive land use, and as Virginia's comments were about biodiversity, etc. If you could just give me your thoughts on that 30% development target.
And just
Chair-
to be clear, the characterisation of Senator Mackenzie may differ somewhat to the commentary, so we will endeavour to provide you with the actual commentary so you can respond to that question appropriately.
Chair,
Please.
to comment on that as well. To reiterate again, I think there are many private landholders around Australia advocating for and using and valuing the ecosystem services and natural infrastructure of their land in food production systems. This includes everything from agrivoltaics to looking at vegetation, carbon, water, etc. And so the two, biodiversity positive and climate positive, go very much hand in hand.
Yeah, and absolutely, that's a conversation happening on farm each and every day out in regions.
Great, and
but
we
it's
are going to
about
move on,
whether
Senator
it's going to be
McKenzie.
compulsory or not, and who pays.
Yep. Okay. We will now go to Senator Hanson-Young.
I just was wondering whether any of you had any initial comments in relation to the release of the consultation paper by the Climate and Energy Minister today, which is in relation to the safeguard mechanism. Obviously, the Minister has made numerous public comments about the safeguard mechanism being one of the next steps once this bill is passed. Anyone?
You may find that they have not seen it because it was just released this morning.
Yes, but I think people understand what the process is, but...
Could you give us a link to the bill that we are discussing, just for relevance?
As I said, the Minister in his debate on this bill and when the bill was tabled said that the safeguard mechanism would be one of the processes used in order to reach the 43%. So I'm just wondering if anybody is able to give comment on that process.
Ms Harder.
I can.
Rachel?
Yes, that's an area that we've identified in our roadmap as requiring obvious reform in the first instance. There are a number of things that can be done to the safeguard mechanism, so I refer you to the recommendations in our roadmap. We've also done detailed analysis of what specifically could be done to the safeguard mechanism in the short term, but as I said, that's part of a suite of necessary reforms, but that is a good starting point, and I can take that on notice and provide some further detail to the committee on specific safeguard mechanism amendments, but that's also in our roadmap.
Yes, that would be helpful if you could take it on notice and give us some specific changes that you think are needed in the safeguard mechanism in order to achieve keeping temperature below 2 degrees.
Ms Harder, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. ACF has for quite a long time investigated facilities that are captured under the safeguard mechanism, and what's been very clear to us is that quite a lot of facilities have been increasing their emissions over time, and there have been loopholes and other opportunities which mean they have never needed to purchase carbon credits or pay any kind of a penalty. The facilities captured under the mechanism are about 28% of Australia's emissions. And so this area of emissions, industrial emissions, is an area that we really have not addressed over many years. So basically, I'm welcoming this safeguard mechanism discussion paper and the fact of starting to do work to bring that into a place, that mechanism into a place where it will help drive down emissions from facilities, many of which have actually made net zero commitments and need to do this anyways, but it will actually provide, I believe, once the process works through, provide certainty and a pathway for each of these facilities. And again, that allows them to invest in solutions with much more certainty about what they need to achieve. So I welcome the process.
Mm-hmm. I've got one final question and open to any of you to answer. How do we achieve keeping temperature below 2 degrees or even the 43% by 2030 while opening up new coal and gas projects?
David has his hands up. David Ritter has his hand up.
David? Well, look, I think the clear answer, Senator, is that while the 43% refers to domestic emissions, as I understand the intent, climate change, global warming is an international problem, but it's a planetary problem. And it's an artificial distinction to say that we will try and do something about domestic emissions while continue to open up new coal or gas reserves, when the exported emissions from those projects will continue to drive global warming. It's a matter of clear public record that Australia's exported emissions exceed our domestic emissions, and the guidance from the United Nations, the International Energy Agency, and as many scientists as you would care to count, is that we should not be opening new coal, oil or gas. The time has come for a line to be well and truly drawn under that as an activity. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have now come to...
There's one other question.
Okay.
Response.
Yep, if we could just make it swift, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to add to what my colleague has just noted, we've provided in our recommendations as well an observation that the bill is silent on Australia's Scope 3 emissions, and looking at the impacts domestically in terms of global climate change effects, I think is really important going forward.
Great, thank you. I'd like to thank you all for coming along today. It's been very beneficial to hear from you all. If you have taken any questions on notice, the date of return for those answers is Monday, the 22nd of August, given the short time frame for this inquiry. Thank you so much for your time. If I could now ask the representatives of the Farmers Federation, are on video conference, and the Australian Forest Products Association here in person to come forward.
I'll be nicer to these ones.
I'm sure you will.
I need some eggs.
There's only two of them.
I'm hungry.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. For the Hansard record, if we could go around, if you could all give your name and the capacity in which you are appearing today. And we might start with Mr. Atkinson on the video.
Thank you, Chair. Angus Atkinson.
Okay, if you got some volume, you could turn up there, Mr. Atkinson. It's very, very faint.
You're asking the IT guy here, and he's not very good at it. So you might move to Warwick, and I'll see what I can do.
Oh, that's better.
How are we going?
That's good. Better. That's good.
Angus Atkinson. I'm a beef producer from Central West New South Wales. I am the chair of the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Committee at NFF, and I'll be representing my committee today at today's hearing. Thank you.
Warwick Ragg, General Manager, Natural Resource Management, National Farmers Federation.
Thank you.
Victor Violante, Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Forest Products Association of New South Wales. And Ross Hampton, Chief Executive Officer of the national body, Australian Forest Products Association.
Cool, right, and that's all. That's everyone. Excellent. So I'd like to invite you each to make a short opening statement. Around the 1 minute mark is where we've been pitching, given timeframes are tight and senators have a lot of questions.
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to provide one for the National Farmers Federation. The NFF continues to be closely engaged in the climate debate. We have policy supporting economy-wide net zero by 2050, provided it meets economic and limited regulatory thresholds. Today, we support the passage of these bills, noting that they are framework legislation that can provide business certainty, but the real challenge will be developing the implementation processes to achieve the ambition. There are two specific areas to comment on. We understand there will be further consultation on the safeguard mechanism, and since I've drafted this, it's obviously in the process of being released. While we understand this has little direct impact on agriculture, where it does concern us is that the enhanced ambition may create a greater demand for offsets, and this will create a tension on the use of agricultural land for offsets-only projects. We prefer an integrated approach to maintain productive capacity that also recognises multiple-use landscapes. This is coupled with our concern that farmers need to be confident that they have understood and met their own current and or future needs for sequestration at a farm scale prior to participating in the market. Powering Australia, the Labor Party's policy document in relation to climate change, includes a statement that in agriculture, Powering Australia will focus on the development and commercialisation of emissions-reducing livestock feed and improved carbon farming opportunities. We look forward to working with government to continue to enhance investment in innovation, extension and collaboration to better situate agriculture to positively participate in a carbon-constrained future. I now invite my colleague, presumably Mr. Rosshampton, to provide further contribution. In doing so, I acknowledge that AFPA are NFF members, and there is a real intersection of priorities relating to integrating commercial plantations in particular into the agricultural landscape where they meet appropriate thresholds. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you. Mr Hampton.
Look, thanks very much, Senators, and thanks for your interest in this such an important topic. AFPA 2 has endorsed a net zero 2050 target for Australia, an economy-wide target, and as the NFF has already said, we also believe that this legislation should be passed. And our opening statement is very short, Chair. You'll be delighted to know the Australian Forest Products Association welcomes the opportunity to give additional evidence on the Climate Change Bill and the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. The size, scale and complexity of the climate challenge necessitates pursuing multiple options at once and means finding a balance between different approaches and maintaining a focus on activities that have the highest efficiency and an equitable mix of individual, shared and stacked benefits will be the best course of action. Critical to the success of achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement will be effective consultation on the implementation of climate policies to those most affected, and we would join with the NFF in saying forestry can be most affected, but we're also best placed to make a big difference to Australia's emissions profile, and I'm sure through the course of today you'll hear more about that. One of the things I think I would just add to conclude, Chair, is that there's many challenges in meeting climate goals in Australia and many trade-offs. The great thing, as you address us in forestry, is that we can be win-win-win as part of the solution. Win for climate change, win for putting timber onto the shelves of Bunnings and Mitre 10, and win for farmers that we'll talk to you about as they diversify and create different crops.
Thank you, Mr Hampton.
I think Mr Hampton's covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the NFF and AFPA for your submissions. I've got some questions for the AFPA. First one is, do you agree that ACCUs must have integrity for the 43% target to also have integrity?
Yeah, that's certainly, Senator Pocock, that's a strong position of AFPA that whatever credits are being used, be they international or domestic, that they need to have veracity. They need to be what I think you would call high integrity credits, as we've discussed together. That's something you'd have a unity ticket with us on.
And do you agree that that integrity relies on real evidence that they'll create additional abatement?
That's exactly right. I think the Australian system is recognised globally as one of the most robust, if not the most robust, and IRAC's commission of ensuring that methodologies are developed scientifically, have a great deal of integrity, and that they add real benefits in terms of carbon sequestration, and they're of meaningful scale too, which is another one of the IRAC's remits, are all things that we fully subscribe to, yes.
And then in your submission, you met the plantation forestry method. Where's the scientific evidence in favour of additionality with that method?
Well, there was a robust process, I think it was something like 4 or 5 years ago, with scientists involved in determining that for advice to ERAC and then ERAC's advice to the Minister of the day. So I'm sure you're aware, Senator Pocock, we don't, the industry itself, forest industries don't create methodologies. That was done in a scientific process, looking at a whole range of factors, and they came to an overwhelming conclusion that the methodology was applicable to plantation forestry, and I'm sure you're well aware there's different methodologies within that broad umbrella, and there's one I know that you particularly want to talk about, which I'm delighted to as well. But as a broad part of Australia's architecture for climate change mitigation, I don't know that there would be too many dissenters from the idea that plantation forestry is a valid participant in the market.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senators, could I just quickly add to that? Senator Pocock, just in response to that, or in addition to that, I think it's going to be important to understand, particularly through the Chubb process, how additionality is exercised. So an area that we'll be interested in understanding the Chubb review's disposition on is the additionality, that is a change of management intent. So if someone had intended to undertake a land use practice and the opportunity to divert that land use practice into a carbon sequestration project allowed it to qualify for additionality, then we would think that would be a legitimate pathway. So the stark example, if you like, is avoided clearing. If someone has a right to clear and they choose not to exercise their entry into an ERF methodology, then we think that's something that should continue to be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McKenzie, you have the call.
Thank you, gentlemen, one and all. We were having a discussion earlier around the locking up of land. Obviously, Minister Plibersek's commentary around the goal to reduce, have 30% of our land mass not be developed for emission reduction targets. I mean, given that agriculture's contribution to not just our national GDP but our regional communities and also forestry, do you have any comments to make around productive land use in the context of a much more ambitious legislated target?
Yeah, well, it all does come down to land use, of course, if you're talking about natural capital and our role in carbon accounting in Australia. The great thing about Australia as it addresses this pretty huge challenge of climate change is we have opportunity on our land to make meaningful change. The addition of the government and the opposition, of course, have a bipartisan agreement that we need to add 1 billion more production trees to the landscape because everyone knows we're very short of timber in Australia. But the additional benefit of that, of course, is it would sequester about 500 megatonnes of carbon.
How much,
Sorry, Senator?
How much would it...
About 500 megatonnes would be the outcome by 2050 as those trees grow. But of most interest, I think, to you, Senator McKenzie, is the current agricultural land, as you know, is about 370 million hectares. Plantations are about 1.7, 1.8 million hectares. This would increase it to about 2.5 million hectares. It's less than 1% of ag land now, and it would be less than 1% of ag land down the track if that 1 billion trees was realised. But then we would have something like closer to self-sufficiency in our timber. I mean, we've talked a little bit this morning, or the Senate committee has heard about agricultural food production, which is a great success story in Australia, but we export 3 times as much food as we can use, and we import $2 billion worth of timber products every year, which are getting harder and harder to find, of course, for our kids' homes, as I'm sure you're all aware if you're trying to do any renovating. So we need to become far more self-sufficient, and that's why we've been so delighted to have such great support for this idea that we need to sustain our small, carefully managed area of native forestry, where every tree pretty much that we're using is something that we planted or regenerated in times gone by, and grow the plantation estate in a modest way that's compatible with farming and with Australia's size.
NFF?
Senator McKenzie, can I just add to that, to your point about the 30% in particular? Our understanding, and it's probably a question worth asking the department, is that there's currently around 22% already protected, and current projects underway seem to suggest it might get somewhere near 26%. So it's still a further, wrong word to use, but a further acquisition or integration in the landscape. We're interested in having a discussion about what that looks like. We clearly don't want ag land to be targeted to be locked up there. But if there's an opportunity in a sort of natural capital marketplace, multiple use landscape application of that policy, then that might be something that has some attraction to the farm sector. But certainly we're not interested in seeing these sort of international alignment agreements used to have a further burden on access to productive land.
Thank you. In the NDC,
Sorry, Senator. Could I just have
sure.
From my point of view, from a farmer in New South Wales, as stated, like at the moment, there's 25% already in the public estate.
Yep.
And there are significant farmers, including myself, which are pests and weeds coming out of public estate now is enormously difficult to manage.
Yep.
For example, I can just tell you in the last month I have poisoned and shot and trapped over 150 pigs on my farm and next door, which is a public estate, and they have done zero.
Yes,
Now,
it's a
farmers
constant
are really concerned that there
complaint.
must be adequate resources to properly manage these areas that are going to be used for public land. So it's a really big issue for myself and a lot of farmers. It's fine to buy more land, that's fine, like if that's what you want to do, but the most important thing is to be able to manage what the government already has, and then make some decisions about, and again, I'll just go back to my farming experience, you can either do a little bit well or a lot badly. Now, I always reckon do a little bit well and maximise what you've got before you get bigger. And I just would really make sure that is a common complaint that I hear a lot of farmers talk about.
Thank you very much for that. In the nationally determined contribution that the former government took to Glasgow, there was a very specific requirement put on our country around 5 yearly reviews by the Productivity Commission into the socio-economic impact of, at the time, net zero by 2050, but on any change to that there would be an independent, rigorous assessment of who pays the price and where, so that government and the public can be conscious about where the pressure points are and where additional support needs to be provided for. I would appreciate, given that outside of your industry expertise, you both represent communities full of people across rural and regional Australia. How important is it to the update to the NDC that the Labor government has done? Yes, they've got the target in there, a more ambitious target, but they are not going forward with an independent 5-yearly review by the Productivity Commission. Can I just get your views on that, gentlemen, please?
Thanks, Senator. So I think there's a couple of things in there. I note Helen Haynes' amendments to the legislation in the lower house, which puts an increased focus on rural and regional impacts. We would support that being investigated further. I think there's a discussion about, implied in your, well, explicit perhaps in your question, about whether it's better to be the Productivity Commission or an empowered climate change authority. I think the important issue is to make sure that those things are addressed, and I would fully expect that any report to the Minister, then to Parliament, from whatever body, and the current legislative rubric suggests it's Climate Change Authority, should cover those issues and report on those impacts. And I think my opening comments certainly made clear that we're concerned about how the implementation of this may impact.
Thank you.
Yes,
My last question.
Senator, the point that I'd really like to get through is the fact that it has been a glaring omission that the impact on social,
yep,
out of the common now is ESG, and that social term just gets completely forgotten. Again, I'll go back to my experience. I've got a farm next door that was bought up for one of these schemes. They depopulated. They produce nothing, like they literally produce nothing. They don't assist with any rural fire service. They don't affect with pests. And so from a social point of view, it has had significant impact. Now, again, I just think that those things do need to be considered when these schemes are put through, and cheapest is not always best.
Thank you. My final question is, I would like both of your responses, but probably NFF's more so, around commentary that Australia is going to sign up to the International Methane Pledge. We've seen the impact that's had in New Zealand. I'd be very interested in your response, particularly, I note the NFF's submission to make sure that farmers are not seen as the solution to everyone's problem. I thought that was a very good sentence in your submission.
Thank you, Senator. I think a couple of things there. Firstly is we don't see any expectation that the methane pledge would be legislated. We've had a look at the methane pledge in its purest form, like just the black and white on the paper. And I think there's 8 commitments in there. The one that would cause us concern, but we've been given some comfort by Meat and Livestock Australia that it's probably at least within the scope of our trajectory, which is the 30 by 30 target, is of concern but not alarming, if I could put it that way. What we are more concerned about is the way the public debate would progress around that, which is, and we saw that with the UN Food Systems Summit, where it all became about reducing livestock numbers and changing dietary requirements. And that's just not a legitimate debate to have in the context of that discussion. So purely the methane pledge is of less concern perhaps to us than having to deal with the fallout debate that will go around it. And we know that there's already interest groups out there that are seeking to reduce cattle numbers, seeking to use that as a land clearing discussion or a better dietary discussion. And those are things that we will defend, but that we prefer not to have to on a daily basis.
Yeah, no, I get it. Angus, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, look, Senator, again, we have, as a farmer, setting targets is really important. Like having goals and knowing where you want to get to is important. The weaponisation of the methane pledge is what we're really concerned about. Given the fact in the Australian context, whereas we have a stable cattle herd. Now, in other words, our cattle, because of methane short time frames in existence, it's been stable for 20 years, basically stable. So we are adding no additional methane to the atmosphere than we were 20 years ago. But we get blamed for the increase in methane. And that has been a real frustration of a lot of farmers, particularly beef farmers, obviously. And that's the concern here. It's just the fact that it can be used against us, but there is a part in there that clearly says that it's got to benefit agricultural productivity, and that was really pleasing to see that there was a recognition that farming, and again, I'll just go back to it. It's really frustrating that the gorilla in the room, which are industries that are adding carbon to the sky, aren't being targeted, while farmers are going to reduce meat because my cattle don't add any additional carbon to the sky. And that's been a real frustration. And that's the concern we have is the fact that while we have, in principle, there's, like from my personal point of view, I can't see anything wrong, but wow, if you pick bits out of it, it could be really weaponised against us. Oh, sorry, and the last one was the 2020 date to start. The baseline is the fact that in the case of Australian agriculture, like we've been on this journey for a long time.
Yeah.
And that's not recognised in any of this stuff. We've already made massive reductions to our greenhouse gas contribution. We've already done that. And we're getting absolutely no recognition. While I'm on a rant, sorry, it was like the State of the Environment report, the fact that there were other stakeholders that were authors on many of the chapters, while farmers, we didn't get a look in. For what reason? I don't know. But I just hope this process leads to a better outcome than happened under the State of the Environment report.
Just on notice, because I've run out of time, if the NFF in particular could broaden out Mr Atkinson's commentary there about work that's already being done over time and how do we appropriately account for that in both the forestry industry and in agriculture more broadly, rather than thinking you're all starting from zero, a bit like some of our larger emitters in our industrial sector. Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay,
Senator.
thank
Happy
you.
to-
We will move on to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I think probably start with questions for the NFF. You would be aware about the ABAR's calculated profits from Australian farmers already being impacted by climate change, some 23%, or it's been averaged out at 29,000. Firstly, I just want your reflections upon that. It seems to me, and it's quite obvious to many of us, that farmers really are on the front line of the climate crisis. So we have to do something if we want to keep producing good quality produce, food, clean food in this country. We're going to have to deal with the realities of climate change and stop making things worse. I just want to zone in on that for a moment. Do you accept those figures? And in order to deal with climate change, do you accept that we should be aiming for keeping temperatures at 1.5 degrees, or are you, have you got a different position?
So, Senator, I think in relation to your last question, I think the aspiration is to below 2 and approaching 1.5, and that's what that's a discussion underway about what the trajectories get you to, whether it's 35, 45, or 50. We would say our policy position certainly focuses on a 2% or better, and you will have heard in my opening comments and during the course of the submission that the challenge for ag is that we need to commercialise and operationalise a number of innovations that are quite well advanced, particularly in the context of methane suppression, use of things like 3-NOP or red seaweed or elsewhere. Senator, I have to admit that I haven't particularly looked at those ABARES numbers. I am broadly aware of them. For my sins, I don't do economic policy within NFF. I'm happy to get a view back to you. I don't necessarily dispute the numbers, but I haven't actually looked at them in detail.
Thank you. I mean, I'm happy for you to take that on notice. If you'd like to get an official response back, that would be welcome. And it seems pretty scary to me, though, that a government agency is already able to identify such a significant reduction in income, productivity of farms now as a result of climate change. That's only going to get worse. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, look, climate change is impacting. We don't dispute that. The context of how that number is expressed is what I'd like to go away and have a look at. If it's just a raw 29,000 number, it would depend on the scale of the property, the averages that it's being applied to see how material it is. But, we're seeing it in a whole range of areas where, we're increasingly adapting and transitioning to deal with those impacts.
Senator, from a farmer's point of view, it's an interesting situation, to be honest. Climate change is making food production much more difficult. There's no question about that, particularly in my situation. But on the flip side of that, the managers that can handle that change are doing very well out of it, I'd have to tell you. And the ABARES stats are probably a couple of years old now, because at the moment agriculture is absolutely booming. Like, it is unbelievably good given the fantastic climate conditions we just are at the moment. And so it's going to come down to that, the person's ability to adapt. And that it really is individual, and that's where the importance of R&D can't be understated. That's where I think government have got a real role and really need to step up to enable us to get the R&D developed, to enable us to get this stuff. Look, I just think there is a real world of opportunity for people that can manage this stuff. And I think that it's not all gloom, I'd have to tell you. There is an upside to this. It's harder to produce, and then so therefore I'd have to tell you, supply and demand is a really basic thing that applies in agriculture. If there's not much of it, it's worth a bit, and if there's too much of it, it's not worth anything. And so that way, climate change, it's a really complicated issue for farmers.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Do you accept, though, that it's going to become more and more difficult the warmer the climate gets?
Yeah, no doubt about it. You will have to be better at managing, for sure. There is no question about that.
Okay.
In the old days, you could just coast along. These days, it's just tough.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask in relation, I know there was a little bit of a conversation already about offsets. The Beetaloo Basin project, this a gas field in the Beetaloo Basin, if it proceeds, it's been predicted that it would require 59 million tonnes to be offset. That's according to the Pepper Review, the Northern Territory Pepper Review. Given Australia's forest currently absorbs 49 million tonnes a year, I'm wondering what your response to whether offsetting 59 million tonnes through land is realistic and feasible.
Is that a question to us?
Either, yeah.
Well, Senator, straight up from a farmer's point of view, yeah, of course it is. Like, we have that balance between a person's right to manage their land. You know, they own it, and as long as it's legal and it doesn't have an impact, if they want to manage it, they should be able to do that. On the flip side, there's no doubt agriculture does not want to see vast tracts of land being removed out of productive ag to just solely to meet a multinational's carbon commitments. We are really concerned about that. A lot of people have that as a major issue.
Mr. Ragg, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Well, I was just going to make the point that, that as articulated in my opening statement, that the opportunity is for integrated and multiple use landscapes that allow a level of offsetting, but support Mr. Atkinson's commentary that the real fear is that the increased ambition under the safeguard mechanism turbocharges requirements for offsets, and that has a significant impact on food and fibre production capacity, and you know we're concerned about that.
Yeah. Mr. Hampton, have you got something?
A little bit to add, thanks, Senator. And FWPA did a study just I think about a year ago, Forest and Wood Products Australia, looking at just what 10%, I don't know specifics on that, sorry, Senator, on the one you mentioned, but looking at the top 50 companies' declared climate ambitions and what would it take in terms of plantings to meet 10% of their targets. I'm sure that we can give you the link to this report. But what was fascinating for me was that it would take many times more hectares to meet those commitments with environmental plantings than it would with production trees, with production plantings. And so I think that's, again, an example of, not that we're opposed to environmental plantings, but it's a good example of where we've been missing the boat in Australia, because most of the ERF money has gone not into production trees, have gone into other methodologies. There's been almost nothing added to the production estate, and yet at the same time, as I keep coming back to, we clearly have a really big need for more timber for our homes and our kids' homes, and we could work very much more as a crop for farmers, which is where we've been talking to the NFF, and reduce that need for land and make it manageable to do two things: to have your primary production increase, as the experience of many farmers is, as well as start to deliver some tree crops into our sawmills. So I think your question's well asked, because there are some very, very big ideas that are out there. We, though, our priority is to work with the farmers, particularly the red meat farmers, with a view to them being able to be carbon neutral by insetting, as I'm sure the committee would understand.
What would be helpful, Mr. Hampton, is to have some figures in relation to this, because it's not just about current production and needing to reduce emissions that already exist. But what I'm particularly concerned about is if we're opening up new coal and gas projects, that's even more offsetting that's required. So it'd be very helpful for me to understand what your perspective is as to where is the baseline and the threshold of what is actually achievable in terms of offsets, in terms of millions of tonnes.
Well, we'll give you the reference to that FWPA report, which I think we answer some of your questions. And all we've really been able to realistically model is what would be the outcome from the targeted, the government and opposition's agreed target of growing by 1 billion trees. We like to sort of talk in trees, people respond to trees. And that is about 500 megatons. So I guess it's easy enough to map that in against, the current and future demand. But as I say, our strong inclination at AFBA is to try to work with the likes of Angus first and other farmers so that they can get the benefit of the offsetting and the insetting in their properties, and then we can also get the trees into the sawmills and then onto the shelves.
Final question, if I can, just squeeze a final one in, Chair.
We'll be going into the tea, so off you go.
Okay, thank you. We've heard a lot about needing to protect productive agricultural land. I just want to get some clarification on this. Does that mean you don't support fertile soils in the livable plains, for example, in New South Wales, being swapped out for a new coal mine?
Yeah, I think we'd have some difficulty with that, Senator. I think there's plenty of evidence on the record that the farm sector is very concerned about that particularly prime land being lost to alternate uses.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Senator yes.
May I please just clarify? I'm sure I said that we have we import $2 billion worth of timber products. I should have said it's a $2 billion trade deficit. We export and we import, but $2 billion trade deficit. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Bragg, over to you.
Thanks. Just quickly, the NFF's view is to support net zero 2050. But am I right in reading your submission that you don't have a view on 2030?
That's correct, Senator. We don't currently have a view on 2030. Also, you clearly read our submission. We've identified a number of our constituent parts that have varying ambition, including 2025, 2030, 2035 ambitions. We're at this moment going through a process of drawing that together into a national view. That's a comprehensive debate. There are a range of views around the table and we seek to draw those together. I would make the point that the 2050 target is an economy-wide net zero target and reliant on it being economically feasible. I think that the clearest thing I can say to you is we're not opposed to a 2030 aspiration. We just haven't articulated one in a formal policy sense.
Okay, because in terms of the parties of government positions on these things, which is ultimately the most substantive matter here about the direction of the country through the parties of government. Previously, the coalition had a position of 26 to 28% at 2030. Do you have a view on this at all, or am I just sort of wasting your time?
Senator, I think my view is, or our view is that they're all within a reasonable band of trajectory to net zero 2050. The reticence in the farm sector is that we are at a cliff face, if you like, of needing some innovations. So let me drill down just briefly on that for you. Our two burning platforms, if you like, in terms of the climate response are methane emissions, enteric methane emissions, and nitrous oxide emissions. In the context of enteric methane, there's been considerable work done to date, and Mr. Atkinson has articulated that. That mostly revolves around landscape reform. What is yet to be implemented is the integration and commercialisation of those feed supplements that will reduce the actual methane emissions from the beast. And so we need some little time to transform to that. Our advice is that we're probably broadly on that trajectory to either the 28 or 43% on that. In the context of nitrous oxide, the ambition is necessarily lower. It's a different discussion. But again, there needs to be some thresholds, and they may be policy thresholds rather than technical thresholds. So it's currently the case that you can coat nitrogenous fertiliser to minimise the volatilisation into the atmosphere of the nitrogen. That's a cost. Where that cost can be borne in the supply chain for those policy outcomes or those landscape outcomes are important discussions. they're underway, but they're not yet resolved. So there's a little bit of reticence about making sure that if we line up to that industry-wide aspiration or ambition, that it's able to be done through existing or pipeline technologies. So BAU is not going to work. We need some changes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for NFF. I am aware that Dairy Australia has committed to 30% reduction in intensity by 2030. Can you take us through the kind of commitments other members are making to do their bit to address climate change?
I can, probably not in comprehensive detail. The three that are in my mind are the other two that I've already articulated, or that we've already articulated in the submission, which is, and the most long-standing, is the red meat sector's CN 2030, so carbon neutral 2030, which they are well advanced on in an implementation context. I think the number as at yesterday was 59% reduction from 2005 levels. And as I've kind of alluded to, the task on actual enteric methane suppression is yet to be fully implemented. The second one is grain growers have an aspiration of 15% reduction in grains emissions intensity. So that's specifically focused on the nitrous oxide issue. And the other one, and these are more advanced and they're more confined systems, so they're able to be, the pork sector, who I think have a 2025 ambition for carbon neutrality, and they've got some existing methodologies where they can convert manure to energy, and because they're an enclosed system or at least a more confined system, and they're not ruminant, so they don't have the methane emissions of some other livestock sectors. Horticulture are a much broader sector, and they're working through how that might work for them. And I think the sheep sector are reasonably comfortable that they're well on track to be carbon neutral. And indeed, there's some carbon neutral products starting to enter the marketplace. So my comment to Senator Bragg about us being the sum of our parts and drawing that all together into a sort of national scale whole of agriculture ambition is informed by those ambitions. So whilst we don't have that 2030 target explicitly, certainly there's a cohort of our key components. I think cotton's got a 2030 aspiration too, if memory serves.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on that, a lot of the agricultural areas that I spend time in are making a lot of really strong moves to address these issues, partly because they have a commitment to addressing climate change, and partly because of the very distinct and deep impact that climate change is going to have on their business and their ability to do their business if we don't do something about it. Are you finding a growing commitment to addressing how farmers farm?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, I'd characterise it as a growing awareness that lacks for some quality independent information. So we've got work underway, including through Ag Innovation Australia, to develop some decision support tools. There's already a couple out there, but there needs to be more, to better enable farmers to firstly understand their own whole of farm disposition, and whether they're a net sink or a net emitter, and if they are the latter, how they might go about addressing that, including sequestration for their own purposes. The second part of that is to have that sort of independent source of truth available at a regional basis. And so historically we've had a whole extension network of agronomists, livestock officers, etc. What we need now is similar advice for these new commodities, so that farmers can take that opportunity in a group learning or an individual situation to really understand what is a very complex area. And that's before you even start thinking about participating in an ERF project. And I would note on the back of that, the integrated farm method is currently under development through the Clean Energy Regulator as an ERF methodology. And we think that needs to be quite efficient and quite able to react to the differing characteristics of an individual farm. But also we see an opportunity there to do that sort of global farm assessment rather than just go, oh, I'm sequestering trees, I've got to understand what I'm doing for that, or I'm emitting methane and I've got to understand what I'm doing for that, so bringing it together. So again, that's part of that innovation and extension that's needed for farmers to get on a reliable trajectory to these aspirations and ambitions.
Great.
Senator, one of the really impediments that I find with farmers that are in this space is their frustration and their distraction by people that keep on saying that we've got to change their diet and get rid of red meat because it's and that really distracts people from the fundamental of what we should be about in the Australian context, given the stable herd, so our methane emissions aren't going up, they're stable, is about reducing the methane that our cattle are producing, not saying, oh, we want to get rid of you as a producer. And so that really is distracting a lot of people. So where people, they hear change your diet, and that immediately puts them off. So instead of having a supporter, you've got someone that's getting hounded, and they might be out there planting trees as part of their land care group. They're doing all the right things, but they're still being portrayed as being the wrong, a bad deal, and that is really frustrating to a lot of farmers that are out there trying to reduce their methane production.
Yes, Mr. Atkinson, I couldn't agree with you more. I think there are many people who take this whole situation and try and turn it into a toxic debate. What we need to do as a country, rather, is all work together to get the outcomes, and that is about balance rather than about, people sticking a line in the sand. We all need to do this together. I wonder if yes, please, Mr.
Well, I was just going to add to both Warwick and Angus's points. I don't think we've made it as easy for farmers to be on the right side of the ledger as we could have in Australia. So, as Angus is rightly pointing out, there's a lot of negative criticism that comes through, particularly for red meat. But if you take the opportunity, for example, to participate in the carbon markets, the farm forestry production trees method has been used by, as far as I understand it, 0 farmers anywhere in Australia, because it is just so hard for a farmer to use. And unlike the plantation method, it also inexplicably doesn't provide a farmer any credit for the timber that you see around you, which is storing carbon for hundreds of years. For some reason, that methodology just doesn't allow a farmer to get any of those benefits. So I think, as well as the integrated farm method that Warwick mentioned, which we're very supportive of, we also need to fix up these other things that will allow farmers to be on the right side of this ledger.
And maybe I could just ask you, Mr. Hampton, to just draw out briefly what the sustainability management in the operations of your members are generally.
Love to. Thanks, Chair. I think in Australia we are very, very lucky that we are already largely in all the sorts of forestry we do in Australia on the right side of what the globe thinks you should do for sustainable forestry. The IPCC, which of course drives so much of our world knowledge in relation to climate change, has said when it comes, its definitive statement about what it wants to see forestry look like, which is at the centre of so many climate change actions around the world. It says a sustainable forest management strategy aimed at maintaining or increasing forest carbon stocks whilst producing an annual sustained yield of timber, fibre or energy, so energy is part of the IPCC's world, from the forest will generate the largest sustained mitigation benefit. So Australia's forestry operations, be they in our plantations or the very small amount of native forestry that we use, about 4 to 6 trees out of 10,000, and of course there's farmers who do some native forestry as well, is all done under global certification schemes in very, very strict environmental standards at a state level, so we can be reassured about that. But also we should be reassured that in terms of helping the globe meet this incredible climate challenge, that more forestry is going to help the globe more. And more forestry in a place like Australia will mean that we take pressure off places where they're not doing that, where they're not replanting and regenerating after harvest. So we're already seeing an increase. I work as chair of a UN FAO advisory body on forestry, and our biggest concern is the deforestation of the Congo. It's happening fast because there isn't enough timber in the world coming from places like Australia. So our call at the COP, we've got a very strong mission going to COP27, will be for nationally determined fibre obligations as well as deforestation avoidance obligations. Glasgow was famous for deforestation pledge, and we all supported that. That was a good thing. But what's missing is a pledge that countries where you can do fibre and timber production will do it and meet their own needs, and not start to rely on places like the Congo. So in Australia, sorry for the long answer, but we broadly, I think you can broadly be pretty proud. Obviously, there's always things that we need to do better, but we're on the right side of the ledger and we should be growing.
Thank you very much. We'll throw the last question to Senator
In
Cadell.
40 seconds. Back to you, Mr Hampton, and thank you for the Chair's question because it set up mine beautifully. You've mentioned the Congo and deforestation in your answer, looking at the globalisation of problems. Now, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but I know it stains when it gets wet and goes all over my concrete. Mabau from Southeast Asia. Yeah. We are a net importer. Do they have the same standards as us, or where does that come from? Where do they source that?
Well, there'll be, I have to know exactly where your deck came from, but
but generally in Australia, we're a net importer.
Australia, look, Australia is a very large importer of things like that decking material that you mentioned, and whilst we have strong illegal forestry prevention laws, if I can put it that way, that were supported in a bipartisan way in the last parliament or the one before, and AFPA supports those. The problem we've got globally that we grapple with at the UN FAO is that most of the world's forestry, the deforestation forestry, unlike what we do here, isn't illegal. It's quite legal. Yep. So Borneo, for example, has shrunk from almost 100% forest cover to 5 to 8%, and the World Resources Institute says only 3% of that was illegal. It's legal because they have concessions and they have managed. We're not going to criticise countries for how they manage their forests, but to come to the heart of your question, just because we have illegal barriers against illegal timber at our docks doesn't stop us contributing to the world's problems. What we need to do is be far more self-sufficient in Australia, both with the pine frames that we put up in our houses and all those beautiful hardwood timber floors that we put in them.
Thank you. I'll talk about LVL during the break.
And LVL, super important.
Excellent. Thank you for appearing today, and thank you for the evidence that you have given. If you have taken some questions on notice, which I believe you have, the date for return of those answers is Monday, the 22nd of August. Thank you so much. We will break now for morning tea, and we will begin with the business panel at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I'd like to welcome representatives from the Business Council of Australia and the Australian Industry Group, all appearing by teleconference. For the Hansard record, could you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure, I'll start. My name's Tim Reid. I'm the President of the Business Council of Australia.
My name's Jennifer Westacott. I'm the Chief Executive of the Business Council of Australia.
And I'm Tennant Reid, Director of Climate Change and Energy for the Australian Industry Group.
Great, thank you very much. Would you care to make an opening statement of approximately 1 minute each?
Sure, I'll start again and I'll make one on behalf of Jennifer and myself. Let me start by saying, Senators, thank you very much for the invitation to appear today. As I said, my name's Tim Reid. I'm the President of the BCA and I'm joined by Jennifer, and together we look forward to taking any questions that you might have. On behalf of the BCA member companies, we welcome the opportunity to contribute to what we believe is a very important inquiry. We also thank the government for the collaboration with business and with other stakeholders to deliver a workable plan to reduce emissions and strengthen Australia's economic future. The Business Council supports the passage of the two bills, and we encourage the Senate to pass this legislation as soon as is practicable. This legislation brings Australia a step closer to ending the so-called climate wars, which have been counterproductive and served as a handbrake on progress towards decarbonisation and have slowed our economy. We believe the bills before you send a clear signal to the global community that Australia is on a committed pathway to decarbonising its economy and is open for business when it comes to investment in new and emerging green industries. Importantly, this legislation lays the policy foundation for greater climate ambition going forward and greater transparency around progress towards meeting that ambition, both of which are critical to achieving a net zero economy by 2050. We note that the net zero commitments are now the norm for Australian businesses. Some 70% of the ASX 200's collective market capitalisation have adopted net zero commitments. This represents 95 companies, which is almost double the number it was in March 2021. This momentum is entirely consistent with the 43% by 2030 target being set as a floor rather than a ceiling in the legislation. The business community will continue to accelerate action on decarbonisation, and this legislation greatly facilitates their task by reducing policy risk and uncertainty. Again, we thank the committee for their time and the opportunity today to present our views.
Thank you. Mr Reid, the other Mr Reid, would you care to make a statement?
Indeed. The Australian Industry Group also supports the passage of these bills. We consider that the bills together, very much including the consequential amendments, constitute a substantial improvement in the status quo for Australian climate policy with respect to both the ambition of that policy and the capacity to raise that ambition over time, but also a more disciplined and explicit process around the measurement of performance and the setting and consideration of future targets. The independent advice, the strengthening of that, and the provision explicitly for wide consultation on the development of that advice, and importantly, in lending greater coherence across government by the connection of many other acts and bodies to refer back to the national targets set through the process established in this legislation. We consider the bills to be consistent with some key principles of climate policy, which AI Group has adopted together with other participants in the Australian Climate Roundtable, including consistency with the pursuit of the global goal of holding greenhouse gas emissions and climate change to well below 2 degrees and efforts towards 1.5 degrees, securing some stability in policy and ambition over time, having a more disciplined administration of policy and establishing regular review points. So we have said before, there are many ways to pursue these goals, but these bills represent a very good effort towards that, and we support their passage, noting that they are just the start of what we will all need to do to achieve these objectives. Today we have seen the commencement of the discussion around reforming the safeguard mechanism, which will be an important part of that implementing effort towards these goals. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'll give the call to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today and articulating your support for the bill. I just want to dive into the comments in relation, probably for BCA in particular, that 43% is a floor, not a ceiling, and just confirming that it's still the BCA's policy position of that we should be reducing carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. Is that correct?
Sorry, Jim, do
You go, Jennifer.
Senator, thank you for the question. So our recommendation in our report that we released last year had a range from 46 to 50%. We believe the government obviously has got a mandate for the 43, but we do believe that that's both an ambitious and achievable target, and we believe it's a floor, not a ceiling. And the government has also adopted one of our recommendations that the Climate Change Authority be charged with reviewing that target in 2025, and then is obviously able to make recommendations to the government accordingly. Our modelling obviously was based on an assumption about getting to that range between 46 and 50, but we are very strongly supportive of the 43%, which we regard as both ambitious and achievable and consistent with the policy framework that we put forward. Tim, did you want to add anything to that?
I would only add, Senator, that absolutely our position is 46 to 50. But what we do want to see is legislation passed that creates certainty for investment, because what businesses really need is to have confidence that they can invest, and that what the legislation or the national commitment is set at is something that will be enduring. And so I think the importance of the fact that the Australian public voted for a government that had this policy, I can't underscore how important that is to certainty around business investment. And so while the 43 is a little below where we would have liked it to have been, we think the fact that the government has a mandate for it is particularly important in respect to driving business confidence.
So you've obviously changed your position from when the BCA said that Labor's previous reduction target of 45% was economically wrecking.
Let me address that first, Senator. Look, I think a lot has changed since 2019. First of all, our trading partners have changed their position. The capital markets have changed their position dramatically. We've also seen state governments change their position. But I think the really crucial point to make, Senator, is we undertook 2 years of work. We extensively worked with industry in a number of very, very deep technical working groups. We looked at modelling in terms of top-down economic modelling, bottom-up modelling in terms of what each sector was capable of doing. We looked at what our trading partners were doing, who had also moved quite dramatically at the time we released our report in 2021. And we believe we put forward a workable, ambitious but achievable target based on that 2 years of work and based on a policy framework that we believed could actually deliver on the target. And obviously that we're very proud of the fact that we did that 2 years of work. We're very proud of the fact that we were able to say with real confidence that we believe that 46 to 50% is an achievable target.
Great. Thank you, Ms Westacott. Thinking about, and I've heard that response, and I've heard Mr Reid as well, about the world has changed, evidence has changed. We're more aware of the direct impacts. In fact, we're living with the impacts of climate change already and global warming already. Of course, the rest of the world is already looking at what the 2035 targets are going to be, how we, getting to net zero by 2050 is actually not soon enough if we're to keep temperatures at 1.5 degrees, which is what the science requires. The International Energy Agency, as you would be aware, along with the UN, the Pacific Islanders, of course, argue that in order to reach this and to keep temperatures at 1.5 degrees, we can't afford to open up new coal and gas. We have to be transitioning away from new fossil fuels. What's the BCA's position in relation to that?
Would you like me to take that, Jennifer? So, firstly, thank you for the question, Senator. The BCA, in our work, very much differentiated between decarbonising the domestic economy and then working with our trade partners in terms of our export profiles. So let me tackle it in those two components, if I may. In terms of decarbonising the domestic economy, the work that we did is heavily reliant on the fact that the electricity sector decarbonises very rapidly between now and 2030. And that means that, consistent with the government's work, that we're approaching 80% of the NEM being fuelled by renewables by 2030. There is sufficient resource available in Australia to be able to do that, but we do believe that supply and stability of the electricity system is particularly critical to maintaining community support through this time period, and we do believe that gas will be a long-term component of the stability of supply to the domestic market. Of course, most of the resources that you're talking about, of coal and gas, aren't consumed in our domestic market, but are actually export industries and therefore are consumed by our trade partners. And what we believe is particularly important is that Australia takes a leading position with those trade partners to work to help them transition their economies away from coal and gas. And particularly, we think that the opportunity in terms of hydrogen is very exciting. We do take a technology agnostic perspective to decarbonisation, but we do believe that the world needs to decarbonise. Those main trading partners that we have all set targets for 2050 and have set interim targets in the main as well for 2030. And so we think as a reliable trade partner with them, we should continue to move forward. We don't think it's the BCA's position to comment on whether there should be specific new opportunities in coal or gas or any other industry for that matter. We do believe that's up to the governments of those countries and up to our government in terms of what projects they approve. But we do believe that decarbonisation is critical. We believe that Australia as a trading partner should be looking to proactively work with those partners to assist them in the decarbonisation of their economies.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, it seems to me that based on learnt behaviour and history that you'll be back in front of us in a few years' time agreeing that opening up new coal and gas in this country would be a disaster if we are to reduce our pollution to a level to keep temperatures below. Not your position to make comment on the government decisions, but, you know, years ago talking about policies being economy wrecking. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I am interested as to how we deal with, say, a particular project, the Beetaloo Basin, which we've been told will increase Australia's domestic emissions, so taking the delineation that you've made here, up by 13%. How do we deal with that in the context of needing a pathway to decarbonise?
So we need to be looking at decarbonisation across the economy. If we look project by project, then there is going to be some projects that add and some that subtract. But what we believe we need to be doing is making sure that there is reliable supply into the energy markets domestically. But again, our belief is that we could get to an electricity net system, which system-wide is largely, and by largely I mean in the range of 80%, running off renewables by 2030. Now that means there's 20% that is not running off renewables. And of course, gas is also used in industrial processes as a feedstock. And we don't have replacements that are as economically viable for those uses of gas at this point in time as we do for electricity. So we think that there's going to be a need for domestic gas consumption. There are many bodies and government bodies that are much closer to exactly what those forecasts are than we are as the BCA. So we tend to rely on the experts there. But there will be gas as a part of our domestic economy for many years to come, and we are going to need to offset that in other ways.
Yes, but there's plenty of gas already around. If we don't have to open up new gas, we've got, you know, abundance of gas already, don't we?
Well, as I said, there are bodies that are more expert than the BCA in terms of tracking the exact sources and uses of gas.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. The question probably both to the BCA but also the AI group. Obviously, the Minister has today released the formal consultation paper in relation to the safeguard mechanism. What is your response so far to this? Do you have a proposed baseline figure that you would that you would like to see? Yes, just looking forward to hearing how you're going to engage on this.
Tennant, maybe I'll let you go first.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. We are in the process of putting out a public statement on this issue, but from our very brief time with the discussion paper so far, it looks like a very serious effort to redesign a mechanism that can play its full part in helping not just to reduce emissions overall, but to help industry make the transformational investments that it will need to play its part in a net zero emissions Australian economy and world economy. There are a number of critical matters raised in that discussion paper, some of them highly technical, but the question of how to address trade competitiveness shapes up as, again, a critical one in this design process. There are a number of different options canvassed in the paper, and we'll be consulting our members very closely. We will be very conscious both that the trade competitiveness of Australian industry is critical, that competitiveness depends in the future at least as much on succeeding in walking this path towards low and zero and negative emissions, depending on the context, as it does on not losing ground in the near term with industry and competitors in countries that may not impose a direct constraint or an out-of-pocket cost on their industries. And that, of course, the burdens of emissions reduction on parts of the economy, other industries and households will be larger to the extent that burdens on other sectors are lower. So there is a fine balance to be struck, but we are hopeful that that can be achieved, and we have some comfort from the nature of what the government has put out today.
So some of your members are going to have their hands out for more public money then?
I don't think that the first thing that members want is financial assistance. What they want is a market in which they can be competitive, where that competitiveness depends on their own success. I beg your pardon, Senator.
So I think we're tripping over each other with the delay. We're going to move on now. So thank you. I don't know if you just wanted to restate, you would say that your members were...
Our members are looking for a policy and market framework in which their success or failure is in their hands.
Okay.
And we're hopeful that can be delivered.
Right, and we'll go to Senator Bragg.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I try and be efficient in these processes, so I have one question which the BCA may want to take on notice, and that is, what is the capital cost of decarbonisation across the major sectors of energy, industry and transport?
We probably we'll take that on notice, Senator. Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. And the other question I want to ask you about is, as you know, this is a pretty threadbare bill, to note your support for, but a lot of the issues we will talk about today and over this period are issues that are not directly addressed in this bill, because, of course, it's a pretty small bill. So, in the context of the parties of government determining their positions and their policies on emissions reduction, you'd be aware that the coalition had a policy of 26 to 28% at 2030 for some time. Did you have a view on that?
Well, we were supportive of it at the time, Senator, and obviously, as I've said, the work that we did over 2 years led us to advocating for a stronger target, which we've gone through this morning. I think the other point to make about the bills is that they need to be seen in the context of the policy framework that the government has put around this particular bill, and Mr. Reid from AI Group has, I think, given a very good account of our support for the safeguard mechanism. And as you'll recall, the safeguard mechanism was a centrepiece of our climate work. So I think we have to see the bill in tandem with the policy framework that the government has put forward, and we believe the government has put forward a very comprehensive, very sensible policy framework for how you actually achieve the 43% and addressing some of those issues that Mr. Reid from AI Group has gone through about trade competitiveness and so on. So I think that's how we would see it, Senator Bragg, that this is an important bill. It gives certainty to business, but it needs to be read alongside the kind of broader framework that the government's put forward.
Okay, so I just want to ask you about this question about the parties of government, and I just want to draw your attention to the statements made by the opposition leader that the opposition would have a stronger policy than 26 to 28 at 2030 that'll be developed in this parliament or throughout the course of this parliament. Do you have a view on that?
Well, we would be strongly supportive of that. Tim Reid may wish to add to that. I think what business wants is as much bipartisanship as we can achieve. So we were very pleased when both political parties came to the net zero target. We were very supportive of that because that is in fact the first big anchor, Senator Bragg, for business certainty about where are we heading. So we were very supportive of both major parties coming to the net zero position. And so we would be strongly supportive of a more ambitious coalition target, again, which creates greater certainty. And in addition to that, obviously, a stabilisation of the policy framework, the mechanisms by which we get to these targets, which also drives business investment decisions. Kim, did you want to add anything to that?
Look, I think you summed it up very well, Jennifer. I would just say that there's a lot of focus on the debate around decarbonisation, Senator, that is negative. And we don't believe that that's the case. We actually believe that global decarbonisation creates an enormous economic opportunity for Australia. But the uncertainty when the two main parties have vastly different perspectives on it makes it very difficult to drive investment. So more than welcome, we would applaud the opposition taking a stronger stance on decarbonisation and lifting those targets. And as Jennifer said, to the extent that that can be aligned across the Parliament, then it will only do good in terms of not only us achieving the decarbonisation goals, but us actually securing the economic future of our nation. And and to me, the two go hand in hand.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your time. I have a couple of questions for the BCA. You've talked about having certainty and also our trading partners. With this current bill, if for some reason whether our trading partners increase their ambition or we think it's necessary, if we increased our 2030 NDC, that wouldn't be reflected in Australian law and would effectively have two different targets. Could this cause issues with business confidence?
I'll take a go at answering that. Give you my opinion. Sorry, I'm just getting feedback. Could I ask you to go on mute, Senator? Thank you. So I think if we have a legislated target and then the government of the day chooses to increase our commitment without coming back to the Parliament, I don't think that creates a problem if it's in the framework that Jennifer spoke about earlier. So if it's in line with the Climate Change Authority doing their work, if it is part of a process that government is working through, I think for business, the sooner we get to longer term targets, the more confidence there will be. So we will be very encouraging of a 2035 target and of ongoing reviews that periodically look at those targets and then where possible, increase the ambition. So I don't think that would cause a big problem. What will cause a large problem is when there is great divergence, particularly across the main political parties, as to what would happen in the instance of a change of government. And so, if I refer back to my answer to Senator Bragg's question, the more certainty we can get from a broad spectrum within the Parliament, the better it will be for business investment. Business investment.
Senator Pocock, there seems to be a bit of an issue.
I've got a bit of a lag.
If you maybe try turning off your camera.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sorry about that. And then secondly, just to touch on domestic versus exported emissions, do you share concerns of the scientific community regarding underestimation of fugitive greenhouse gas emissions in Australia?
Look, we do have concerns about the accuracy of the information that is available, but all we can do is make decisions based on the information that we have. And so, I think in business, you often act and have to operate in an environment that is less than 100% certain. And when those moments occur, you look at the risk profile of different possible outcomes, and move forward with the best possible decision you can. And technology enables more definitely faster interconnection, and you take that
Senator,
information.
sorry, can I just stop you there? Senator Pocock, can you please mute?
Thank you, Senator. When faced with new information, then you reassess the decisions that have been made and make the best decisions that you can with the new information available. And businesses do this all the time. And as the scientific community come up with more accurate information on being able to measure carbon, being able to measure emissions, then that's absolutely what we should be using for decisions moving forward.
Thank
Senator,
you.
if I may add one thing to that answer.
Yeah, go for it.
Another source of uncertainty in the projections of emissions from Australia's gas and coal export projects is the uncertainty about future demand for those products. So the existing projections assume more or less that the future resembles the past on this score, that projects which have final investment decision go ahead, and that they serve out their service lives. However, it appears likely that if all of our export customers fulfil the commitments that they themselves have made to achieve net zero emissions in coming decades, that their demand, while there is a role for carbon capture and storage and other technologies, it looks most likely that their demand for those products of coal and gas will greatly decrease over that period. If that turns out to be the case, then Australia's production emissions from those sectors will also decline. So there are a couple of important sources of uncertainty around those emissions projections.
Thank you. And then just quickly, given that, would the BCA and the industry scrutiny of and accountability for fugitive emissions from existing fossil fuel projects as the technology improves?
In our case, Senator, we support strong transparency, monitoring and measurement. There is an existing national greenhouse and energy reporting system, which our members are not in the resources sector for the most part, but which all covered entities are subject to. And we would support the continued refinement of the techniques and the methodologies for doing that measurement and, where necessary, estimation.
And we would support that position, Senator.
Thank you. We will now go to Senator Cadell.
Thanks very much. Just following on from some earlier questions about new energy projects. If 20% is the mix you're talking about being non-renewable, and we're not doing more coal, what's your position on nuclear forming part of the energy mix in Australia going forward? Both groups. I'll take AIG first, I guess.
Australian Industry Group has no objection to nuclear playing a part in the menu of options for Australia's energy future. It doesn't make a great deal of sense for it to be simply illegal to develop nuclear energy. It does appear that nuclear energy will not be cost competitive in Australia, at least based on technologies that have a track record in the marketplace. But we should be open to technological surprise. There are high hopes for the next generation of small modular reactors. We will see how they perform in the markets where they are being commissioned. But at this stage, it looks like for bulk energy, renewables will be the cheapest source of that. For dispatchable power, we are looking at a cocktail of interregional connection, energy storage in various battery chemistries and pumped hydro, the potential for hydrogen-fueled peaking plants to play a role, and for various forms of smart demand coordination to assist. That will be a more diverse and complex energy system than the one that we have had, but that is currently what looks most economic. But we should not be ruling nuclear out.
And from BCA?
Similar position from us, Senator. We believe that we should be technology agnostic. We think the current priority is to work with the known technologies, the scalable technologies, particularly in renewable, but to make sure that we do not rule things out unnecessarily, and we leave open the opportunity for technological advancement. But the current priority is to get to that target as quickly as possible using the known technologies, particularly around renewable. But I think Mr. Reid has covered the same sort of position that the BCA has.
Second
Tim,
question.
did you want to add anything to that?
Second question. When for COP in the UK, met with a few groups and did some on-site tours of Hull and areas that have transitioned from mining to other areas. And what we found is lots of politicians saying, thanks for coming and looking at our example, we've learnt how not to do it. Is there an example in the world that you would hold up as a way to do it?
Good question.
Either group. I'll take BCA first, yep.
I'll go first if no one else is jumping in. Look, I think transitions at all points in time, economic transitions, are challenging at multiple levels. They're challenging for the individuals who are involved. They're challenging for the local communities. They're challenging for government. But we have transitioned many times. And if you look across the last 150 years and look across Western economies, you look to the United States and have a look at going back to the start of the 20th century, where over 90% of employment was in agriculture, and look to the end of that century where it was less than 2%. And there's enormous economic transition that happened through that time period. I do believe if we're looking on a specific industry transition and looking at specific communities, that the German model is probably the one that is most often referred to as one that works. And it is one that took significant community commitment, i.e. taxpayer funding, to ensure that the skills of the individuals were uplifted or augmented where needed, where early retirement was offered, where that was a preferable outcome, and where there was a large amount of collaboration between government, between business, and between the equivalent of the union movement. And I think in managing those sorts of complex transitions, getting collaboration between those different players is probably at the heart of creating the best possible outcomes.
The only thing I'd add to Tim's comments, Senator, is two things. The importance of coordination, and this was obviously a major focus of our work. And the second point I would direct you to have a look at the work that was done as part of the Sydney Energy Forum, which was extremely important global coming together of world leaders in energy transition. And the second really crucial point that came out of those presentations across the world was the importance of having the new system in place before you dismantle the existing system. And that was one very key learning out of many countries who've done this transition, and the importance of regional focus and, to Tim's point, the importance of very clear early action across all fronts, skills, etc., to make sure that regions transition effectively, which is obviously a key component of the work we did. And obviously we've done some work with the ACTU recommending that there be a kind of more urgent focus on regional transition. So just to add to Mr. Reid's comments there.
Thank you. So can I take you back to the nuclear question? Appreciating that you're technology agnostic. Tenant Reid, I wonder, given I know that you've looked at some of these things, what are the kind of considerations? Because what concerns me is that we don't have the kind of knowledge base required to introduce a nuclear industry into Australia, and therefore it would probably take us quite a considerable period of time. I wonder if you could just lay out for us some of the considerations.
So to establish a nuclear power industry in Australia, we do play an important role in the global nuclear fuel cycle already. But to establish a power sector, we would need skilled individuals, we would need supply chains around them, we would need a regulatory framework that provided a predictable basis for that industry to operate. We would need physical infrastructure around the fuel supply. We mine uranium, but we may need additional facilities to provide suitable fuel or to import it. We would need to have spent fuel processing or waste handling facilities. So there is a lot that would need to be put in place. We also, though, would need, or the investor would need some confidence that that asset or those assets would find success in the marketplace. Now, the cost of nuclear energy is almost entirely in the initial construction and the financing of it. They're very cheap to operate. They are, on a whole of life basis, quite manageable to shut down at the end of life. If it's not managed well along the way, that is a greater challenge. But it's really the initial cost. And the economics of nuclear are that it needs to operate as often as possible, as close to 100% of the time as can be achieved, to spread that initial construction cost over as many units of energy provided as possible. And that is the economic challenge, really, even more so than reducing those initial construction costs, because, as we are seeing today with our coal fleet, the marketplace where renewable energy is surging, is taking more and more of that marketplace, is not a friendly one to generators that are physically or financially inflexible. The advantage that gas has is that it can come in and out of the market as there is a need and a financial opportunity. But if you need to be running all the time, you will find yourself bidding zero or bidding negative prices, paying to generate in order to stay in the market. So those economics are difficult for nuclear, and we have seen existing nuclear plants in the United States and in Europe find it hard to stay in the marketplace without a strong policy signal to keep them there, given the growth of renewables everywhere, but in the United States of cheap gas-fired generation as well in the last decade.
So if you were going to go down that pathway, you would have to potentially give nuclear primacy in the market over renewable energy?
You would need to have at least a policy signal for decarbonisation that was technology neutral, that was open to both. And we've seen just in the last few days the major legislation passing in the United States providing production tax credits to all clean technologies in proportion to their cleanliness. That's not a bad way to go. It looks like that will prolong the life of existing reactors. We will see what the appetite is for building new ones.
And then we would need additional nuclear waste dump facilities in Australia. Would that be correct?
We'd need to either dispose of the waste safely, or it would need to be reprocessed into future nuclear fuel. That is doable. It is a complex process, and not just technically, but also the security concerns around proliferation. They do impact the appetite for that reprocessing of nuclear fuel.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen that quite clearly across Australia. Nobody wants to look after the waste, which obviously is problematic for an industry. Sorry? Yeah. So in weighing those
on
things,
that question of social license, that is a challenge more broadly to achieve the net zero transition. We are going to need to build a lot of big things and many distributed small things around the country. Major new mines for lithium, for rare earths, for a range of other inputs, transmission lines, large-scale renewable energy zones. And for every one of the things that we will need to do, there is going to be somebody who is annoyed by them, or more. So we do need to be a country that can build things and can deal fairly.
Thank you.
Those concerns.
Let's be honest.
Thank you. So I suppose the way we would see it at this point in time, what we know that the social licence for renewable energy has been coming along very well over the last number of years.
I'm happy
maybe
to take you to
in
some
a
regional communities, Senator.
I didn't say everyone, Senator Mackenzie.
Not in, as long as it's not in your backyard.
So the social licence obviously is a big issue.
I've got some
Thank
national
you.
seats, and then we'll see how it goes.
All right, enough. So I have one last question for you, and then the remaining minutes will go to Senator Mackenzie. So the investments that potentially open up with the business certainty that both yourself and the BCA have discussed so far today and have reflected in your submissions. So those investments, both Australian and international, that come about from a legislated target, can you give us a sense of what new opportunities open up there?
I can jump in first, Senator, if that's
Thank
helpful.
you.
When you say new opportunities open up, what sort of industries we see, where we see these jobs being created?
Yeah.
Is that the sort of thing
Yes.
that you're thinking of? Yeah. So look, it's an interesting world, and Australia enters it in a very, frankly, fortunate state. When you move from an energy system where extracting energy is expensive, but storing it and transporting it is relatively cheap, to one where extraction is cheap, but storage and transportation is expensive, it changes a number of dynamics. The biggest one being that in the former, which is the world that we've come from, energy tends to be extracted and move to where the population lives. It moves to industry. In a world where extraction, however, is cheap and at the marginal cost almost zero, but storage and transportation is expensive, you're far more likely to see industry move to the places where energy is sourced. Now, Australia is incredibly fortunate because in a decarbonised world where renewables play an incredibly important role, we are blessed with very good sunshine and very good wind. And what that means is that you would naturally expect a lot of energy-intensive industries to become far more attractive investment propositions in Australia than what they are in the world that we have come from. So what does that mean? It means that we absolutely see critical minerals continuing to grow. We see mining as an incredibly important part of the Australian economy going forward, in fact, probably playing a bigger role than what it does today. It means that we see clean energy sources, and hydrogen is the main one that is being explored at the moment. But we see clean energy as being an extraordinarily important export industry as we continue to support our trade partners. But it also means that we see things like green aluminium and green steel, products that require large amounts of energy, also being far more attractive investment propositions in Australia than what they are today. So what we see is thriving regional communities. In fact, in the work that we did last year, we talked about the fact that by 2070, Australians on average would be $5,000 each better off if we did follow an accelerated decarbonisation path, and that disproportionately regional communities would benefit from that increased wealth compared to more urban communities. And that's because those industries that I'm describing will, in all likelihood, be focused in regional Australia. Does that answer your question,
Yes, it
Senator?
does. Thank you very much. We have about 30 seconds remaining, and I gift them to Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much on such an important topic. Right. Urgent focus on regional transition. I think it was a number of you have actually, I think it was Jennifer's commentary there. We're at least now having a national conversation that there are going to be people and industries that aren't winners from a low emissions future. What do we do about that is the question for governments. I'm interested in funds that have been set up in the European Union, the fact that our nationally determined contribution that the former government put forward in Glasgow contained a 5-yearly socio-economic productivity commission review into those affected and impacted communities and reporting back to Parliament so governments of the future could understand the impact and therefore react. I'd be interested, probably the BCA first, on whether we need to look at a body like the Productivity Commission actually doing that periodic socio-economic review.
Yeah, it's either that, Senator, or something we recommended in our report, a dedicated transition authority that specifically looks at regions and looks at certain industries and quite deliberately does that sort of modelling that you're talking about. So that, I think, is something that we certainly believe an authority need to be charged with that job. And it could either be the PC, but in our report we recommended a specific agency to do it, and we've seen that in other jurisdictions as well. So we can come back to you on some of the things that we had in mind. We can take that on notice if you like, Senator, given time, of the sorts of things that needed to be considered at a regional transition level.
Great.
And on notice, given that we know without using nuclear, the transitions globally is expected to be, an additional $1.6 trillion, I'd really appreciate some conversation about that collision of aspiration with economics and engineering that we're going to have to actually deal with. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you all for your evidence today. We really appreciate you coming along. If you have taken questions on notice, the date for response to those answers is Monday the 22nd of August. If I could now ask the union panel to present themselves.
Yes, thank you, Senator. My name's Ben Moxham, the Legal and Policy Director here at the Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Great. And can we just get a roll call of who else is on the line?
Trevor?
Jumping because the writing's too small, I can't read it. Trevor. Maybe.
Sorry, it's Trevor Gould, the National Policy Officer with the Electrical Trades Union.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I actually can't. The writing on the screen is so small, I cannot read them to know who you are. The tiles are too small, there's too many people online for me to be able to read them. So you're just going to have to yell out who you are, just so that we can have it recorded on the Hansard. Anyone?
Off mute.
Okay, I can see a Taylor Randall from the AWU.
Yes, Taylor Rundell, National Economist of the AWU.
Thank you.
Senator
Adrian
Evans, Assistant National Secretary of the Maritime Division of the CFMMEU.
Thank you.
Howard, who's our policy advisor in this space.
Great, and...
Sorry, Senator, I'm representing the Construction Division of the CFMEU as well.
Thank you. All right, have we got everyone? Yes, excellent. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. The screen is very small and I cannot read the names on it, so my apologies for that. Can I invite you to make a 1-minute introduction?
If it's okay, Senator, I was going to give a couple of brief opening remarks on behalf of the union movement more broadly, and then really hope that colleagues from other unions
yes, that's fine.
Can then provide the detail. Thank you. And I will be brief. So I'm coming live here from Wurundjeri land and pay my respects to elders past and present. As you will know, we have 43 affiliated unions that together have 1.8 million members. All of them are affected by the glowing climate crisis in different ways, and many of them have members badly affected by different aspects of what has been, to date, a fairly chaotic energy transition. And this includes, the unions that are joining me today. While unions have a wide range of experiences and concerns when it comes to climate and energy issues, we are absolutely united in welcoming and supporting this bill. It sends a strong signal that Australia is finally playing its role to limit global warming by taking emissions reduction seriously after nearly a decade of denial and inaction. It sets a floor, not a target. It introduces integrity into how we're going to report on progress. And we really hope it signals a turning point from an infuriating debate over if we should reduce emissions to the critical discussion of how we should do it. The how for us is so important that it's a just transition for working people. So over the past decade, we've had 12, for example, coal-fired power stations close. In most cases, those workers have been left with little notice and little support. Our largest coal-fired power station is due to close in 3 very, very short years. So we urgently need a planned energy transition that supports affected workers and their communities, in particular in regional Australia. The bill could have played a stronger role in addressing this, having the Climate Change Authority consider whether or not a just transition is taking place when performing its functions under the bill, along with the work of the other 15 statutory authorities that the bill refers to, would have been very, very helpful, and we do see this as a missed opportunity. But we also acknowledge that this is not a substitute for the national plan we need on a just transition, and one that we need urgently. We need an energy transition authority. Very pleased to jump in on the back of the BCA's remarks where they also support it. This is something that has wide support across the community. And it will be tasked with making sure that workers in their communities affected by closures are given the support they need. Practically, that's redeployment schemes, skills and training and other supports so affected workers can get secure jobs and fair paying conditions. It's planning and investment to help create new job opportunities in emerging renewable energy industries, especially in those very regions undergoing transition and that have powered this country for so long, as the BCA also commented. But we also need to make sure that these new jobs are secure ones that are fairly paid, that they're genuinely replacing the ones that may be lost. This requires long planning horizons, serious coordination and investment across all levels of government, industry and unions, and it must involve critically those local communities and workers, especially in regional Australia. So these are the tasks that we say an energy transition needs to do, and we are eager to work with everyone to make this happen. I'll just conclude by saying I encourage senators to ask friends here about their particular views and the experiences of their members, both on the bill but also on the critical importance of a just transition, and are happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. We will go to Senator Payman first.
Hello everyone, thanks for being here. I've got a question for ACTU. Climate change has been a toxic and divisive issue for well over a decade now in Australia. How engaged are union members across the country in this issue, and what have you been doing to promote member engagement?
Members are incredibly engaged. Climate change is already affecting all of them in a wide range of ways, from working outdoors in extreme heat to crisis response and recovery, particularly around floods and bushfires. It's teachers whose schools have had to shut down. It's mental health workers, supporting affected communities. And critically, it's also members across the energy industry who have seen these impacts for the last decade, and also emissions-intensive industries. So it's something we feel acutely. Every union is really quite engaged on this. It's one of the very top issues for our respective memberships. So very, very closely tracking the issue and active on it.
Cool. Thank you for that. Chair, if it's okay, I've got two other questions.
You go ahead.
Yep, awesome. Thank you. So another question to AMWU. What opportunities do you see for an industrial restructure and particularly green industry development if, as a country, we signal globally that we're finally taking climate change seriously?
The AMWU aren't here with us today, but I'd invite colleagues from the ETU and then the Australian Workers Union to answer that question. Trevor?
Sure.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks for the question, Senator. Absolutely, we see huge opportunity, huge economic opportunity. The build out that's needed for the energy transformation is more than a decade's worth of work. And these are huge infrastructure projects which are going to need mines and minerals. They are going to need someone to manufacture and process and refine. And then we're going to need people to construct and build. But those opportunities won't be automatic. We've seen it now. Just because we're going to build a whole bunch of large projects doesn't naturally or automatically create apprenticeships. It doesn't naturally and automatically create jobs for workers in other industries that might be restructuring or declining, which is why we say we think this bill could be amended with a big opportunity to put that principle at its heart. It's got a principle around emissions reduction, which is important. It doesn't go into the detail of where those emissions will be reduced, and nor should it. There are other institutions and bodies to do that work. We say it should also have at its heart a principle of delivering secure jobs and broad economic benefits to the Australian community, and that could flow through the consequential amendments to those 14-odd other agencies and institutions to provide a clear signal and direction and a high-level principle of how we achieve those emissions reductions, so that we absolutely harness those economic benefits that you raised in your question.
If I can add to that, thank you, Senator, for the question. The AWU, if you'll pardon the pun, is at the coalface of a lot of these issues in the energy transition. We cover a huge number of emissions-intensive, trade-exposed industries. You're talking steel, aluminium, concrete and cement, as well as other parts of the supply chain, oil and gas extraction and so on. A lot of these industries are reliant on coal, oil and gas presently, both as energy and as feedstock. And for some of those industries, particularly concrete and cement, emissions are an unavoidable part of the production process. Certainly we recognise that there's a huge opportunity to build out manufacturing industries here in Australia through a range of different mechanisms, one being government procurement of renewable energy here in Australia. We've seen in Victoria in the past significant investment in local manufacturing capacity as part of the Victorian Renewable Energy Target. I would just caution that there's going to be a number of industries where the technology is there to decarbonise them, but it is still in its very early stages before commercialisation. One example of that is green steel. You may be aware that in Sweden, they've recently trialled and produced a small quantity of green steel for Volvo. We recently published a paper on the pathway to basically making this a commercial industry here in Australia with the John Curtin Research Centre. We've also worked with the McKell Institute recently on hydrogen, which we see as a replacement feedstock and a replacement energy source for a large number of these industries. We are certainly supportive of those pathways, and we want to see substantial government investment in making those pathways happen. However, we recognise that in the short to medium term, really over the next 10 years, there's a significant risk that those businesses won't be operating to see that technology on the other side. So we would really want to see appropriate consideration from the government to those energy-intensive, trade-exposed industries. And, you know, that goes beyond the provisions of the climate bill itself into the government's broader climate policy, but certainly happy to speak further on those issues.
Speaking on investment and job creation, how do you see the Labor Powering Australia plan impact your members, given modelling for the 43% target predicts 60,000 jobs?
Look, we certainly support the Powering Australia plan. The modelling set a goal of what can be achieved, and now the new government has the task of implementing that in a way that communities are brought on board, people with transferable skills can use those in a whole range of different industries, including the industries they're already working in, with the right assistance to their employers to make that transition. I note today that the consultation has begun on the safeguard mechanism, which is another key part of the climate policy the new government has brought forward. There'll be a significant conversation around the compensation and support that's provided for those industries in hard-to-abate sectors, and we'll certainly be participating in that, as I suspect most of the other unions on the call today will.
If I can jump in, Senator, we absolutely support the Power Australian plan as both ambitious and deliverable, but critical to it is to include that just transition. And what just transition means to us is not just a matter of declining jobs in sunset industries, but also the new jobs that are created, that there is a transition of those workers into those new jobs, that there's training packages available. For our members in the maritime sector who work in the oil and gas, those skill sets are clearly transferable into offshore renewables. And so it's critical that any legislation that comes through has those principles entrenched within it to ensure that the benefits flow through to the workers, the communities and employers in the industries, because this is a brand new industry that needs to be established. If we don't get it right, there's a very real risk that it becomes a niche industry that is sourced from overseas manufacturing rather than here in Australia.
And there's a really important role for many of our coal export ports as well. Newcastle, Port Kembla in particular are going to be great places for building offshore wind power to replace a lot of the electricity power stations in our grid that will be shut down. And it's critically important that that's used as an opportunity to invest and create jobs in those areas. And that's why we're really pleased to see amendments in the consequential amendment bill to the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act. But as has been outlined by other colleagues here, it's kind of half the picture. We've got the picture of the need to reduce emissions, but we need the other half of that picture that requires, unfortunately, that legislation that was passed by the former government does not require those new projects to invest in quality jobs, to invest in local procurement, and it's important that that bill from the previous government is amended to say that.
I'll just add, Senator, the ETU supports the Powering Australia plan. We along with the Clean Energy Council, a range of employer associations and community groups were engaged very constructively by the ALP in developing that plan. It is, as was said, very ambitious but deliverable, but there are huge constraints around workforce and just the size and the scale of what we're talking about here. But this challenge, I raised it before and colleagues just mentioned it then, there's lots of jobs in this, but there's no guarantee that they will be secure quality jobs, and there's no guarantee that they will develop and train the local workforce. And I'll give you an example. Right now, the Project Energy Connect of building the transmission line that's desperately needed between New South Wales and South Australia. Under the former government, a labour agreement was signed with the project proponent on that to bring in 200 temporary visa workers to build that job. There is no binding arrangement on those visa arrangements for those workers that are brought in to be transfer their skills to an Australian workforce. And so those communities that see that power line built through their communities, I suspect will be quite disgruntled if their local kids don't get apprenticeships, the local business doesn't get a contract to drive the backhoe to clear the land or whatever might need to be done in that area. There is no requirement for those things. These things won't happen automatically, and experience tells us that often it will be done to the detriment of communities and workers unless we put those safeguards in place.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Senator Billick.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for your question, Senator Payman, because my question sort of segues into that. Can I just thank everyone for their submissions as well? They were packaged into one, so that was very useful for me. The ACT, you mentioned that there was 43 affiliated unions, and I think, to paraphrase, basically what you said was they were affected in many ways. So what I'm interested in is, are you able to outline how climate change impacts are already impacting on workers' conditions and their job activities? Open to anybody?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. I touched briefly on, in fact, I can take on notice to send through a report which comprehensively documents all of the different ways. Colleagues here have already spoken about an energy transition that has not been well planned, that has resulted in, redundancies, restructuring, undermining of job opportunities or job security. But I think in the recent period, we've also seen climate-induced extreme weather events that have really elevated this across the union movement. So I mentioned earlier with the bushfires in 2019, 2020, we had schools closing down, we had hospitals in crisis, we had a wide range of community and social support services, stretched to breaking point. So all of those kind of experiences have really brought this to the forefront. But I will send through that report, which documents, for example, the impact of extreme heat in terms of work health and safety and a range of other areas. Colleagues might want to add.
Is that an ACTU report, or is it by someone else?
A report commissioned by one of our unions.
Sorry.
A report commissioned by one of our unions, the United Workers Union.
Great, thank you. Do any of the other unions want to make a comment?
Thanks, Senator Billick. I guess with the fires that Ben just mentioned, our members were involved in the rescue of community from the vessel side. We came in and where the community were basically isolated by flames, our members directly were involved. Our members also lost their homes in those fires, the same with the floods. So right through the community, it's workers, it's families, it's businesses that have been impacted by climate change, and that's why there's a clear understanding of our membership that who do work in these, in the oil and gas, in the coal exports, that there needs to be change, but there also needs to be just transition in that change.
Thanks.
And one of the things the bushfire smoke incidents really exposed to us as well is that we don't actually have the systems in place to properly deal with that as well, and that's something that we're still working on. The regulation of safety in the workplace, very hazardous levels of smoke that workers were exposed to over that really long period of time that made quite a significant difference, and we're still working through, how we actually manage that and deal with that over months.
Senator, from the ETU's perspective, absolutely it's impacting our members in all kinds of different ways. There's obviously the economic impacts of the decarbonisation agenda, but just the higher frequency and higher severity of severe weather events, particularly for our members who work in the power sector, it means that the increased frequency of needing to respond to storms and repair networks after those events. But even normal routine work is being disrupted. Some of our members work live lines, so they work on the high voltage power lines and they work on them while they're still turned on. And the safety equipment that they need to wear in order to do that safely is very thick insulating rubber, so it's quite hot. So as you would have heard about how the rural firefighters talk about the window of opportunity for safe controlled burns is getting narrower and narrower, so too for our live line members in the north part of Australia, the window of opportunity to perform that live line work is getting narrower and narrower, which means less maintenance can be performed without disrupting the power. So it applies higher pressure on those workers because the live line maintenance work is having to go from being seasonal in the northern part of Australia, where they perform it in the dry season or the winter months, to now only being able to perform it for a small number of weeks within the dry season and winter months. So it really affects work patterns, it affects their exposure to risk on the network, and some other challenges with the backwards-looking regulatory regime that monitors our network, which we're pleased to see the government is starting to address in the NEO reforms, and we hope goes some way further, but it's definitely impacting our members on a day-to-day basis.
Senator, if I could add a more complete answer to the earlier one I gave. So I mentioned increased risk from extreme heat in terms of health and safety, degraded air quality, which another colleague mentioned, the actual risks from the climate disaster-related events themselves, a large degree of psychological stress, especially to mental health from those, especially emergency services and health workers that we've documented, a lot of disruptions to transport and infrastructure that people get around for their daily lives and get their jobs done. But one thing I forgot to mention also was workplace closures or stand downs, and the fact that our industrial relations laws are not necessarily fit for purpose in dealing with that. And also a wide range of job losses related to, climate-related damage, cost. And then I'd add another one, and that is addition to cost of living pressures, where climate-related disasters are impacting on agriculture, impacting on the supply of goods and services. It will put on supply-side pressures on prices, and it's ordinary workers that pay the greatest cost for that as well.
Thank you. We will go to Senator Cadell.
Hello. Thank you. Specifically, I think it's Taylor from AWU to start with. Bit of self-interest here. I'm from the Hunter Valley in New South Wales. Lots of your members, I think, are up there, and something we're going through. I've got mates I went to high school with who are earning good money driving trucks, working in the jobs they're in now, and I'm acutely aware of the process with BHP closure in the Hunter. We knew for 10 years it wasn't a surprise, but 6 months out it was a surprise. And what you're saying is a lot of mines, a lot of energy places closing earlier due to other pressures, external pressures than were planned under this. How are your members coping? I've got mates that want to end on the tools. They're not particularly fond of retraining. How are they going as a group, individually in stories? And what can we do to make retraining earlier more prominent in their minds when we saw them leave it so late with BHP?
Yeah, absolutely. It is significantly stressful, it goes without saying, to be told that the place that you've worked for 10, 20 years is closing in a matter of months or weeks. And unfortunately, we've seen that across the country. Outside of the AWU's coverage, coal has certainly been affected by that as well. The ACTU, among others, have been putting a significant amount of work into the various moving parts of those immediate closures and transitions and how they take place. So certainly bodies like the Australian Energy Market Operator and the Energy Market Commission all have roles and have recently changed their processes in managing those transitions and trying to provide for a significant amount of notice. On the second part of the question around people's capacity or interest in retraining and going into other work, we've certainly seen it countless times before in closures, say in the manufacturing industry at the end of the last decade as the auto industry closed, that workers who have worked all their lives with their hands in blue-collar work that has paid well, has had good, secure conditions fought for by unions over a long period of time, they're sort of told, well, the jobs are now in aged care or they're in local government or in other sectors that don't really use the skills that they've already developed, but perhaps more importantly, don't meet the reasons why those workers went into the industries they chose in the first place. They want to make something with their hands. They want to be able to show the product that they've made. They want to know the value of their work in a very direct way. Certainly across all of these different industries, there's huge workforce challenges that are emerging over time, but there are a number of different policies that governments can respond to those different circumstances with. There are going to be some workers who can be relatively easily reskilled to move into a new job. There are going to be some workers who perhaps can take benefit of pooled redundancy arrangements where workers who are closer to retirement move on, and that lengthens the sort of life of employment for workers who are a bit younger and have skills to stay in an industry. There's certainly, we've also seen at the same time a lot of chaos in how those transitions have come about, whether it's in the manufacturing sector or in relation to energy transition. And that's why, as Ben flagged at the very start of this, we certainly see it as key to have some sort of federal government architecture that brings together all of those moving parts of transition.
Cheers. Anyone else? Good. Next question probably to ACTU is, we're seeing a number of people appearing before us today talking about something you raised about the a transition authority. Do you think there should be this structure set up either in this legislation or following stuff that really has some power, has the ability to look at a just transition for communities, for workers, for the economy that takes precedence? Probably Ben.
Yes, yes. This legislation is quite narrow. It's about setting the target and the accountability mechanisms for the target. There is an opportunity to embed a principle around just transition in this bill. However, everything all of us have spoken about all the moving parts needed to deliver a just transition, it does need a separate package of legislation that is establishing a just transition authority that's looking at all of the workforce support we need, that's looking at all of the planning, investment, coordination, and labour standards around building those new jobs, particularly in those regions that are affected. So that needs an authority with coordination, with funding, with teeth, and it also needs a fairly detailed series of consequential amendments to look at, well, what are all those other statutory agencies that need to play a role in delivering all aspects of a just transition. So we say that's work that needs to be done.
Thank you. And final one, Madam Chair, back to the AWU, and this is a semi-Dorothy Dix for me. Your union stance on removing the ban on SMRs, is it still current?
Thank you for the question. Certainly the AWU has spoken a lot about the Australian nuclear industry for a long period of time. And, we certainly recognise that renewable electricity is going to be a keystone of Australia's energy needs going forward. At the same time, there's questions right now that we're certainly experiencing over the last 3 or 4 months in the current energy crisis about what we need to do to make sure renewable energy is reliable and available at all times for both households and for industry. The AWU supports reducing carbon emissions and ensuring reliable power. We're technology agnostic, so we don't have any unnecessary ideological preference except that reducing carbon emissions is good. In the specific context of nuclear, I was listening into Tennant Reid from AI Group before the union panel began. There is a significant question about what an assessment of nuclear energy in the context of Australia's energy mix looks like. You've got to think about the significant length of time and cost in removing the existing nuclear prohibition, establishing a safe nuclear regulation framework to replace that. Tennant spoke about the capital costs in establishing new plants. So I think that's what's led to the conclusions of bodies like AEMO, that they don't foresee a role for new nuclear power in the energy mix. We're certainly, still open to the prospect of it if the economics stack up. But, we're also relying on the credible forecasts of many bodies in government and outside of government that are, assessing this from a business standpoint.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
I think the ETU would probably summarise it as an expensive and dangerous distraction.
Where do you stand on the ban, though?
No, they won't.
We think that the ban should remain.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. I just had some quick questions also for the AWU. The safeguard mechanism announced is effectively a carbon tax on the 215 energy-intensive industries to incentivise them to move to lower emissions. Do you have any concerns about their competitiveness being decreased globally and therefore moved by them to offshore their actual business that they're doing here? And we've heard earlier this morning people tending to bunch coal and gas projects together. I know the AWU's been quite forward-leaning on needing more gas supply to put downward pressure on prices so we actually can keep all our fabulous manufacturing workers employed and growing. Just like some comments from the AWU on that, and then I've got some questions on the regions.
Great, thank you, Senator. I'll answer those questions in 2 parts. So firstly, on the safeguard mechanism, certainly when the last substantial carbon emissions reduction package from the federal government came about in the start of the last decade, we worked very closely with the government on ensuring that energy-intensive trade-exposed industries had support in making the transition. We did support the previous package and, as we go through the consultation process with the safeguard mechanism, we're certainly keen to ensure that that type of support is made available because we recognise that our largest competitor in steel, in aluminium, in glass, in concrete is China.
Yeah.
And we don't see them making the same emissions reductions that Australia is committed to doing.
Excellent.
Sorry, can you remind me of the second part of the question there?
And with just your views on increasing more gas supply domestically to put downward pressure on prices, which absolutely assists not just the energy-intensive industries, the 215, but mum and dad manufacturers, particularly out in the regions.
Yeah, I think specifically in relation to this legislation and in particular the consequential amendments, I would say that there are some risks of unintended consequences if the scope of legislation those consequential amendments apply to is expanded. So, for example, there has been some discussion and debate around including the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, which would run a risk of essentially a short-sighted rejection of fossil fuel projects at the federal government level without recognising the way that Australia's gas can aid decarbonisation globally. On gas supply more broadly, we've been supportive of a range of new gas projects that have either been investigated or are under exploration over the last decade and beyond, probably, certainly in terms of projects like the Beetaloo Basin and Narrabri gas. However, gas supply is not the only piece of the puzzle that we're focused on. Our real particular interest right now in terms of what can bring a short-term, immediately beneficial reduction in gas prices to help the manufacturing businesses where we have members would be the use of the Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism, which, as it's designed at the moment, would take too long to activate to see an impact on prices, and the mechanism doesn't consider prices presently. So on that front, we'd really want to see a price trigger introduced into that policy mechanism, and also a change to the legislation which would allow it to be activated more quickly. But certainly we also support the use of gas in meeting the broader energy needs, both for electricity generators as well as the manufacturers that directly rely on it.
Thank you. I've just been, I guess, National Party interested in actually mitigating the impacts of this transition. We've been completely just focused on mitigating the impacts and making sure the regions can seize the opportunities of this decision by the previous government and obviously the more ambitious target set by the current government. In terms of, I'm interested in understanding a number of the funds in the European Union that were actually specifically set up to assist regional communities with that transition, how that would effectively work here. And your thoughts on a rigorous socio-economic assessment of the rollout of the target over time, so that we fully understand who's being impacted, because it's going to be no one in Kooyong or in North Shore Sydney. It's going to be the communities that your members are in, and similarly the people that have sent me and Senator Cadell to Parliament. Whether we need a much more rigorous assessment of the impact so we can understand it and mitigate it going forward.
I'll make the start, but then others will want to chip in. I mean, for us, this is a very powerful reason why we need an energy transition authority. There's been a lot of studies that show the tremendous potential for investing in new renewable energy industries in regional Australia. But I think, as Trevor said, this is just not going to happen by magic. It requires extensive coordination, consultation, to bring all these moving parts together to really, really make that happen. So for us, the Energy Transition Authority is a key vehicle to do that. There are a range of other commitments, both that the new government has made in Power in Australia and also the National Reconstruction Fund around that investment. But again, it's coordination. We want to see, the workforce planning, the skills, the training, to make sure that transition works properly, taking people from what are already, secure and reasonably well-paid jobs into something that's equivalent. So we do need to have regard to those standards as well. Yep.
I'll jump in.
Sorry.
The Paris Agreement was not just about emissions reductions, but also about just transition, and it was central to everything that has come through those 46 countries that have signed up to the Paris Agreement. Indeed, in 2019, the UN Climate Action Summit with those 46 countries, they dubbed it the Climate Action for Jobs Initiative. It's the same sort of thing as we're talking here, that in anything that we do around climate action, there has to be a central tenet of just transition for workers. And Australia has been notably absent in this area over the last several years. And there's an opportunity now with this new industry to ensure that there is a transition authority that is central to those climate bills to ensure that workers in the new industries and in the sunset industries are the same workers as much as you can, but also that locations such as offshore renewables are in locations where the coal industry is in decline. There's proper opportunities there, and there should be proper focus.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add, Senator, when we talk to ETU members, who a lot of them work in the regions, in those coal communities, what they overwhelmingly continue to say to us is that they want certainty. They understand that their industries are changing. For those that work in the coal-fired power stations, they know that those stations are reaching both end of mechanical and end of economical life, and the changing dynamics in the grid means that the mechanical life and economic life is shortening, and that's accelerating. We have this real challenge that the regulators in the energy space, in our view, have been extraordinarily backward-looking. We've been arguing for the Australian Energy Market Operator in publishing its integrated system plan should include jobs modelling so that we can have a genuine conversation about where those jobs will be impacted, but also with the energy transformation where they might be created. But unfortunately, AEMO was prevented from performing that work under its remit, and there was no appetite to change that. We are arguing and continuing to argue that should change. And the concept of a federal transition authority is very much one not to impose a federal order on these communities. We say that the communities should develop their own plans in consultation with themselves, and that the federal role is to play a facilitative provision to implement that, and to make sure that we do it with some equality to the community. On top of that, Senator, I guess what we've also faced in the coal sector with the coal closures is an industrial relations framework that has prevented our members from negotiating with their employers transition clauses into their industrial instruments, which would allow them to consult with the employer and look at when a plant might close, that advance notice, what sort of retraining and restructuring might occur, what job opportunities might look to into the future. And so we say there's a role for IR reform as well. But again, taking it back to this bill, we say that there is an opportunity in this bill. It's not the only opportunity. It could be done elsewhere, but there's no time like the present to get moving on this. There's an opportunity to put that principle of regional economic benefit and secure jobs as a principal concept in this bill, move it through the consequential amendments into those 14 agencies and institutions who will be implementing this work and making those economic decisions, and have that as a core principle to focus their minds. How they actually do their plans will be a matter for each of them. We're not looking at something prescriptive, but a core principle in this bill we think would have a huge beneficial impact.
Yeah, and we would very much support that as well. And just to give a practical example, we're dealing with now, members in the Newcastle coal terminals are very concerned about the closures of coal-fired power stations that have been forward. Of course, they know that's not them, but they know that they're working in an industry that will also be affected. They've taken the initiative during the current round of bargaining with their employer, that they want that employer to start making provisions for a transition, to use the money they have now to create a fund, to think not only of what happens when this facility closes and us, but to think about all the the people that they've bought lunches from and bought drinks from down the road for however long as well, and how can they provide for them. So they're trying to provide for that in their job and around their facility. But of course, there's a limit to what they can do in terms of one workplace and one company. So that's really where we need this kind of broader planning function and the provisions for them to be able to move to, if there's big offshore wind facilities and port terminals set up in that port, to be able to use their skills to help build that new infrastructure as well.
Thank you. I think you raise incredibly salient points. I think one of the great missing ingredients of this debate over the last probably 2 decades has been the myth that it's not going to impact anybody and that we can do this with almost a net zero impact on people's lives, livelihoods and futures. And I think that the questions you're raising right now are right to be raised. We need to be doing the hard work of understanding what those impacts are instead of assuming we can sort of run off over here and mop up later people's actual lives and livelihoods. So thank you. I'll probably have some more questions on notice for all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for attending today. Your input is really, really valuable. We look forward to seeing your input on the other structures that are also ongoing at the moment, including the Jobs and Skills Summit that will be held in September. But
free advertisement right there. Thank you, Senator.
That's my pleasure. It is my pleasure.
Jobs and growth.
Jobs and growth.
Jobs and growth. Jobs and growth. Jobs and skills. Jobs and skills.
Jobs all for the one person on your side.
Okay, let's move on, people. Thank you so much for your input. Very much appreciated you taking the time to come and speak with us. If you have taken questions on notice or if further questions on notice are provided to you, the date for the return of those answers is Monday, the 22nd of August. Alarmingly short, and we apologise for that, but unfortunately the duration of this inquiry is indeed itself quite short. So we will now suspend for lunch and we will recommence at 1:35. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thanks.
To welcome in person and on the video conference representatives from the Australia Institute, the Grattan Institute, the Climate Council and the Blueprint Institute. If we can maybe go around in that order and you could introduce yourselves and the capacity in which you're appearing for the Hansard as a first step. So if we start with the Australia Institute.
Dr. Richard Dennis, Executive Director of the Australia Institute.
Grattan?
My name is Tony Wood and I'm the Program Director for Energy and Climate Change at the Grattan Institute.
And Miss Sienna Parrott, also a researcher at the Australia Institute.
Thank you. Climate Council?
Dr. Simon Bradshaw, the Research Director at the Climate Council.
And the Blueprint Institute?
I'm David Cross and I'm the CEO of Blueprint Institute.
Mark Oliaris, Senior Researcher, Blueprint Institute.
And is that everybody? Yes. Oh, Josh. Josh Steinert, can you please introduce yourself and the capacity in which you're appearing?
How are you? Of course. My name is Josh Steinert. I am Director of Research at Blueprint Institute.
Thank you. Now, if you'd like to go around in that order again, if you have any opening statements, if you could keep them to a minute, that would be lovely.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these landmark climate change bills. Achieving the enshrined emissions reduction target will depend on policies governing Australia's most high-emitting sectors. To date, the climate impacts of Australia's exported fossil fuels have not factored into government decision-making. Yet, overseas emissions contribute equally to climate change as domestic emissions. Regardless, new fossil fuel projects with significant onshore Scope 1 emissions will threaten the government's ability to meet domestic targets. New fossil fuel projects should not be approved. Climate change necessitates transitioning away from fossil fuels, which cannot happen while approving their expansion. Allowing new regions to develop fossil fuel projects for the first time will only make this transition harder and more expensive. Policies must drive legitimate emissions reductions. New fossil fuel projects will make this task more difficult. Noting the release of the Safeguard Mechanism discussion paper today, my colleague Richard Dennis will discuss this further. Finally, these bills should raise the opportunity for new policies to be considered to ensure the current and future targets can be delivered.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to make a statement?
Thank you, Senator. In relation to the bill, I've got no specific comments to make except to note that it refers to the government's policies to achieve Australia's emissions reduction targets, and it also refers to the need to consider unintentional consequences on state and territory emissions reduction targets and policies. In relation to the consequential amendments bill, however, there's a couple of things I think that need to be considered, because whilst we may very well have a legislated emissions target for 2030 very soon, there is very little in there which talks about, well, how is that to be implemented? What other policies? And it seems to me there's two specific things that I'd refer to. One is that in relation to things like the Safeguard Mechanism, as has already been referred to, the discussion paper's out today. It is very clear, to me at least, that that Safeguard Mechanism must be accompanied by a firm cap on emissions, otherwise you will get consequences in terms of threatening Australia's overall cap if you don't have a firm cap on that sector. There are ways of dealing with that. They're not simple. A baseline scheme, such as the government's looking to work through, always has consequences, but they're manageable, and I think that's where it needs to be done, and that's where that means that those policies have to be worked through very carefully. The second thing is, and I also note, by the way, that the role of the Climate Change Authority is referred to in the bill in terms of providing advice to the Minister on the effectiveness of policies. Finally, I'd mention this issue of the unintentional consequences on the states, because whilst the state and territory ministers did meet with the federal minister Friday of last week and came to a very strong consensus around a national energy transformation plan, they didn't really deal very well with this issue of how do we somehow or other accommodate the different policies and targets and that states and territories have versus the Commonwealth. And also they didn't deal at all very well with the whole issue of the role of gas in our economy and meeting our targets. And I think those issues do need to be considered as the legislation finds its way through the final approval process. Thank you.
Thank you. The Blueprint Institute, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, thanks, Chair. And we'd just say that we welcome the opportunity to appear here and support broadly the passage of the legislation. We genuinely have a view that the kind of excessive politicisation of climate policy has created significant problems in terms of really a regulatory environment in which the private sector is able to clearly and invest in the technologies that are needed to take us forward. We would say that significant thought needs to be given to the how, now that we do look like we're heading towards having a legislated target. In particular, we think there are three issues. The first is ensuring an orderly phase down of coal from the grid in such a way that doesn't significantly impact regional communities. The second would be the significant challenges posed by the construction of transmission infrastructure, which will require really significant capital investment from the private sector. And that kind of refers to my previous point about needing the regulatory environment that will encourage that investment. And the final point is really just to recognise that whilst there are significant hurdles to overcome in assisting regional communities in adapting to a zero carbon economy, there's also really significant opportunities, and that in the projected jobs increases in the clean energy sector alone, which are projected to be between 130 and 200,000, around 75% of these opportunities exist in regional and rural Australia. And I think it's incumbent upon all decision makers to really make sure that the policy settings are in the right place to enable those communities to thrive.
And the Climate Council.
Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. Climate Council does support this bill, but look, we are really keen to help ensure it can be further strengthened in ways that help drive action at the real scale and pace that we all know is needed through the 2020s. Look, our role as Climate Council, formerly the Climate Commission, is to provide advice based on the latest and best available science. And as we all know, the science is unequivocal that what we do in the 2020s is enormously influential, but every avoided emissions beyond the 43% is really an investment in the future security and prosperity of Australians. Globally, every fraction of avoided warming is measured in lives and livelihoods and species and ecosystems saved. So, look, in brief, it's clear that any shot at limiting warming to well below 2 degrees, really got to give it everything we possibly can. It does mean cutting global emissions in half by 2030. That means for a country like Australia, given our circumstances, almost unmatched opportunities for renewable energy, we should be aiming for around a 75% cut in emissions. So given the enormity of that challenge, what I think we're really keen for is that this bill can really drive an upwards virtuous cycle in ambition through these critical years. And at a minimum, that should really include a review of that 2030 target by 2025, at the same time as we're setting that 2035 targets. I'm sure we're going to talk a bit about coal and gas, but our only point on that really is that, again, the maths and the science is very clear. We can't be getting into new coal and gas if we're to fulfill our obligations under the Paris Agreement, give ourselves that shot at limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. We know the fugitive emissions associated with some proposed new gas projects are going to make it very much harder to achieve that minimum 43%, let alone the steeper targets that are, of course, going to be demanded of us. So in short, again, we support this bill as a first step, but let's make it the very best springboard for action that we can. Thank you.
Thank you all for your opening statements. I give the call to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question probably to Blueprint. In your submission, something of interest was the capacity payments and a weighting towards cleaner money to ensure stability of the grid and dispatchability. Do you want to just give a bit of a brief on that and how that's developing? Nope, you're on mute. I can't hear. Oop.
Apologies. Sure. Just to clarify, do you want information on our coal phase down mechanism or suggestions around
the capacity payments? I think you said there's been a capacity payment proposed to be introduced in Australia that doesn't focus on the cleanliness of the capacity availability and talking about brown coal versus other options.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I might pass to our senior researcher, Mark Villaris, to answer this question.
So actually, there's a recent development on Friday. Our energy ministers met, and they might be into actually excluding coal from the capacity mechanism. So things are a bit in flux. But the logic behind what we were saying, Senator, is that there's already a lot of uncertainty in electricity market, in particular around when the coal plants are going to go out of business and in what order. Now, if you introduce a capacity mechanism, that favors generators with low fixed costs and high marginal costs. And those are your coal plants. So if there's already uncertainty as to when they're going to exit, and we start talking about maybe doing a mechanism where we inject even more uncertainty into that by delaying their closure even more, that will really affect the amount of confidence you have as a renewable investor when you go into that market, and that will harm the energy shift we need to have.
Okay, that's good. Secondly, Madam Chair, just something that's come up a number of times today, I think in a couple of reports. I think one's called a Coal Adaptation Authority, there's another a Transition Authority mentioned in another report. Are we seeing a model getting close to the UK model of climate change committee that has a sort of hands-on independent way to look at the economic impact of these things as well as progress towards the goals we're achieving? Is that something we see across the board here? Everyone's is where this may head to, or are we still not got a view on that? I'll go. David, yep.
I was going to say, I think there seems to be kind of a bi-pronged approach to this, in that state governments seem to be moving at different speeds to the federal government. I think the most important thing to note here, I think, is the need to kind of decentralise the way in which these authorities would work. Something that Blueprint in particular would like to see is the establishment of coal adaptation authorities in the regions, staffed by people from those regions. In particular, the function of these adaptation authorities would be to develop the adaptation plans as we phase gracefully away from coal. They'd be formed well in advance of the scheduled closures of coal-fired power stations. And really they would act as coordinators. So they'd be there to bring together existing local businesses, the coal companies, worker representatives, relevant academics in the communities. We think a kind of decentralised model where you have a number of adaptation authorities around the country would be preferable to a more centralised model, simply because of the very localised impact on the phase down that the phase down will have on specific communities. And I think at the moment that isn't necessarily where we're heading when we're talking about kind of adaptation authorities more broadly.
Mr. Wood, you?
Yeah, I think the work that we've looked at in terms of the way some of this will play out in Australia is that a lot of the physical activity will occur in Australia's regions, and that applies both to the likely loss of jobs coming from the phasing out of fossil fuel over the next 20 or 30 years, but also the opportunity that could come from the industries that could be established in those same regional areas, depending upon how we play our comparative advantage in this country. And for us, that suggests that two things. Firstly, I think it still does require leadership from the Commonwealth, but also I think there's a very strong role for regional transition authorities. A lot of the people in the regions don't like the word transition, but there's some evidence that the sort of stuff that's been done in the Latrobe Valley and in Collie in Western Australia can work very well with local communities. Funding and technical advice or support from a central agency may assist that, but ultimately those sort of issues come down to working with communities on the ground, working through what are the opportunities for them, because they'll all be different. What works in the Hunter Valley will not be what works in Gladstone, will not be what works in the Latrobe Valley.
Yeah, look, I think there's some fundamental tensions that sit at the heart of all of this. I mean, we've got, until last week, we had a debate about capacity mechanisms for how to keep coal-fired power stations going, yet we want to have a community conversation about how do people transition away. We will talk about, rapid decarbonisation of the economy while helping regional communities by opening up new gas and coal development. So, big picture, we need some hard truths for regional communities. And while we're simultaneously talking about propping things up and extending them and helping them cope with phasing them out, while we're actually helping regions in far north Queensland get into coal for the first time since Federation, let's just say that the regional challenges are quite different when you're still trying to take some regions into coal. So I think there's great lessons from Germany. I think there's great lessons from around the world about how a planned transition out of fossil fuels can work, how workers can be helped to find new jobs, either in the remaining fossil fuel jobs and or elsewhere, but we can't simultaneously help some people transition out while we're helping other people transition in. So I think big picture, some honesty about the shared national goal needs to come before we can talk about the design of regional policy.
Madam Chair, sorry, Patrick, I have to go to another briefing at 2. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for Mr. Tony Wood from the Grattan Institute. What opportunities do you see in terms of investment and energy transition coming from legislating the 43% target?
Well, I think in some ways you could position the 43% target as being highly symbolic. On the other hand, it becomes the next mechanism that starts to drive real change. And I think that's where we should take that. When you look at Australia's comparative advantage in a low emissions world, and many people smarter than I have written books about it, Ross Garner included, clearly there are opportunities arising from our unusual circumstances. That is, we have a small population in a very large country. We have access to significant amounts of renewable energy, which are reasonably well dispersed, not perfectly lacking in correlation, of course, but in non-correlation, but well in excess of what we would use domestically. And so that means export is our focus. We also have material shares of the world's iron ore, which currently we just export along with our coal. In addition to that, we have the material resources of the known lithium, cobalt, manganese, and all those sort of raw materials. So the opportunity, of course, is to then add real value to those mineral resources using our renewable energy, potentially having hydrogen in that pathway. All of this is a comparative advantage. The economics suggest that the best place to do this would be in much of it, but not all of it. Just because we have lithium doesn't mean we should make electric cars. But every one of those processes, every one of them has an economic opportunity for Australia. The hard work has to be to identify what are the things that logically would be in Australia's strategic best interest and pursue those aggressively, in some ways, as the previous government began to do with the Modern Manufacturing Initiative. I think the opportunity is to really grapple with this stuff in a way that industry policy in Australia has not done previously.
Thank you.
Senator Hanson, yeah.
Thank you. We heard this morning from the scientific panel that in order to keep temperatures at 1.5 or well below 2 degrees as required is going to mean much more than a reduction of 43%. Firstly, I just want to get on the record that that's a position that you accept. Yep.
Yes, definitely. That's what the science suggests.
Yes, okay. So 43 should definitely be a floor then. And in this legislation, it's now been amended in order to ensure that it is a floor. But in order to even get to the 43%, what I'm concerned about is how we do that within the existing fossil fuels in the system, let alone the new and proposed projects in the pipeline. So perhaps, Dr. Dennis, are you concerned about how we get to 43% under the current policy settings?
Absolutely. Let's go back 20 years. 20 years ago, virtually every economist in Australia accepted that we need an economy-wide carbon price to push emissions down across the entire economy. The economics hasn't changed on this. Indeed, it's hardened that we need a lot of action in a hurry. But we've now moved to very narrow suites of policy aimed at particular sectors of the economy. There's a role for that. And of course, now we've got the discussion paper today for the safeguard mechanism, which is the kind of primary policy that the government's proposing to rely on. And I think the best way to think of the safeguard mechanism that's currently being discussed is it's a cap and trade scheme without a cap. It is a mechanism whereby we're hoping that large emitters will lower their emissions. We're going to create baselines for them. We're going to create incentives for them to reduce their emissions. But we're also going to allow new polluters to set up in greenfield sites and significantly increase emissions. But when these new polluters are allowed to set up, new gas projects in particular, new coal mines, the Scope 1 emissions, the emissions that we count here domestically, they're going to count towards Australia's emissions. They're captured by the 43% target we're talking about today. But if we're going to let new polluters into the system, we have to make the existing polluters work harder. That's what a cap and trade system is all about. But the way that the safeguard mechanism is currently being discussed is to suggest that we're going to create some obligations on existing polluters. We're going to have no obligations on most companies and most individuals in Australia, but we're actually going to let new polluters in. So how we're going to get to a 43% emission reduction target when we're still letting new polluters open for business is entirely unknown.
So the carbon budget will just be blown out of the water then?
Well, the only way, if we're going to let new polluters open up and we're going to let new polluters emit a lot of new pollution that's currently not getting emitted today, then it stands to reason that everyone else would have to work a lot harder. So the question for the Parliament, when the Parliament's trying to introduce policies to achieve this 43% emission reduction, is how are we going to make everyone else work harder when the new gas projects, for example, come on? At the moment, to be in the safeguard mechanism, you have to pollute more than 100,000 tonnes a year. Maybe we're going to have to lower that. We're going to have small businesses and medium-sized businesses included. Or we're going to have to say to the big polluters, because this new gas project opened up, you're going to have to become far more ambitious. But one way or another, we either have to, if we're going to let new polluters in, we either have to make existing sources of pollution decline faster, work harder, or we're going to blow the budget.
But isn't this whole process about reducing pollution?
Yes, except, you know, at the moment we're talking about a safeguard mechanism where some companies might be allowed to increase their pollution, which again is fine, but every time we let a new polluter pollute more, every time we let an existing polluter pollute more, either someone else has to pollute less, cap and trade, you know, the cap does the work, or we blow the budget, or we just, you know, import a bunch of low integrity offsets from other countries, or generate our own dodgy offsets.
Okay, well that's one of the issues that has been raised by other witnesses today, so we can come back to that. Mr Wood, were you desperate to jump in there?
I think the arithmetic here is simple. The challenge is a little more difficult because we, most likely, subject to what happens in the Senate, will have a legislated 43% cap. That becomes a government-imposed constraint which should be fixed. Now, that's a budget as well as a cap. We have a carbon budget. We can spend that budget, but up to that budget, and everything has to be done within that budget. This is the point I think Richard's referring to. That just means that, exactly as he described, something has to give and take. If you had an economy-wide carbon price, that's the way it would work. There'd be a fixed number of permits, and you have to have a permit, otherwise you don't admit or you get hit with a big penalty. That's the way the same system has to work. The safeguard mechanism must be designed so it fits within the cap. Otherwise you end up with unconstrained emissions growth, and that can't happen. So, and not only does this apply to new gas plants, it applies to new steel plants, new fertiliser plants, new transport activities, anything, new large farming activities. The entire economy has to be within the 43% cap, and that leads to the consequences.
So if we allow the opening up of the Beetaloo Basin, which we're being told would increase Australia's domestic emissions, never mind all the emissions and pollution we're exporting overseas, but if it's going to increase Australia's domestic emissions by 13%, that means someone else, and say, you know, the manufacturing industry is going to have to carry the burden.
Absolutely. Or, as Tony said, we blow the budget. I mean, so again, this is...
Are there more workers in a Beetaloo Basin gas project versus the manufacturing industry?
The gas industry is the least labour-intensive industry that the Australian Bureau of Statistics collects data on. But yeah, absolutely. We need to have a national conversation about what this 43% means. It says we collectively have to share a burden between us. You know, the passage of this legislation, if it's to pass, places a collective burden on Australia to achieve a particular goal, a goal that I support, a goal that I wish was more ambitious, but we're here talking about 43%. So the passage of the legislation says, here's what we've collectively agreed to do. When we let a new source of pollution start up, as Tony said, whether it's a new gas project or whether it's a new fertiliser factory, we are putting more burden on everyone else who was already under the cap.
It also applies, Senator, in terms of expansions of existing businesses. Everything has to be included under the cap. You can't. I think if you focus, I understand the issue around one large gas facility, but if you only focus on that, I think you miss the broader picture, and that is that the whole lot has to be treated. That's the challenge we've created. And your question before about is this difficult? Yes, it is difficult, because we have to transform just about every sector of this economy significantly in the next 8 to 10 years, and certainly beyond that. Now, that means we have to be focused on that, and we have to have the policies that absolutely stick to that, because having vague ideas that these things might, according to modelling which hasn't been published, add up to 43% isn't good enough.
And obviously, the reason we're doing all this is because the climate has already changed. We're already seeing the impacts of this. The insurance bills of Australians are going through the roof right now. The rebuild costs of towns like Lismore at the moment. We still haven't even dealt with the devastation from the bushfires. From an economic perspective, can we afford not to make sure that this is a proper reduction of pollution and not just some kind of, it happens over here, but we're just not going to count it?
No, so economists have been saying literally for decades that the costs of inaction are far greater than the cost of action. And to be clear, that economic advice has been ignored for decades, not just in Australia. Go back to the Stern Review, which, was at the time the most comprehensive analysis that had been done. Yeah, the costs are overwhelmingly, the cost of inaction outweigh the cost of action. But because the climate has changed, because we have ignored the science for so long, we have to understand that some forms of abatement are actually getting harder and harder. So, for example, I've already raised the issue of the lack of integrity, the so-called dodgy credits, the hot air credits. We're seeing around the world, in America and Europe at the moment, forests that were set up as carbon offsets catching fire and burning to the ground in climate-enhanced bushfires. So the idea that the more climate change happens, the more we can rely on natural sinks to store our carbon for us is wrong. And because we've taken so long, we now don't have options that were available to us 10, 20, 30 years ago. So because the climate has changed, because drought and flood and bushfire are now more common, our actual ability to sequester carbon in some natural sinks is reduced, which means we have to do more work in our industrial economy. And it also means that we're going to have to spend more and more of our scarce resources helping people with the very real and very expensive cost of floods, when of course that's money that we can no longer spend actually reducing climate change. So the longer we put it off, the more expensive it gets and the less options we have.
Mr. Cross, did you have something you wanted to add there?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Look, I guess the thing that we would say is, firstly, we obviously, to your very initial opening point, very much accept the science behind this and the need to keep 43% as a floor. We would make 2 points in relation to this. The first would be, I think it's important that people acknowledge 2 factors here. The first is that at present, we lack the technical capacity to reach net zero. And the second is that we want to be cautious of superimposing ever more ambitious targets over the body politic. And the reason I say that is not, I would agree with earlier points made around we're here because we've ignored the advice of scientists for too long, but we don't want to eliminate investment in technologies that have slightly longer lead-in times that would otherwise be where we would be wanting to invest public funding. But in relation to how we achieve the emissions reductions that we're going to need to achieve to set out and limit warming as stipulated by the Paris Agreement, it would be needing to phase out coal from the grid. That will have the single largest impact on emissions reduction towards meeting that target. But in particular, there needs to be a mechanism in place that allows the orderly phase down of this generation, because without such a mechanism, it's going to be ad hoc, it's going to have really adverse impacts on electricity prices, and it's going to be very difficult to kind of achieve the phase down in a way that works for industry, for consumers, and for the government without needlessly spending huge amounts of money. Something that we would suggest would really be to establish a coal generation phase down mechanism, and this would incorporate elements of the emissions reduction fund and of the safeguard mechanism. We'd want it to be managed by the Clean Energy Regulator. And really the purpose of the coal phase down mechanism would be to establish emissions targets. If we were to implement it, tomorrow, it would be we would recommend 2027, 2029, and every 2 years to 2035 to allow a coal-free grid by 2035.
Just to be clear, you're not asking for more public money for the coal industry, are you?
No, the opposite. But we think that to allow the coal industry to exit the grid by 2035, we think you need a kind of regulatory mechanism in place that really
So
allows
a stick, not a carrot.
the allocate. Yeah, broadly, I don't really want to. I wouldn't use that language either way. Really, the purpose is to allocate emissions contracts via auction, equal in volume and expiration to each of the emissions targets in 2027, 2029, and every 2 years for 2035. And this, while these contracts would be for emissions, it would map to a known quantity of electricity supplied for each coal generator based on their emissions intensity. So this would guarantee a minimum supply of electricity as well as a certain emissions reduction beyond it. And you could adjust these targets as you go forward, but really it sets in stone a kind of orderly phase down by a set date. And really, if we don't do that, firstly, you're going to end up having the industry open to the kind of political upheaval that's been open to over the last decade. It's going to set in motion a environment in which you either have vulnerabilities of government, of whatever political persuasion coming in there and forcibly extending the shelf life of coal-fired power plants because we haven't planned an orderly exit of them from the grid, or we're going to be in a position where, again, you're going to have a lack of certainty that the renewable energy sector will need to make the requisite investments to kind of supplant the baseline energy that coal provides. So we think that kind of mechanism would be really helpful, and without a phase down of coal, kind of by 2035 really is the most realistic date. Whilst being very ambitious, it's going to be very hard to achieve the targets that we need to achieve to limit warming.
Okay. We're going to need to move on. Thank you so much for that. I will head to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have just a couple of quick questions. In terms of the cost, the capital cost of the transition, this may be a good one for Grattan to take on. Is this something that you can provide on notice based on your various reports? I'm looking to try and get a summary of the capital cost of the transition across the various sectors, energy, industry, transport, so on and so forth.
Senator, I think we've not put that together in a comprehensive way. One of the challenges when you look through the sectors is that the danger, why we haven't done this is because when you think about the rate of change of potential range of technology and the assumptions one has to make, the conclusions end up being worse than the assumptions you had to make, or they're no better or worse than the assumptions you had to make. So you end up with well, my assumptions say this, your assumptions say that, so therefore, I'm right and you're wrong sort of stuff. I don't think it ends up being very helpful. I do think that when you look at specifically the electricity sector, our analysis would suggest, look, we can go a long way, whether or not, I think in any sector, I think you can say with confidence, as you get towards zero or net zero, the cost goes up. And sometimes it might go up very dramatically, unless we find other solutions in the next 20 years or so. And there are many solutions that could emerge. So that just means when we look at the electricity sector, for example, which right now is the largest sector, to be fair, the industry sector covered by the safeguard mechanism will shortly become the largest source of emissions if we don't get on top of it through the safeguard mechanism. The electricity sector, in our view, we've certainly achieved the easy part of it, the first 30% of renewables at relatively low cost. The next bit starts to get a bit harder. And in our view, what happens is the overall impact of building the necessary firming to balance renewables will largely offset the benefits of the lower cost of generation of the renewables. And so we should be not much better or worse off within the accuracy of the assumptions, but we get the emissions reduction for free. Beyond that, I think it starts to get harder, and then you're in the realm of, well, what do I think is going to happen when we get to 90% renewables? The good news is we don't have to solve that today. But I think that then you start to see some real challenges based upon current economics, which is why you end up, in our view, at least having to assume something like natural gas or possibly hydrogen. Again, you're in the world of assumptions about cost. Is the thing that provides that balancing technology, Senator. So when you look at that, I think we can go a long way to 80 and 90% in our electricity sector at very low cost, certainly well below, for example, what the renewable energy target has cost to get us where it has.
Senator, can I just add to that? I mean, it's an interesting exercise to figure out the capital cost of these things, but as Tony just alluded to, it's all about the assumptions, really, and the key assumption is the counterfactual, what would have happened otherwise. So let me give you a counterfactual. Imagine there was no climate change, imagine there was no carbon price, imagine no one cared about any of these things. Most of the 50-year-old coal-fired power stations that we're running today probably would have been replaced with a coal-fired power station 10 years or so ago. Luckily they weren't, because what all the data now says is renewables with storage is actually cheaper than that. So sure, we can add up all of the costs of all of the investments in all of the renewables or all of the electric cars or all of the anything, and we can come up with a big number, but most of that would have been spent anyway, perhaps on slightly different technologies. And it's really just a matter of assumption how we kind of then apportion the investment that would have needed to be taken place anyway versus the portion associated with the policy problem.
No, I understand the point. I guess the point I'm trying to make is how do we reduce the cost to the taxpayer of getting to where we want to get to? So that's really the question at hand here.
I'd stop subsidising the things that cause emissions. I would use simple regulations that have been shown internationally to have very high benefits and very low costs. And I wouldn't allow new sources of emissions to come in, especially if we're considering providing compensation to people for the efforts they then have to undertake.
And so I could only really refer to you that series of reports we published last year when we took each of the sectors in turn and identified if we are dealing with a sector-based approach, how you might reduce emissions in those sectors at the lowest cost.
Yeah, okay. No, they're excellent reports, Mr. Wood. So, look, I just quickly, Chair, before I hand it back, I just want to ask about whether the panel, I'll throw this one out to everyone, about, what are going to be the best 2 or 3 policies to get emissions down, noting that this particular bill is it's a pretty threadbare, small piece of paper that is doing something that even the minister himself has said is superfluous. So, what are the policies that are required to get us to where we need to go?
I think we've got if you take them sector by sector, because we are in a sector-based approach. In electricity, I do think we need to introduce a policy alongside whatever reliability capacity mechanism emerges from the work of the officials that have now been designated with that task by the combined ministers. In my view, it's a debate that took place some years ago under when Malcolm Turnbull was Prime Minister, under the National Energy Guarantee, but the simple logic is you've got 2 objectives. One is to reduce emissions and the other was to maintain reliability. You have 2 policy instruments, set your targets for both of them and have your market determine the lowest cost way to do that. And I would do that for a start. Secondly, I think the safeguard mechanism, even though it's pretty clunky as we discussed, there are a series of decisions that can be taken to ensure that if it provided, it has an absolute cap and all those other things we've discussed, Senator, are followed through. Thirdly, I would suggest that an emissions standard on light vehicles would be a very efficient way to reduce emissions in that part of the sector where we already know what the technical solutions are. And finally, I would suggest that in agriculture, the first thing to do is really work on those activities where we know we can reduce emissions at relatively low cost, but the problem is disseminating information whilst we start to think about the longer term issues of basically burping and farting cows and sheep. So that's where I would start as a suite, and I think we could get a long way down. The numbers have to add up, and I think what we really need is whatever suite of policies the government starts to put together, having them vague, subject to simply some modelling that's not been publicised, I don't think is good enough. These numbers should be demonstrated that they could add up to achieve the 43% and more and beyond that. And that's where we're not yet, and I think this bill should set the framework for those next steps.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
Just some quick thoughts. So it's actually two policies that would be quite simple but very overarching and effective. A moratorium on all new coal and gas projects and redirecting fossil fuel subsidies to the fossil fuel industry to climate finance and stuffing money directing towards those polluting industries.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. Oh, look, if the
Senator Bragg, have
farmers
you
actually had a
finished?
genuine representation in this parliament from the National Party, you would be all over this, Bridget.
Okay,
Are there any
ladies,
other
take it
views?
outside. Senator Bragg, have you finished? Yep.
We would just like to
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Cross.
thanks, Senator. And yeah, we'd just add three recommendations to Senator Bragg's proposition as to what would help us achieve emissions reduction fastest. The first would be the coal phase-out mechanism that I previously spoke about. The second would be investing and government underwriting early works for the building of transmission infrastructure. We know that obtaining the capital investment for transmission infrastructure projects isn't in and of itself particularly difficult because these investors really end up being the beneficiaries of regulation that prescribes competitive and a guaranteed rate of return. The more challenging thing is the many things that have to happen before a final investment decision. And these can be as varied as kind of community engagement, planning related studies, design work, land assembly, and a whole bunch of other things. The government should be underwriting the early works programs for these investment decisions to attract more investment into the construction of said transmission infrastructure. And the final recommendation we would make would just be in relation to diesel in mining and agriculture, which actually accounts for just under 1/10 of all greenhouse gases. But once you achieve a phase down from coal from the grid, that actually is a significantly larger portion of our emissions. And so we would suggest significant investments in battery and hydrogen technologies to replace the use of diesel in those industries. And that's something that is not particularly difficult from a technical perspective. And when we're comparing it to the kind of other things that are being discussed today, nor is it particularly expensive.
Thank you very much. Can I just go to Simon Bradshaw? Can you just give us your perspective on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think we need to get some runs on the board very quickly to really get us on the path this decade. Support many of the suggestions so far. I think there's a few other very practical policies, target investments that can make a big difference quickly. We'd add a mandatory storage target to that suite. Certainly some suitable, ambitious fuel efficiency standards. Transmission is clearly a priority, an enabler of everything else, and obviously something we need to get down to work with very quickly. And of course, given the cost of living challenges, energy efficiency initiatives, working in partnership with the states, there's a lot we can do there. Because action on climate change is very much action on cost of living as well. Look, on the coal and gas question, whether that's achieved through a moratorium, whether that's achieved through another means, I think we just have to call out again. I mean, certainly I'd put on record, as Dr. Dennis did, that, look, the science does indicate we have to go much faster this decade. If we don't aim higher, we're effectively asking other countries with less advanced economies, much fewer opportunities than ourselves to work harder. So we have to ensure there's a ratchet up through this decade. And just to put one number on this argument, we touched quite a bit earlier on the problems with new fossil fuel projects. If we take just one example, the proposed Beetaloo project, the fugitive emissions from that would probably use up around a quarter of the remaining budget, and it's quite a generous budget for a shot at limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Now, yes, that means heavier lifting by other sectors. In principle, could look at some offsetting, but you'd be looking at more offsets than have been used in entirety in Australia to date before getting to the integrity challenges. Just a final thought while I'm here, because it's been a little bit hard to come in online. Look, speaking every day to climate scientists, there's been an extraordinary amount of alarm at the escalation we've seen in extreme weather and damages this Northern Hemisphere season, as well as here in Australia. It's absolutely imperative we do what we can to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, because beyond that, we really are getting into very dangerous territory indeed for Australians and for communities globally.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go to Senator Mackenzie, and you have 2 minutes.
Thanks so much, Chair, for the 2 minutes. So, okay, I'll go to the capacity mechanism report. Just wondering, on page 7, it talks about the new capacity required over the next 28 years is more than 7 times that was built over a similar time frame since the NEM commenced 24 years ago, and around 50 times the amount built by the Snowy Hydro scheme. I would like to know where the workers are going to come from, how many engineers will we need, how much will it actually cost, and who will pay for it. No one's arguing the science, we've just got to get it done.
Senator, I think you have put your finger on one of the issues that we're not grappling with sufficiently well. The numbers, you can debate the precision of those numbers, but they're in the ballpark of very dramatic requirements of people, human resources, physical resources, and of course what we also need to be concerned about is that when we know from other infrastructure build out of large scale that the risks to large cost overruns and timescales is very challenging. So I think we have to get a head around that. That's why I think this reality of dealing with the consequences of committing to a 43% target, which we're going to do, and I don't think we should resile from that, but then follow through with exactly the issues you've raised and start to think about how do we mobilise those. I know, talking myself to people who are working in the mining industry, they can't get the people to come and install renewable energy on their facilities. Now, is it solvable? Yes, but boy, it's going to take a significant challenge, and we need to mobilise the activities to bring that together.
So just on notice, those others who won't have an opportunity, because I've had 2 minutes, could you please on notice answer that? And I just want to go to some comments made by Matthew Warren in the Fin today, where he says the government's own analysis casually suggests that this will require 82% renewable electricity generation by 2030, and that this is literally technically off the charts. No developed economy has been able to grapple with that collision, I suppose, of economics and engineering with the aspiration.
I think you're just describing the consequences of the last 10 years
No,
of
I
inaction.
appreciate your perspective, but
No, well,
probably
that's the
going to
truth of
Mr
it.
Wood. I'd like you to answer this one.
I think it depends how much we want to do this, I think, Senator, really. Because I'd have no doubt that around that level is achievable. I do find it increasingly difficult because I think the physical activity and the marginal cost curve starts to run away with you and what we know today. Now, that's not suggesting that other things can't be solved in the next 10 to 15 years, but right now, I think 82%, it looks challenging. Now, is it achievable? The longer we leave it, absolutely. And so the big issue around 82% renewable, remember that the big change in the numbers that happened about a year ago was the inclusion for the first time of the electricity infrastructure roadmap that's being introduced and led by Treasurer Keane in New South Wales. That means that New South Wales dramatically increases its renewable sector. Now, they are rapidly trying to get on top of that. But I think the issue of renewables is mostly going to be determined by how we build the transmission.
And I've just got one last question. The International Energy Agency, has also asked that the technologies of obviously carbon capture and storage and nuclear, I'll let you put nuclear on notice, but I am interested in carbon capture and storage technologies and what role they can play in an economy and topography like ours, which is quite unique within the G20.
And if you can all take that on notice, because we are now going to move on. Thank you so much for your input. We're very grateful for your time and your expertise. And if I can ask the Council of Social Services to identify themselves. Okay, welcome ACOS, for the Hansard record, can you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today? You're on mute, Ms Phillips.
Thank you. I am. It's Jacqueline Phillips, Deputy CEO of the Australian Council of Social Service.
Thank you.
And I'm Kelly Court, Program Director, Climate and Energy, Australian Council of Social Service.
Thank you. Would you like to give a short opening statement of maybe 1 minute?
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity and for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. ACOS is a national voice in support of people affected by poverty, disadvantage and inequality, and we're also the peak body for the community services sector and civil society groups. We work within and across sectors on climate and equity policy. That's our stake in this debate, including with the Australian Climate Roundtable, a broad alliance of major business, union, environmental, farmer, investor and community groups. Our engagement in climate change policy stems from the fact that rapidly worsening climate change is hurting communities and that its impacts are felt first, worst and longest by people experiencing poverty and financial and social disadvantage, who have fewer resources to cope, to adapt or to recover. We view the bills before the committee as a substantial and positive step towards Australia's contribution to meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. However, we offer a number of proposals today to strengthen the bill in a number of key ways. Firstly, to have greater regard to equity and inclusion when achieving emissions reduction. And this proposal is really intended to mitigate against the risk of poor policy, and that is policy which is effective at reducing emissions, for example, but regressive in its impact, or which excludes people on low incomes from benefiting entirely. Poorly targeted and inequitable policies to reduce emissions adversely affect people on low incomes or exclude them from benefits. They disproportionately benefit people with wealth, with choice, with control. And we know now that because of a number of poor policy settings and decisions, people on low incomes are paying disproportionately more towards a clean energy transition and missing out on benefits being created, like more efficient homes, rooftop solar, electric vehicles and potentially new jobs. Secondly, we would like the bill to make explicit the ability to exceed the minimum legislated targets to reflect the government's stated intentions to that effect. Thirdly, we would like the bills to reflect Australia's updated nationally determined contributions back into the Act without the need for further and ongoing amendments. And finally, we'd like amendments to require the delivery of a regular budgetary impact statement on emissions to ensure that budget spending is aligned with our objectives. So if we get it right, future energy won't just be clean, it'll be cheaper and it'll be fairer for everyone. But if we get it wrong, people who can't afford or can't access efficient homes, new technologies and appropriate protections will be left behind and inequality will increase. And so we make these recommendations to that end.
Thank you. Ms Court, do you have anything to add?
No, not at this stage, thanks.
Okay. Now, we hear a lot about the economic impacts of climate change and the industry impacts. Do you want to just outline for us what those impacts are, because they are different, to the people that your members represent, namely people who are living in poverty and disadvantage?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that. So, I mean, we do know that there are, as you said, significant economic impacts, but there are also significant social impacts. As Jackie said, people on low income are impacted first, worst, longest and hardest. And that sometimes recovery can take not just months but years, but sometimes people don't recover from climate change impacts. And what we've seen, Deloitte's have done some economic analysis, and I'm happy to put the figure on notice because I don't have it off the top of my head, that shows the social impact of climate change is just as much, if not more, than the economic impact of climate change. So from our perspective, it's really important that we do rapidly reduce emissions so that we are reducing the increased risks and impacts on people on low income. And then, as Jackie talked about, in addition to that, we need to make sure that people on low income are actually also benefiting from how we reduce emissions. And there's a lot of opportunity here to be tackling poverty and inequality and rapidly reduce our emissions.
Just to add to that as an example, I mean, often previous policies have delivered benefits to homeowners, for example, to make adaptations to their homes to be more energy efficient. Low-income renters get no benefit from those kinds of policies. So it's about, with all of these kind of policy initiatives, asking the question, how do we ensure that the benefits are spread fairly, and that those who don't hold assets and don't have the power, therefore, to directly modify, for example, their homes, are able to secure benefits, lower energy costs, as well as nationally delivering on our emissions goals.
And you have an energy project running at ACOS, is that right? Can you just outline what that's covering? I believe that was your project, Kelly.
So, yes, I'm employed at ACOS to do policy and advocacy development around the energy transition to ensure that it's equitable. And so we've been doing a lot of work in terms of developing principles and working with energy market bodies to make sure that there's appropriate safeguards, and that when they look at energy policy reform, that it is equitable, that, you know, when we talk about in the long-term interest of consumers, that's not just about price, it's also about affordability. So it's about the total bill and also the equitable distribution of the costs of the transition. One of the things we did in the last 12 months is launched a tool called Our Power, which is meant to guide decision makers in terms of things to consider during when we're developing policies for the energy transition. There's a website if people want to go and look, and we did 2 years consultation based on that with the community in terms of what is their vision for the future energy system and what needs to guide that, and putting people front and centre, making sure it's fair and equitable, making sure we think long term and that we're flexible is really important. Clean energy, clean and healthy energy, and then making sure it's resilient, efficient, and reliable. Some of the key principles, for example, around that. We've also were part of a rule change last year with the Australian Energy Market Commission to ensure that with networks that we can charge people when they're exporting energy. This was done, the benefits of this was mean that we can actually get more renewable energy into the system, as well as making sure that the cost recovered for doing that were being spread more fairly. So that's an example of an equity policy that will make a significant benefit for people on low income, but also incentivise more renewable energy in the system. And it demonstrates that if you come at policy reform with equity principles, that you can actually achieve both.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot today with previous witnesses about the opportunities in renewable energy. Do you see the opportunities for people who don't own their own homes and do not have disposable income? Do you see opportunities there to get them involved in that development piece?
Look, you know, I think what we're seeing is that, as Jackie mentioned and you've just alluded to, if you own a home, you already have an asset, you're being subsidised to put solar on your roof. You benefit through saving on energy bills, and you potentially have a more healthy and comfortable home as well. So there's significant benefits for the homeowner having solar on their home. We want to see that benefit extended to everybody. So, for example, we'd love to see solar on all public and community housing, for example, including improving energy efficiency standards along with solar. And, you know, we just think that if you target policy, invest policy at the people who need it the most, then you're still achieving your emission reductions targets, but you're also addressing some of the other underlying issues that governments are tackling with around poverty and inequality.
And do you have examples of where that's actually occurred in terms of solar on public and social housing?
Yeah, so there's been some examples of that in New South Wales. They've been doing a little bit, some pilot work on that. We know that in Victorian government made an announcement last year that they were going to invest in improving the energy efficiency, for example, for social housing. And we've also seen, you know, in addition to social and public housing, and another good initiative in Victoria through local councils with people who do own their own home but are on low fixed income. So pensioners, for example, who are able to access rooftop solar through the local government, the local government put the upfront cost there, and then people can pay back their solar through their rate system. So again, it's just an example of having smart policy led by really clear principles in terms of what we're trying to achieve. So, which is, I guess, coming back to the bills before us, what we're trying to achieve in the proposed amendment that we're putting on the table is that we're asking agencies and governments and agencies to consider the emissions reduction target, but we're not asking them what other things they need to consider while they're reducing emissions. And so we'd strongly suggest a set of principles that help consider things like equity and inclusiveness, making sure we're consulting and including people. But in our amendment, we've also considered things that we know other sectors are interested in, like efficiency, effectiveness, you know, risk management and things like that. So, you know, we think this would be an improvement on the bill and help guide policies so we get a better outcome for everybody.
Okay. Now, none of the other senators appear to have any questions for you. So is there anything else that you would like? Oh,
You're just going to make up 20 minutes on our time. No, that's fair.
No,
I just thought I would ask.
Correspond and ask if anyone had questions?
Sorry. My apologies, Chair. I was on the phone.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your evidence today. My question is about the socio-economic impact of action, not debating whether action needs to be taken at all. I want to be very, very clear on that, about it will affect certain communities and certain people and certain workers in particular, and vulnerable regions and peoples differently as we transition our economy over the next 2 decades. I'm just wondering, previous NDC had a productivity commissioning review every 5 years into the socio-economic impacts so that we could fully and better understand how that impact is felt and therefore what governments can do to mitigate the impact. Have you done any work on being able to identify those vulnerable groups that we need to make sure can be supported through transition, or are going to sort of see positive impacts as a result of the transition, both the mitigation and the positive impacts? And what sort of metrics should we be using to look at that?
Yeah, really good questions, Senator. And look, I think that, you know, the research clearly shows that people that are the most vulnerable are those predominantly on low income or experiencing social disadvantage. So people who are on income support payments, disability payments, single parents, predominantly women, mothers with families, elderly people, people with disabilities, First Nations communities.
Sorry,
and
can I just be clear in what my question was? It's not those that are vulnerable to climate change. It's those. This is a bill that is actually going to put us on a trajectory to take action on climate change in a specific time frame and an economy-wide solution. I want to understand what work you've done on the impact of an economy-wide action on climate change, and who are the winners and losers in that, and how can we best support those who are going to be negatively impacted?
Yeah, sorry, Senator,
I
I guess. No, that's all right, but these are the same sort of people that will potentially be impacted negatively if we don't get the policy setting right. So, I've just listed people, for example, who are impacted by high electricity bills.
Yep.
And at the moment, we have subsidies that are smeared across electricity bills. That, it's a regressive way to have subsidies, so that, again, it's going back to, if we get the policy settings right, we can avoid those disproportionate impacts. So then the other groups would be people in regional rural areas, which I know that you have talked a lot about before, and also people who are in communities, in coal and fossil fuel communities where there's a transition happening as well. So I guess it's going back to the point I was making earlier. If we have principles in this bill that seek to, when we're developing policies, procedures and processes, that consider these people that are most vulnerable, then we're more likely to develop policies that will actually benefit them. So there's opportunities here, but we need to make sure we've got a framework to guide that, and that we can actually see positive benefits. So, for example, we've talked a little bit about energy efficiency, improving that in social community housing as well as private rental. That's jobs for regions. We've got social and community housing in, every region in Australia. We've got private rental in every region in Australia. So you can create jobs in those places, reduce emissions, and also help, people and families on low income have more affordable energy bills and live in healthier homes. Okay. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
So again, if there's anything else you want to add, we don't appear to have any further questions from any of the senators. So I leave it to you if you wish to add any further commentary while you have our attention.
Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we're happy to talk to the other recommendations in the bill around what Jackie talked about, but if there's no specific questions and you've asked other people about that, I'm sure you have, then we're fine to leave that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time and your submission and your expertise. If you have taken any questions on notice, the date of return is Monday the 22nd of August. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. A pleasure, Senator. Thank you.
Are we ready? Ms. Kylie McFarlane from the Insurance Council of Australia, are you online?
I am, thank you.
I know we're a little early. Are you ready to get started?
Indeed.
Okay, well, welcome. Thank you so much. If you would like to state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the Hansard, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kylie McFarlane and I am the Chief Operating Officer of the Insurance Council of Australia. Chair, are you happy for me to make a short opening statement?
Most certainly.
Thank you. My full statement has been provided to the committee and will be tabled. By way of introduction, the Insurance Council of Australia is the representative body of the general insurance industry and represents approximately 89% of private sector general insurers. Insurance is a key component of the economy, especially in a country like Australia, where events over the course of this year have reminded us of the impact climate change is having on livelihoods, homes and critical infrastructure. We know that climate change is driving an increase in the frequency and severity of extreme weather events, and with the implications therefrom on the affordability and availability of insurance in Australia. Since the start of 2021, the Insurance Council has declared 7 insurance catastrophes across floods, cyclones, bushfires and other severe weather, including an earthquake. Collectively, this has incurred insured costs of $7.48 billion, and that number continues to rise. Tackling climate change is a national challenge, and all levels of government need to play their part, as do all sectors of the economy, including insurers. The Insurance Council welcomes strong government policy that will effectively and swiftly reduce Australia's emissions, including these bills. This is essential to limiting the risks of climate change and ensuring insurance remains affordable. I am now happy to take any questions from the committee chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go first to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, and thank you for making time to speak to us today. You've outlined some of the elements in your opening statement as to why this relates to so significantly to the insurance industry. I just wanted to get a few more details on the record. Which areas in Australia are the most exposed to climate risk and physical damage? You must have a sense of that from an industry perspective.
Thank you. Look, worsening extreme weather events are certainly occurring around the country, but we know that this is very evident in Northern Australia. As the ACCC Northern Australia Insurance Inquiry revealed, the increased scale and frequency of claims due to cyclones and cyclonic flooding in those areas are raising costs, are raising impacts, and are in turn rendering the insurance market unprofitable in those areas over a long period of time. However, with climate change, obviously, weather events will continue to become more severe and will have impacts across Australia. And Senator, if I only look at the last 18 months, the spread of severe weather impacts has not been limited to one area. Certainly Southeast Queensland and New South Wales have taken their toll from flooding and severe rain, but we've seen earthquakes in Victoria as well as severe wind and rain. We've had a cyclone in WA, which has tracked quite a lot further south than expected normally. And we've seen hailstorms, in late 2020 in southeast Queensland as well. So we do expect the spread and severity of those events will continue. However, Northern Australia continues to be an area of particular focus.
We've seen this year the federal government have to step in and act as a reinsurer for Northern Queensland because of the increasing peril. What does this mean? You mentioned that it's becoming harder and harder to make profit and to have this industry as a profit-making industry. What is the trend here? Is the insurance industry going to have to adjust, or are we actually going to have to see a publicly funded response?
Certainly. Look, insurers are committed to working with the federal government and communities on improving the affordability and availability of general insurance in Australia and for all Australians, particularly those in Northern Australia, as you mentioned before, who are vulnerable to worsening extreme weather impacts due to climate change. As I mentioned before, the ACCC's the ACCC's 3-year Northern Australia Insurance Inquiry found that higher premiums in Northern Australia actually reflect greater levels of natural peril risk. And I think that's important to underline. Insurance prices risk, and where the risk is higher, the price of insurance will be higher. The nature of the challenge therefore calls for a multifaceted policy approach, which we would say that the reinsurance pool is only one part of that response. And if we think about it, a reinsurance pool will not protect a house from a cyclone, nor will it prevent a river from bursting its banks, nor does it mitigate against any other extreme weather event. What's required to bring down the risks in these areas and to provide sustainable premium reductions is investment in resilience and mitigation, better land use planning, an uplift in building codes to include resilience measures, and the removal of state taxes, which are an incredible inhibitor to people being able to undertake necessary levels of insurance, and in some states can increase the cost of insurance by up to 40%. So the reinsurance pool is one facet of an approach. However, it needs to have complementary investment and policy around resilience and mitigation as well.
Do you mind holding your questions and letting Bridget put hers up? She's just got one question and she has to leave at 3. Is that all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll hand over to Senator Mackenzie.
Great
Certainly.
to see you. My question is around insurance, sovereign risk and infrastructure builds. We heard this morning a raft of NGOs refused to guarantee they wouldn't use the fact that this was a legislated target as a reason not to take the federal government to court, for instance, for building infrastructure. And I'm just wondering what the Insurance Council's view is of ensuring public infrastructure and other infrastructure bills that potentially could be subject to lawfare as a result of not having this in our NDCs. That's the government's decision, and they've changed that, but legislating it and the risk that poses.
Certainly. Perhaps we'll take most of that question on notice. The members of the Insurance Council don't always insure public infrastructure, and that quite often is the role of the government's mutuals insurers. And what we would say, however, is there does need to be investment in public infrastructure, and without that investment, the investment in mitigation and resilience just will not meet the level of effectiveness that's required. In fact, we commissioned research from Baird Australia last year on actions of the sea. And for actions of the sea alone, there is over $30 billion worth of investment needed in infrastructure to protect communities from rising sea levels caused by climate change.
Thank you. I'll have some more questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If we can go back to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. You were mentioning before that obviously premiums are going to have to arise, and in fact already are. The IAG's CEO last week stated premiums are rising because of climate-induced damage. What type of modelling, and I assume the insurance industry has good modelling on this, on these things, seeing as it is your business model. I'm wondering how do you have any modelling to show that for as climate change gets worse or as temperatures rise, the impact that is going to have on the insurance bill and premiums?
Certainly, extreme weather events are driving up premiums in parts of the country, and as I mentioned before, rendering insurance unavailable for some. As climate change worsens, Australia is set to experience more severe weather events, and that will have an increase on damage bills to both infrastructure, property and assets, and we anticipate customers will then potentially be claiming against their insurance policies more frequently. The Insurance Council itself does not undertake the modelling that you suggested there. However, our members would as part of their competitive risk models and as part of their competitive frameworks. So those questions are perhaps better stated towards individual insurers. The Insurance Council itself does not undertake modelling per se on the increasing impact on premium costs, because we don't necessarily hold consumers' premium details or the risks that are being insured against.
Okay. I mean, it'd be helpful if perhaps you could take some of that on notice and just
Certainly.
speak to your members and get back to us. I am interested in, we're talking about trying to reduce, this bill puts a cap on pollution, it's trying to reduce it. How that's done and how quickly that's done is the essence of this piece of legislation. What I'm interested in is what the converse of that, the impact that this will have on the insurance industry and therefore, of course, households and businesses as paying through their premiums.
And speaking generally, we know that increasing severity and frequency of severe weather will have an impact on premiums. We need to address the root cause, which is reducing emissions. And we also need to, through government investment, invest in mitigation and resilience solutions. Without doing those two things, reducing emissions, which is what this bill seeks to do, and in a complementary state, investing in resilience and mitigation, better land use planning, a greater, more strengthened building codes, and reducing or eliminating state taxes on insurance, we can't eliminate the impact of the risk or the pressure on premium prices. So we support this piece of legislation. We think it's important to give certainty to our industry and I'm sure other industries, but it also needs to be it allows for emissions reduction to start to happen in a way that is focused and is essential. But we also need to see that complemented with investment in resilience and mitigation. And we welcome the federal government's announcement of the $200 million a year over 5 years in resilience measures. But that needs to be matched by the states and territories for it to be truly effective.
Do you think there is a role for those who are making the mega profits off polluting, for them to foot the bill of the clean-up of climate disasters? Should the gas and the coal industry pay for the...
I think that's probably a question best placed to the gas and coal industry. Obviously, from an insurance perspective, we have a role in working with those industries where we insure them to ensure that they have climate policies and transition plans in place. And for some of our members, they are making decisions around how they transition the emissions of their investment and underwriting books with regards to those fossil fuel industries in conjunction with their customers today and into the future.
It just seems to me that if there's a particular industry that's making mega profits off the very thing that is putting the rest of us at risk, they should have to cough up and pay for some of it. And I get your point that, you know, maybe we should ask them, but I suspect they will argue no. Anyway, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you so much, Chair. Senator Hanson-Young sort of asked some of my questions in a bit of a different way, so just bear with me if the same question comes up but in a different way. I'm interested to know if you think a lack of clear legislated emission goals have hampered the insurance industry's ability to plan for the future, and also if it's also inhibited the insurance companies' ability to not increase premiums, of course, for people.
So probably answering that in the converse, the bill definitely provides certainty for insurers in terms of their business models and their own climate policies going forward, and allows us to continue to focus on this issue and how we work with government and across industries and within industry to bring down our emissions profile and work with communities on both climate change from a greenhouse gas emissions perspective, but also the importance of resilience and the recovery from extreme weather events. The insurance industry has been looking at the issue of climate for a great number of years now because they have seen the impact that that is having on their own businesses. And I call out again, $7.5 billion or thereabouts in insured costs just in the last 18 months from extreme weather events. That's not just happened in the last 18 months, that's been happening over many years. And so the insurance industry has been looking at this issue, has been advocating for clear government policy, has been advocating for increased levels of resilience investment so that we can start to address the root causes of these issues, but also start to address how we reduce the impact of particularly severe weather on communities over the longer term.
Thank you. And what impact has the, I'll call it a lack of clear legislated goals, what impacts this had on investment?
So from an insurer's perspective, they obviously have large investment pools which underwrite the underwrite the insurance products that they're writing into the marketplace. That each insurer has decision models for their investment pools, and for different insurers, they've made different decisions. So a lack of policy. While it has a lack of policy provides uncertainty at a federal level in terms of how economically we're going to act. For many of our insurers, they've been making decisions around their investment pools for some time now. Very different decisions, so not all of our insurers act in the same way, both from a competition perspective and therefore the policy decisions they're making. Some are looking at screens within their investment pools. Others are looking at different methods to addressing the emissions within their investment pools, including, as I mentioned before, working with those industries that are seen to be high emitters to understand their transition plans and to build their own transition model within their investment pools as well. So quite different for each of our members, dependent on their risk profiles, their investment methodologies, and the policies that they have in place regarding climate and regarding emissions more broadly.
So you've probably answered the next question really, but just in case you want to add anything else, are you able to explain how the extreme weather events have impacted on the insurance industry and why the industry supports the proposed reduction target?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, over the last 18 months, we've declared some 7 insurance catastrophes amounting to $7.48 billion worth of $7.48 billion worth of insured costs. If you take the severe weather event, the flooding and rain in Queensland and New South Wales earlier this year alone, that event in February, March this year amounted to $5.134 billion in insured costs alone. So these are significant events. They are driving significant costs into the community. They do have an impact on future premiums as we see those events increase in frequency and severity. But they also have an impact on the profitability of insurers in the short and medium term as we seek to utilise those pools to pay out claims in an environment where the number of claims are rising substantially. From the February-March flood event this year alone, we had over 230,000 claims.
Can you just explain if there's a difference between insurance costs and insurance monies claimed paid out? I'm not quite sure.
The insured cost is the claim.
Okay. I just needed to clarify that for myself.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
So a claim, we could have a pool of claims which equals $100.
Yeah.
That is the estimated value of the claim. When the assessment of those claims is made, then there is a value of what is actually paid out, which could be less than what was actually claimed because those assessments have been undertaken. So we do see the numbers alter somewhat as the event unfolds, and that's simply because at the point of claim and then at the point of assessment, the actual total value of that claim is better understood due to that assessment process.
Yeah.
And there are many factors, in fact, impacting on the cost of claims at the moment, and some of those are one, the event itself and the extremity of that event. But it also is things like the availability of trades, of building supplies, and other factors, and the inflationary impact of both of those things at the moment.
Okay, thanks for that. So you've probably answered this as well, but just in case you want to add anything else, are you able to outline how such a target could help reduce premiums, for example, on electric vehicles? Have you got a comment there? Yeah.
So I think, and it's difficult at the moment to draw a straight line between the legislation and the ultimate impact on premiums. But what we do know is giving certainty to industry, giving certainty economically to having a focus on reducing emissions, which is the root cause of many of these climate incurred weather. Will bring down risks over the longer term, but it's not going to happen immediately. We already know that much of the extreme weather we're going to see over the next decade or two is already baked into the system. But we have to start bringing down emissions in a collaborative and formalised way so that we can, over the longer term, ensure that we are meeting those targets of the Paris Agreement, but also trying to reduce the impact of these extreme weather events. That in turn, as you bring down risk, will see premiums start to subside, all factors being equal. So, premiums are price based not just on extreme weather events, but there is also issues like access to capital, reinsurance costs, inflation, the cost of doing business, that all factor into that premium in the longer term.
And have you got any information you can share with us on how Australia, the insurance industry in Australia compares with other international jurisdictions?
In what regard?
Just in regard to not having had a clear target before, and now we've got, clear target. So is that, other countries are doing other things. So have you got any info? You might not have any. You might want to take it on notice, but yeah.
Yeah, I will take it on notice. I don't have that data at hand, but I will take it on notice.
Great. In your submission, you talk about land use planning. So it always amazes me that local government in particular allows people to build on swamp sites, or, I'm a Tasmanian senator, and I see places being built where you think, why would you do that? And then, a levee's got to be put up or whatever to stop, the area flooding. Have you got any comment to make about that? I know, in your submission you did, and can I thank you for your submission too? I think I forgot to earlier, but you talk about it, so I'm just wondering if you can expand on that a little bit for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that there's a real role to play in making better land use planning decisions across Australia, and flood risk is one of those perils that is most evident from land use planning decisions. And we recognise that as communities grow and as development is undertaken, that decisions need to be made about where people are building and what they are building. However, it's really important that both at all levels of government, at local, state and federal levels, that we're making decisions that are in line with the risks that are going to be realised by building on particular pieces of land. We also, as a country, have, generally speaking, used a 1 in 100 flood risk level, but that's not always the case. In some areas, the risks are, so high that actually you need to be looking at a different level of risk for those areas before making decisions around development. And not only is it the land use planning that needs to be taken into account, it's then what you're going to build on that land once it's approved for development. So making sure that the properties or the homes, the businesses that are built on that land, if there is any level of flood risk or other extreme weather risk, is taken into account in the build that is put in there. So for example, if there is the potential for flooding risk in an area that is being opened up for development, then floor heights have to come into consideration when buildings are being approved. In cyclonic areas, how roofs are built, how they're secured, becomes fundamentally important. The materials that are used and the different resilience measures that are required to not only allow for human safety, but also the resilience and durability of those properties over the longer term and as they face into worsening and more frequent extreme weather.
Thank you. And my last question, Chair, if that's okay. You also offer up some key solutions, and the first dot point in your submission, the first dot point is the general insurance industry to reduce emissions this decade and achieve net zero by 2050. Are you referring there to the insurance industry itself?
So the general insurance industry is actively working on developing a pathway towards net zero by 2050, and we look to release that roadmap by the end of this year, which allows the Insurance Council of Australia will be releasing that roadmap. Some of our members will be signatories to that roadmap, but it allows us scaffolding to start to look at best practice in terms of reducing emissions over the next 25 and beyond years to ensure that we meet those commitments of net zero by 2050.
And you might have said this earlier, but how many insurance, you might not be able to answer, let me just rephrase it. How many, you represent various insurance companies, is that correct? That's correct.
We do. We represent about 89% of the private sector general insurance.
Sorry, I missed the amount. How many?
89%. I'll round it up to 90. 89%.
Round it up, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
That's okay.
I'd just like to thank you for coming along today, for your submission and for sharing your expertise with us. If you have taken some questions on notice, the return date is Monday the 22nd of August. But thank you so much for your contributions today. Much appreciated.
That's a pleasure.
And the committee will now suspend until 3:40 p.m. You might get started. I'd like to welcome in person and on the video link representatives of the Clean Energy Council, the Smart Energy Council, Beyond Zero Emissions and Climate Work Centre. For the Hansard record, if you could each of you in turn state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing today, that would be great. Mr. Smith, why don't you start?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Wayne Smith. I'm External Affairs Manager with the Smart Energy Council, and we're a peak body for the renewables industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Connor Wolfe, Legal, Policy and Research Advisor at the Smart Energy Council.
I'm Beth Mitchell. I'm the Government Affairs Specialist from Beyond Zero Emissions. Beyond Zero Emissions is an independent, non-partisan think tank creating solutions for a prosperous zero-emission economy.
Thank you. Ms Freeman.
Hello Committee, Anna Freeman, Policy Director at the Clean Energy Council, which is a peak body for the renewable energy sector, and we represent over 1,000 member companies in solar, wind, hydro, energy storage, pumped hydro and renewable hydrogen.
Fantastic. And Ms Symes?
Hello, my name is Laura Symes. I am the Government and other Stakeholder Engagement Manager for Climate Work Centre. Our Climate Work Centre is an impartial, independent advisor on climate change solutions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Would you each in turn like to make a 1-minute opening statement before we go to questions from senators? And we might go the same order again.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so look, let me obviously begin just by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Look, we're really pleased to see this climate bill. We have suffered through 9 years of inaction on climate change, and this is a really significant advance. We're really pleased to see the strong support for the climate bill through the House of Representatives, and look forward to seeing that in the Senate as well. We do think there are some opportunities for further amendments to the bill, and we may come to that. But also, we're really keen just to see, put on message, just the opportunities for the government to take further action on climate change, hoping that they might continue to update the 2030 target and certainly have a strong 2035 target consistent with limiting global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you.
As my colleague said on.
Dwara Nuna, Dwara Ngunnawal. I would like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people on whose land we meet today, their elders past and present, and those emerging. We welcome the climate change bills as key to progressing Australia's zero-emission future. They're a first step. We have staff leading work in 2 industrial regions, the Hunter Valley in New South Wales and Gladstone in central Queensland. Our work sees us partner with industry in regional Australia to identify and advocate for solutions that reduce emissions while also creating economic opportunities and jobs for this generation and the next. Our industrial heartlands have long been our export strength. However, they are now highly exposed to our major trading partners as they transition to zero emissions. But if the future can be bright for us, our export powerhouse research shows Australia has a $333 billion opportunity across 4 commodity areas, green commodity areas, nearly 3 times bigger than our current export, our fossil fuel exports. The right policy setting now can both accelerate emission reductions in this energy-intense sector and revitalise Australia's manufacturing sector to grow a new clean economy. Our research shows the industry is ready to increase their ambition and investors are ready to operationalise this ambition. However, clearer signals are required. A national clean commodity export target will send a clear signal to investors and developers that Australia is open for clean commodity business and build our reputation as an attractive investment destination for developing zero emissions goods. These steps will form the foundations for what comes next. And our research shows that repowering our manufacturing industry with renewables will be the cornerstone of our zero-emission economy and prosperity. Thank you. We look forward to questions.
Thank you. Ms Freedman.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Committee. I appear today in support of this Parliament legislating the climate change bills as swiftly as possible. They'll finally set us on a more serious pathway to Australia playing its part in international efforts to slow global warming, and they're going to provide greater certainty as to our shared goals. The targets absolutely could be more ambitious, but the 2030 target is a substantial improvement from where we have been, and it can be strengthened over time as we grow in confidence with our mitigation efforts. The priority now for our sector, the renewable energy sector, is to provide certainty and also for communities and government agencies to get on with the job. We shouldn't underestimate how important and how powerful a signal this strengthened 2030 target will be for business and for community. We expect it's going to unleash detailed whole of economy planning as to how every sector is going to play its part in the national effort. So far, the renewable energy sector has been doing the heavy lifting. We've been the single biggest contributor to Australia's emissions reductions. And we've achieved a lot in a short space of time, not without our fair share of roadblocks along the way. But we're only at 33% market share of the electricity generation at the moment, and we still have our work cut out for us over the next 8 years to get to 82%, which is the government's forecast, or the higher target that we're aiming for at the Clean Energy Council, which is meeting 100% of our domestic electricity needs with renewables by 2030. By contrast, many other sectors of the economy haven't even started. So the scale of what we need to do as a nation in a very short period of time is massive, and we need everyone working together in order to achieve our new shared vision. And to that end, we want to say thank you to the government, to the Greens, to the crossbenchers for the constructive and collaborative approach that has been taken to this legislation, and express our support for many of the amendments that have been proposed, which aim to make the intent clearer and also ensure that the level of effort prescribed in this legislation is a floor and not a ceiling. Finally, I'd like to close by saying, and I also support the comments made by Mr Smith, that while these bills will pinpoint the destination for us, they don't tell us how we're going to get there. And so we're going to need a raft of supporting policies like rewiring the nation, a strengthened safeguard mechanism and many others to give effect to the ambition contained within these bills, and go further still if we're going to reach our full potential as a clean energy powerhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Symes.
Thank you, and I'd just like to say good afternoon, Chair and committee members, and you'll hear what I have to say here echoes the comments of my colleagues who have already spoken. So, Climate Works Centre supports the bills as a solid start in setting up framework climate legislation. Legislating the emissions reduction targets provides a stronger signal to business, investors, trade partners and the community. A clear signal helps business to plan and act in alignment and to take advantage of the opportunities that the transition offers. There are ways that this can be strengthened now or as part of a later review, and it can be strengthened through legislation, but there are also ways that it can be strengthened outside of this proposed legislation. Recognising that as the world strives to limit warming to 1.5 degrees and countries look to ratchet up their emissions reduction commitments in the future, Australia can continue to lift ambition using the processes set out in the proposed climate change legislation. And I'll just close with some contextual comments on our work. So, of the developed countries, Australia is one that stands to gain the most from global action. Australia is one of the most vulnerable to climate impacts because we are already prone to droughts, heat waves and floods. And Australia has amazing resources that are fit for a net zero global economy, solar and wind energy as well as critical minerals. At Climate Works, we work with heavy industry, and these companies are looking for greater policy certainty and clear signals to help them access forthcoming opportunities and increase their global competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those opening statements. I might kick off. Ms Freedman, can you just expand for us what you see as the advantages of the certainty for your industry and for investment by legislating this target?
I think it comes down to the ability to carry out some detailed planning now in terms of actually what we're going to need to do by 2030, and also that stability of the emissions reduction target, that we've got some clarity now that particularly if this is a floor and not a ceiling, it's a minimum reduction by 2030. We're going to see the private investment really kick in to be able to deliver that. What the 2030 target will require is in the order of a doubling of the current deployment rate that we have seen over the course of the last 6 years or so. And so that's going to require a lot of capital to come into the sector to allow the deployment of that plant across the country. It's also going to help us understand how much transmission we're going to need by 2030. So a lot of these things, you know, we've got an idea of through the integrated system plan, but now the integrated system plan, which AEMO uses to do its planning for the electricity sector, can also reflect this target, and that's going to be extremely helpful. So we're going to see all of government and the private sector now be able to rally around a firm target that is better placed to actually make real headway in our electricity sector decarbonisation.
Thank you. Mr Smith, you talked about inaction over the past decade. How do you feel that legislating this target will assist in terms of certainty and investment as well?
Yeah. Well, I think Ms Freeman nailed it actually when she's talking about that doubling of deployment, right? That's an extraordinary amount of investment that we're talking about, and legislating it does actually provide that certainty. And what the doubling of deployment means is jobs.